I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? When you stand like a wolf, stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? When you stand like a wolf, stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean
Hello everyone, this is Defense Politics Asia and this is the DPA Open Mic 32 and my name is Wyatt, in case you still do not know my name. And yeah, so we I just woke up. So so yeah. So okay, we're gonna start. Let me do some admin work to put in the links and everything. So give me a while. Do this. So today's stream will be broadcast on the DPA main channel on YouTube, DPA Open Mic channel on Rumble, YouTube, and on Twitter. I last week I tried Facebook and I think it's shit. So I'm not gonna do Facebook anymore because it's a waste of time. Zero people watched live. So like that's so pointless to do it. So yeah. So let me open this. So I gotta paste the see give me a short while because I need to paste the links. Yeah, I'm a bit less prepared today because I just woke up. My brain is not working very well. So can you guys hear me? So is everything okay? So ito so I'm gonna drop this. Okay, so for those watching on the main channel, let me drop the link to the main channel first to bring people to the open mic channel, because the link to join the open mic is gonna be on the DPA open mic channel. Holy shit! How do I get to edit? Okay, finally reach this place. Okay, sorry. I'm a bit slow today, very slow. Bear with me. Okay, found the link, found the place. So yeah, and then gotta pin this, and then I gotta copy and paste the other one over here. Yeah, so I have dropped the link to join the open mic. So the link is now in the pinned message in the open mic channel on YouTube. So hi everybody, and I think I have someone in. Hi Vaughn, you're muted.
I was trying to be good. I was just saying, hey.
Hey, yeah, I'm so tired. Yeah, so but it's okay. It's okay.
I don't blame you.
Yeah,
Oh.
should have more sleep, but yeah, I was very pissed off with like not doing the clips, the open mic clips. So I was like forcing myself to finish all the thumbnails for at least for that episode 11, and then I scheduled.
Oh, I saw where you posted you were going to try to take like a 5-hour nap.
Yeah,
Or 3 hours. Maybe it was 3 hours, but it wasn't a lot. It's like I'm going to try to squeeze it in.
I just.
It's been kind of a slow weekend. I mean, in a way, I mean, there's some stuff going on, but it's not like last week or something,
Yeah. There's no.
I mean, it's almost like it seems like the last couple of days you almost have to kind of really dig to find out what's going on. I mean, it hasn't been as advertised, so that might be kind of good and kind of slow down the pace a little bit for a minute.
I think it's going to speed up though.
Yeah. After I watched your earlier update on that little failed Ukrainian attack, I was like, because they can't keep putting people in the same place. They don't have endless. I mean, they act like they do, but I just don't see them having endless supplies of people to keep throwing in the same spots.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, even the people
I think
may
they
not
try
want
a
to go
different
back
area,
again.
but
They might
I don't know.
even want to try again because this time around, this border raid, the latest one is quite a disaster. I think.
Yeah.
Because the last time they managed to enter, they managed to stay there for 24 hours. This time around, they didn't even manage to even get into Russia properly. Like they got spotted quite earlier and then they got bombarded. They have like there's the drone footages of them, IR images of them getting struck by missiles from long range and
Yeah.
everything. So
Well, it's just like those pictures they tried to post, say they stole helicopters and shit were flying around. I mean, if they did, that'd be some badass dudes.
Hi.
Hey.
Mikiadi is new, right? So do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, yes. My name is Makedi. I am originally from Kenya, but currently in Belize. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
adjusting your volume as you are talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I've been watching you guys for a while, but I've been so busy. I've been telling myself, I need to come join these guys and hear what they have to say and participate just a little bit if I can. So yeah,
That's
I'm glad to be here. Yeah.
Hi, boss. Hi, Chekan. So the volume is good. So Kenya, but living in Belize. So how's life like now in
Oh,
your region?
in Kenya. Oh, Kenya is just it's sort of chaotic, but kind of okay. It's always
Again, someone who lives and works
it always
in
kind of
your
works out.
Do you have
There's always political turmoil. Almost every time there's elections, everything almost burns down, and then other countries from Western countries jump in and they say, "Oh, that we don't think the election was fair," and then eventually everything balances itself out. But there are always riots almost every election just because of interference from outside. NGOs jump in and they start saying that, "Oh, we think they should have more democracy," blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. But I travel a lot. I'm usually in the States, but yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
so your work requires you to be in the United States often?
Yes. I'm usually in the Midwest of the U.S. most of the time. Yeah.
So he can verify all the crazy stuff that we say that he's probably seen when he's been in America.
Yeah.
East African Federation.
The U.S. Oh yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. That's also happening also as well.
So that's real. I thought that's a meme.
It's real, but I don't think it's what it appears to be. For example, I think like Kenya, right? Kenya survives. Kenya doesn't have like a lot of natural resources, like many other countries. So it being sort of the de facto head of the East African community, it just survives by mooching on other nations who have minerals. So that's like their main economic activity is money from Sudan, from the Congo, and Somalia.
So is there going to be a name for this republic if they do they federalize?
They're gonna call it East African something,
Huh.
just East African
That's so
community.
boring.
I know. They should find something like,
They,
something memorable.
Are the Chinese or the Russians or anybody besides the West or United States trying to do anything in Kenya?
Lavrov just left Kenya, and Sergei Lavrov that is, and he brought 36,000 tons of fertilizer.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess he is doing something then. That's why I'm curious. I'm just curious if how many players are trying to get in there right now. But at least, that's the one thing. It's like at least they came with something and gave you something. It's like everybody else is like, hey, do what we want and, we might not fuck you over. At least they brought something and gave it to them, even if they might make a deal that, may not be the best deal for Kenya, but, it's better than getting screwed.
Yeah, I also think one of the reasons why Lavrov was there was because the president of Kenya kept saying something like, "Oh, we are tired of being told to go to summits outside Africa, and and it's time Africans stop going outside Africa to go meet other people." But then Lavrov went, and now the tone has changed. So the president of Kenya is a crafty guy. So he was saying that to sort of push Russia away, so that Russia comes in and gives something. So I think they got what they wanted, and now they have calmed down on not going to the Russia Africa summit.
So when
hello,
I
chat.
first saw the
Kenya.
news, when I first saw the news, I was thinking, how are they going to call themselves? Then I look at the geographical location. I was like, Wakanda, because it's exactly where Wakanda is. It's
You've been
actually around.
watch too much movies.
Yeah, I watched a
There
lot
is
of
no
Wakanda.
there is no
but
fucking
it's
Wakanda in Africa, you know?
I know,
Hey,
I know.
hey,
It's very
we're-
inspirational, right? It's like, oh, this is going to be the new most superpower state, in Africa. And Wakanda. But it's like, no, then after you tell me if East Africa something, it's like, oh, okay. That's a bit boring.
Well, they did this thing in the U.S. a couple of years back where it went around in New York asking people whether or not the U.S. should bomb. What country was it?
Wakanda.
Agrabah from Disney's Aladdin. We should bomb Agrabah. Americans are saying yes. There's like 80% of people said, yeah, bomb Agrabah.
Fuck yes.
We don't even know where that is. Doesn't sound like it's close to here, though.
Blame this guy. You're muted, so you can blame
Ron,
him.
you're muted.
It's always this
Oh.
guy. His country. You're muted again.
Yeah.
You're
It's
unmuted.
my country, too. I'm
Oh, yeah.
American.
Blame him too.
Now you are from Russia, so you don't really matter.
No, I'm a Russian American, though. I was born in the U.S.
But you're still here defending Russia. So what kind of American are you?
Nah, dude.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
whole point
Russian sons of
coming in
bitch.
here is because this war is bad for America. This war is horrible for my country. I don't agree with the policy of confrontation.
I'm sure Anthony Blinken disagree with you.
Yeah, it turns out Anthony Blinken loves Russians. Came out over the weekend. He's a huge fan, but for some reason he thinks that it's okay to, bomb, I guess, Belgorod, or at least attempt to. So that's totally justified. Did you guys see the press conference where the Russian journalist asked, who was it? That guy, the Indian-looking guy. I can't remember his name right now. They were like, so did you hear about this recent Ukrainian attempt to bomb this Russian journalist?
Bayak or something.
I think so, might be. So like they're bombing. There have been bombings and attempted bombings of journalists, civilian journalists. So when can we expect to see Ukraine be put on the government sponsor of terrorism list, right? And his response was something like, well, just remind you that Russia has a background and a reputation for suppressing their journalists too, and that was the answer to the question. That's it. Like, wait, but Russia is not bombing journalists in Ukraine or in the U.S. We're not doing so what's going on here?
I do have one question. Is there anything in Belgrade legitimately a target besides like that one refinery, maybe the train station and maybe a power station after that? I mean, is there like some reason they keep targeting other than just to fuck with people?
Yeah, the latter.
I think it's just political.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's like if they're
political.
wasting fucking storm shadows and stuff like that, it's like, really?
They just
You're
want
just
to
gonna
die
waste these
quickly,
fucking missiles on like stupid shit just to harass
They're just-
people? It's like, whatever.
They just
But I
find
don't
a way to
understand.
die quick.
But Vaughn, they're run out of artillery, but they always have enough artillery to bomb the Donbass. They'll always
Well,
be
that's what I'm
enough for
saying.
that.
I mean, it's like I could see if there was like shit moving through the town and you were trying to hit it when it was going through the town or catch it when they were there. But it's like It doesn't seem like there's ever anything in these fucking places at all before they bombed it, after they bombed it, ever. I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't never no Russians there, but it's like, you don't ever see anything, destroyed or any kind of military stuff wrecked or even damaged.
Well, two things. Number one, that was kind of why it's planned, right? Why it's
actually involved with targeting operations. If you remember the last year when the HIMARS arrived, there has been a lot of speculations who is in charge. Is it the American officers in charge, or like had they handed it over to Ukrainians? And I think when you analyze what has been targeted for last year or so, the exact nonsense Vaughn said, like mostly civilian targets or like completely militarily irrelevant targets. I'm pretty sure that those are actually Ukrainians responsible for targeting decisions. I can't imagine U.S. officer like actually green lighting, spending $1 million worth of munition on nonsense.
This is also why I always say that Zelensky and their leadership, they do have a lot of autonomy. They make their own decisions. The West try to influence, but they don't run the country. It's different from what people like to say. Oh, NATO or United States is actually puppeting Zelensky, puppeting Ukraine. I personally I just don't think so, because by the actions, you just look at what Ukraine is doing. They constantly doing things that United States wouldn't want, like all these cross-border raids. I don't think United States wants it, because that's against the aim of just destroying both Russian and Ukrainian military. So,
Well,
yeah, these are the small signs that I feel that it's a bit clear to me. Like they still do their own things.
I'm not sure if they do or they don't. I think that they publicly say that they don't, but I mean, if you go on CNN right now, front page of the CNN, there's an article about how Ukraine has created a second front in Russia, and that these attacks are changing things, right? So, to answer your question, why are they attacking these, civilian targets and things? I think in a lot of ways, it's about the media. You gotta continually show that something is happening, because what else are they going to talk about? They're going to talk about the nightly fire shows in Kiev? No.
And two, you can look at how quick they transitioned off of Bakhmut falling into the cross-border raids and the new counteroffensive, and it's like all distraction. Yep. And I know Bradley asked a question. We could take turns on it. Like, do you feel like there's a different tone coming from the West? I mean, I don't know. You could elaborate on that more from like a certain point in time. Do you think the change happened? I mean, you can ask the question, Bradley. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm actually just repeating a super chat question. So a super chat question was, do we sense a certain different tone from the West lately? And I think that you just take the ball and run with it on that. But I think that there is a little bit of discord, I'd say. Maybe you could tell where you have not everybody's super gung-ho, right? Viktor Orban, and you have even the Cy Hirsch piece came out that talked about Poland being reluctant about continuing this war long term because they're being disarmed in the process. So I think that there's a bit of a difference, but I think that the main squad, the Blinken, Biden, Newland, Sullivan, those guys, I think that they're incapable of doing anything other than doubling down at this point. And I feel like, especially for actors like Blinken, his political and Newland, their political futures are tied up in whatever's going on right now. Everybody associates them with Ukraine like they associate Fauci with, COVID. You just see their faces. They were so much on TV talking about this, they were so public about it. So yeah, I don't know. I think that there's a little bit of a shift in tone, but the leadership that actually drives the bus is more united than ever about dragging this out, Maddie, and salvaging what they can.
Maddie. Go ahead, Maddie. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Vaughn. Hey, I want to show you something, Vaughn. I did this. I have a Patriot sweater on, but just for you, I put on something we both can relate to.
Yeah.
The old Pabst Blue Ribbon bar back, baby. Anyway, I think since July, I think in July, they started getting an inkling about which way this was actually shifting. When you started to see the weapon system start to dry up going to them, and they could, and the only thing they could really do is keep promising more to keep them on side. Now we're at the point where the smart ones still think they're going to get away with it. I mean, the dumb ones still think they're going to get away with it. So they do whatever, they think they can do whatever they want because in the end, they won't stand trial for anything. The smart ones, though, they know what BRICS is and what it's for. And it's been there for a while for the reason is because there's going to be a place, because every member of the headlines of BRICS that said it, there will be justice for what has happened. And I think that's what's got Newland and them all worked up right now, coming out there, rah, rah, rah. It's just like they're just trying to convince people they're winning at this point, and they're not. And people are no longer buying this shit.
I'm just going to go real quick, and then I guess whoever wants to go to. I think there's been a change, but my thing is, I noticed it after that supposed hit on the bunker when Zelensky was supposedly killed or injured. It just seems from that point forward, the hype and the wind in their sails has been noticeably down. Even if they sit there and lie to you on their shows and their punditry, it's just not, the feeling and the belief just doesn't seem to be there. Like, they're just going through, like some of these guys are just going through the motions because they got to, but I definitely feel like there's been a huge dose of reality that people have gotten, and it's taken the wind out of their sails. Like, they know how many motherfuckers died in Bakhmut, and they know how many Russians died, and they know how bad that went, and it's just like, it's been fucking, I mean, think about it. There's, the new offensive, then it dies out. The new offensive. I mean, no hype, no pump, nothing like there was 6 months ago. Even with the stupidest, most insane suicidal plan, they would hype and talk it up and be all, braggadocious. And now it's like they talk about it, but you don't really see the oomph anymore in their whole spiel about it. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah, I agree with Vaughn 100%. The only thing I would add to that, it might have been was it the same night? Was the Zelensky attack? I don't think it was, but remember that attack that happened 2-3 weeks back, the one where they hit the ammo dumps, the big uranium ammo dump. We had all the UK missiles, or supposedly. I found that after that, it's like everybody was elated in the West, like the media, the military, and I think that they took stock of what was blown up, and they were just like, what do we have left? So, I agree with you. I think it was sometime around then.
Yeah, it had to be something big. Those are some big hits that they don't ever seem to recover from.
Yep.
At least propaganda-wise.
Yep.
And then think about it, that's when the talk about the F-16s really started too. I think that talk about the F-16s.
Yes, you're right. Yep. You're sure. Yep. Around
it was
the
a way
same
to
time.
double down. It was a way to say that we're losing this, but we're not backing down. We're doubling down. We're looking at this the long game. We are putting in the F-16s, and I think also that some of the weapon systems that we tried didn't work very well. And the F-16 is something that we're confident in. This is one that we know we do well. So if there is a game changer weapon, it has to be this one.
Actually, no, there doesn't have to be a game changer.
Another West.
There's no such thing as a game changer weapon in war.
I agree with you,
There is.
Wayne.
There is nuclear war. Boom.
But the
Yeah, but
Japanese
that's a
put
paradigm
on-
shifter.
put on. The U.S. only had 3 of the things. I'm not saying it would have been a good move. They would have lost anyways, but they could have fought on.
Well,
I don't
Wayne,
know.
you want to take the
Anyway,
wanna take the
what's
question
going
next,
on in
or?
what's going on in Marinka?
Marinka?
Yeah.
God knows.
The Chechens are
Let's
fighting.
start.
They are
Let's start
pushing.
with Vaughn. Let's start with Vaughn.
Well, are we going to finish answering the wait, Boz? Are we going to finish answering the question from Super Chat? about the difference of tone in the West lately. I'd say we should let either Sirkan or Wayne take it next.
Actually, I don't think there's been much of a change in tone, really. And the only change in tone is from a point of, gee, we might give Russia an off-ramp to, okay, forget it. We're not giving Russia an off-ramp. That's the only change in tone I've seen.
No, that was Macron. Macron was the one that said that.
Yeah, there is. If you want to see what's changing, just go to the British newspaper. You're going to see some difference. They're starting saying that Russia is not even using more than 20% of what they got in this war. So
where did they say that?
I think it was The Guardian and London Times.
Yes, actually, it was Rusi. Rusi reported.
Pays attention to the newspapers. They're useless.
Rusi reported, stated, and The Guardian sort of took it over.
The Guardian is 110% behind Ukraine.
So Rusi is a think tank, though, right? So if Rusi is more credible than The Guardian, so
I think that Rusi is probably the most credible because their primary target audience is not the public, but the Ministry of Defense. So their reports are sort of public in-house, sort of in the middle. They recently, the other day, had this report that vast majority of Russian air capacity hasn't yet been committed, which is like obvious, for everybody who is following this rule. We all know it. They just came out with it publicly. That I think they said 90% or something like that haven't yet been committed. And honestly, I cannot imagine any large-scale operations from the Ukrainian side, being conducted in the open terrain in such conditions. Especially now where their field air defense units have been decimated. I mean, they have concentrated everything they had on Kiev, and that's it. Aside from Stingers and other handheld launchers, they have nothing to actually support them in the open terrain. It's going to be a slaughter if they try anything, large scale. And Russians are still holding back, waiting for this large punch to sort of run through. It's going to be sort of like Israelis did the number on Arabs in 1967. I think this is the closest connection we have.
Okay.
I don't think that's quite a good scenario. I would consider it more like the Battle of Cape Matapan, where you have a serious sensor disadvantage on one side, and the side with the sensor advantage basically walks away with the win. And Ukraine has the sensor advantage right now.
Yeah, but Ukraine is losing the war.
No, they aren't.
Anthony Blinken said Ukraine is winning.
Army.
Do you agree with that?
10% of your country is losing? That's losing? Come on. If that's losing, I'd hate to see what winning is.
Wait. 10% of your country.
200,000 dead soldiers is losing, yes.
Well, hold on. Where are you getting that number from? Because I keep on hearing all these different numbers. 200,000 dead Russians, 200,000 dead Ukrainians, 50,000 dead in Bakhmut, 10,000 dead here. But none of those numbers are real.
So you think Ukraine is winning?
Pulling out of their ass right now. We have no idea what's going on, really.
Anthony Blinken said they are winning. So, and basically, you are repeating what he's saying.
I'm pretty sure they're going to because they have a massive sensor advantage. They can see better. That allows them to hit the Russians when the Russians can't see them. The Battle of Cape Matapan, the British wandered a battleship up to within, 3,000 yards range of a bunch of Italian cruisers and blew the hell out of them because they did it at night and the Italians didn't have radar and couldn't see. The Russians are in the same situation. They just do not have the reconnaissance capacity.
So actually, I have a very interesting point, Wayne. I have a counterpoint to you, though. Hold up. So you're discussing this battle where the sensor advantage gave the British a tactical advantage over the Italians, and you want to extrapolate that small conflict to the larger conflict that's happening in Ukraine. But I would say I would point you to another conflict in history, like World War II, right, which wasn't just a battle, and the Germans had a lot of successful battles, a lot for years, but it wasn't enough in the end, because what happened was the Soviet Union had the resources to actually continue the fight in a way that the Germans didn't. And what's happening, I think, is even with a sensor advantage, that might give you a tactical advantage here and there, right? But it's not going to win you the whole war. If the Russians have 5,000 crappy tanks, let's say, right, they're shitty tanks, 5,000 shitty tanks, and you have 0 tanks, right, you're screwed. So, and it doesn't matter if you have an excellent sensor and your binoculars are so good to see 5,000 tanks that are coming for Kiev. At that point in time, if NATO doesn't come in, the bigger, wider experience of World War II shows that the material advantage is a very, very, very big factor in
That's
these
actually how
drawn out
That
conflicts.
was World War II, for God's sakes. So was the Battle of what's the name of that goddamn street? Iron Bottom Sound. They call it.
Wayne, you're missing the point. It's a battle.
When the Japanese.
Wayne, you're missing the point.
Because
you're missing the point, Wayne. I get what you're saying, but I'm saying that's a battle. This is not a battle. This is a war of attrition.
Those battles made a huge difference as to who won the war.
Hey, Wayne, can you explain what you mean exactly by Ukraine having better technology or access to surveillance than the Russians do?
Like in what way?
In what way?
I don't understand as well.
They have a huge number of drones with advanced sensor systems on them. Have you ever heard of a company called webcam?
Just because it's America doesn't mean it's the best. Wayne, just because it's America doesn't mean it's the best.
webcam is Canadian, you idiot.
Just because it's Canadian doesn't mean it's the best either.
Wayne, how many satellites have the Russians put up in space in the last 2 months? Wayne, how many satellites, military satellites, have the Russians put up in 2 months?
What is it, 4 or 5?
3.
Okay,
how many has the U.S. launched? Right? So how the hell do they not have the equipment that I know that you don't know what you're talking about, because they have full spectrum equipment that is out there on the battlefield that has been jamming the drones, that has been taking them down. In 2018, ISW themselves say that the United States and the West are lacking in electronic warfare compared to Russia. They even said it. Nothing changed since then. So I don't understand where you get this from. Where do you get it from?
Because I'm watching all the videos of drones taking out vehicles, of drones spotting vehicles. You can see
that's actually a bad source, man. Because wait,
CNN,
so I have to correct, because whatever you're seeing is because they want to let you see. Everything that we see on the internet is because someone want us to see that. The thing about the Russians is they have absolute operational discipline. The Ukrainians do not have, because the Ukraine, in the sense that because they need some of these footages out for PR purposes, for marketing purposes, because they have to sell to someone to resupply, to encourage the war supporting. The Russians don't need. There's no one that actually funds the Russian war. The Russians fund their own war. Today, actually, someone sent me an article today that shows that I think it is let me see which company is it. Business Insider. So they actually put out an article saying that the Russians are spending surprisingly little on this war in Ukraine. It's only at 3% of their GDP.
I've read that too.
In World War II, according to the article, World War II, they said the Soviet Union spent 60% of its GDP on the war. So the Russians still have a long way to go before they can max out. And then, of course, the article then went on to try to cope about how the Russians needed it for internal politics and whatnot. From my point of view,
unemployment in Russia.
Wait! Don't jump out of it.
We're not changing the subject.
No, so
we're on the ISR.
Now
I'll grant you the point that they may not have as much surveillance available to them as Ukraine in some ways, because they have everything NATO can possibly offer. The difference is Ukraine doesn't have the assets or the resources to put towards all the targets that are probably located for them, so they don't lose. Whereas the Russians, even if they don't detect everything, they have more than enough assets in the theater to deal with those targets, whether it be a glide bomb, a Kinzhal, a cruise missile, an artillery barrage, whatever. Planes. I mean, they have everything available to hit a target if they want. Whereas the Ukrainians, yeah, they might see everything, but they don't have shit. They don't have enough stuff to send there, and you can see it getting worse and worse every day. You just push stuff around somewhere about to me, right? And push back.
Look,
by the way,
I don't even think
no,
they are seeing everything.
as to what they
I just wanted to follow up on Wyatt's point. I read a similar article today. Joseph Borrell, he said something similar, and I don't think he intended to say it, but he said something along the lines of the amount of subsidies that the EU have given to subsidize electricity is like 10 times what Russia has spent on the war. And basically what he was saying is, we need to spend more on the war. It's like, no, you idiot. You just proved your point that it's failing. You're spending 10 times more just on electricity subsidies than Russia's spending on the war. That should tell everybody who's winning the war economically.
Yeah, well, the other thing is,
whatever that guy says, he means it. Trust me.
And by the way, just to use Wayne's logic, he said that he's seen video evidence to prove that the Ukrainian side has better technology when it comes to drones. Today or yesterday, I think the Southern Military District published a video. I don't know if you guys saw it, with these soldiers standing in front of a warehouse full of nothing but drones behind them. And they claim that they have 20,000 of them just for the Southern Military District. So there's a possibility, and I suspected this from the beginning, that the Russians may actually have way more drones than they can train operators.
Yeah.
That's 100% for sure, because they actually go into mass production of drones, and not to mention the biggest drone manufacturer is the Chinese, and the Chinese is largely standing on the Russian side. The Ukrainians is having more trouble buying the drones. They have to develop with the European side their own drones and everything, because buying the commercial drones is actually quite problematic for them as well. It's not so easy. Oops,
Maddie.
Malcolm, you need to turn off your audio, Malcolm. So I want to go back to the issue. Wait, Malcolm, you need to turn off your audio. Your speaker is on, I think, or something, because we can hear the feedback.
Your speaker.
Yeah, or you have to wear a earphone. No earphone is very hard. So I want to go back to the point where you cannot base it on the footages that you see online. That is a no-no, because the Russian military themselves do not post videos except through the main channel, their main official channels. Everything that we see from the Russian side is from the Chechens, from the Wagner group, from the volunteers group, from the militias. Usually it doesn't come from the Russian military. That is why, right, the entire Kupiansk front, Kupiansk-Svetove, we have no information, because the Russians don't give out information, because there is no volunteers there, there's no Wagner forces there, there's no militias there. The information is always coming from the Donbas militias and everything. And another thing is that I don't see the point how you come to the conclusion that the Ukrainians see everything. Every time the Ukrainians send out their drone strikes, especially in the Black Sea, they need the NATO drones to surveillance and whatever drones to be in the air to support the operation. If not, then these drones, all these are suicide surface drones or even area drones, they cannot reach their targets. Every time the Russians see unusual NATO drone activities, they know that a drone strike is coming. It's just it's just too obvious to them. So within the battlefield itself, like let's say you have the sensor advantage. I don't see the sensor advantage in the Belgorod raid. I don't see the sensor advantage in Bakhmut. The sensor advantage is not there, because the Russians also have the same sensor capabilities. I don't see what are the things that is clearly Ukrainians is better at. Maybe you say that maybe night vision, they don't have so much night vision because the Russians were using older Soviet tanks. Yeah, that could be true, but that is no longer the case now. Most of the tanks now operating on the Russian side, even BMPs, they all have infrareds. In fact, if you look at a lot of the footages coming from the Russian side, many of them is just infrared. Even the Belgorod strike, that's infrared. The drone itself is infrared. So, yeah, that's my point. Mehdi.
I just wanted to say I thought that was a very good point, but also we got to look at scale of what the Russians can do versus the Ukrainians and what they can launch at any given time. We at least know they can produce at least 300 missiles at least from month to month, or excuse me, from strike to strike. And in a way, that capability seems to be growing because they can keep on rolling it in. And there's nothing stopping them. And also, like, when you talk about, they have a surveillance system that can cover all the way through Europe. Russia does. That's just their homeland system. You got to remember, they're fighting right next door. They have so many layers of ability to see the air and control it. As well as if you went and looked at what they actually can bring into the field for surveillance itself, there is no way that the Ukrainians are even matching it because nobody out there really has the same technology in the quantity the Russians have. So from right there, I think you're wrong. But, I just, it just boggles my mind sometimes that people, we look at it, but scale gets left out of it. There's a whole different proportion between what the Russians can do to the Ukrainians and Ukrainians can do back, period. And that's where we're at right now.
Milkor has been waiting to speak.
Sorry, I have to drop out. I have a dog that has just told me that he is starving to death.
Right. It was a pleasure.
We got to take care of the doggy.
Yeah, take care of him.
Take it easy, Wayne.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I was just going to say is that the U.S. is funding Ukraine to buy Maxar images. Like, Russia doesn't have to do that. Russia has its own spy satellites. They have their own satellites that can see at half-meter resolution. So they don't need that. Where the Americans are obviously not giving the Ukrainians access to their satellites. So all these troop buildups and stuff like the Russians are going to be able to see them. Like, they know where they are. Like, they have thermal cameras. They're going to be able to see in the woods where they're getting their tanks together. And as soon as the Ukrainians decide to go, they're just going to hit them. So that's my opinion on it. Like, this sensor advantage that Liam is talking about, like, it's not the Soviet military that they're fighting. It's a modern Russian military with brand new T-90Ms that'll all have the best stuff that they can either to buy or develop to put in there. So
yeah,
I don't know where he sees a sensor advantage at all.
Yeah, my only point was there might be some better NATO platforms, like in the air, like the Rivet Joint and the J-Stars type stuff. But I mean, they don't have enough stuff to respond to whatever they see anyway, so it's kind of pointless. Like, they can see everything, big deal. You can't do shit about it. Or you have to pick and choose which ones you're going to do because you only have so many, bombs available that day. I mean, that's the only thing I would say is maybe they can see better. But like I said, it doesn't really matter if you don't have any way of dealing with it. It's like, oh, you can see what's coming, but you can sit there and watch it.
We should let these two go.
Concerning the drones, to quote Russia again, a few weeks ago, I think 10-15 days ago, they came with another report in which they said that according to their own data, Ukrainians has been losing 10,000 drones a month, each month. Now, obviously, not all of those drones are proper combat drones. Most of them are probably just commercial drones adapted for military usage, but still 10,000, it's huge. I mean,
that's 300. That's 300 a day.
Yes, yeah, it's huge. And what White has been saying is that I think he's actually correct. I think that Russians have more of a problem training drone operators than actually producing the drones. A few days ago, I've seen sort of a how to put it, proclamation, for asking for volunteers to come forward in Russian army, and they were specifically asking for drone operators. Now, they were asking a whole bunch of things, as sort of a prerequisite for actual drone operators. They're like, it's like if you're in the IT industry and you require, I don't know, this long, curriculum, in order to get a job. And on the other side, Ukrainians are just, recruiting everybody. Every kid who knows how to handle, a gamepad is actually, okay, good to go. Well, Russians are, they're being bureaucratic. They're being, like inert in an old way, and like it's obvious that they have 10,000 drones and one sitting in one warehouse. They don't have enough operators because of this bureaucratic inertia. Yeah.
I saw that on Sky News. I saw that on Sky News. Some kids
let him go.
Operating drones.
Let Makid.
Yeah,
No, he's done. Oh.
So the other thing I noticed is there's a lot of credit given to electronic surveillance and very little given to human intelligence. I believe that most of these strikes, like in Kamenlitsky and all that, I don't think that was necessarily satellites or drones. I think both countries have a lot of operators inside. And one thing also people forget is that most of these operators are not always working. They'll lay low for a very long time. And then when they're needed, they'll be activated. But most of the credit is being given to, by most people, is to electronic surveillance. But I think there's a whole lot of human intelligence. Remember, I've seen people literally cheering when the drones and the missiles hit Kiev, like on camera, like they're cheering. I'm like, what's going on? So it's a little bit complicated on the battlefield there.
Good point.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the drone discussion, and it just clicked to me. Did you guys read the article the other day about the Russians investing in Chinese software development?
No.
Oh yeah, it was in either Sputnik or RT, one of these news sites. But they were talking about how the Russian gaming development companies were expanding into China. And the way the article was written seemed to suggest that this also Russian government funding. And I thought to myself at the time, why are they getting involved in this? But now it's a bit more clear. Like because as we just said, the best drone operators seem to be video gamers, or so the evidence suggests. So maybe this is their way to build that kind of gaming culture, gaming platform that can help in the long run. Maybe, just a thought that popped in my head.
I just wanted to follow up on the human intelligence thing real quick. We've talked about it before. I mean, they've got to have just an incredible human intelligence network on the ground in Ukraine, because how can you tell a Russian from a Ukrainian? It's not like, me going to Africa and trying to be a spy, like, oh, who's the spy? I wonder, I mean, it's very, and then on top of that, think of all the pensioners and the old Soviet guys. I mean, like you were saying, I mean, it could just be some old guy they gave a satellite phone to a couple of years ago, and hey, if something ever happens and we call you, let us know what's going on. It might just be some old guy who lives in an apartment by the train station, or maybe he's a conductor or something. He's like, yeah, at 6 o'clock, there's going to be a trainload of tanks coming through.
Sometimes it's actually kids, like 50-year-old kids on bikes.
They could calculate when it's going to arrive at the next destination, and right when it lands, the missiles are inbound already. I mean, that's one thing I think another that was overlooked, that people don't really realize how many potential allies the Russians have. And not including people who accidentally film stuff and verify strikes, but just all the random people. Because I mean, think about it, you got people scattered all through the Donbass on both sides. I'm sure there's still people laying low that speak Russian are down with Russia in the West. So there's literally no way anything can go. I mean, they can hide it for a while, but eventually it's crossing paths with somebody who's going to rat it out.
I want to go after Maddie. Maddie, go.
Go on, Maddie.
Give me a second. I have to press the button. I'm an old man. You know, I will knock the camera over or something.
You know, oh, you just
Anyway, you know, I'm glad you're. You know, I watch and I like Andre Martinov, and he brought up something that a lot of people, you know, kind of just don't know about, is that the Russians and the Chinese have been working together with aviation for their own commercial aviation purposes. And the way they did it was that they would only go to a certain point with each other, only when each side was getting knowledge back and forth. Once it started to get into like the higher tier military stuff, it started to stop. Russia said, well, I think at this point we should end it. China said, all right. See, they have a better relationship, I think, than a lot of people in the West understand. And it's been that way for a while. Because I think it's more the West wants them at each other's throats so much, is that they see everything that maybe little small or something that comes apart as something that was a negative thing. And it's not necessarily, it's just the agreements they have signed together. So, you know, it's really weird because Braun, you know, bringing that up, it actually does. I mean, you know, they've had advancements in their technology. I mean, you know, people saying that their own weapon systems, the really serious ones, are all their own chips. They don't allow it for anything else. They have their own GPS navigation system. They had it for years. They're completely independent from the.
Maddie, something's up with your audio. But okay, what I was gonna do is I wanted to hop on the point that was being made about human intelligence to add that there's the human intelligence sometimes includes like 15-year-old kids on bikes that just are on Twitter or rather on Telegram. And I think that this is one thing that the Ukrainians do better than the Russians is they have a stronger Telegram game going on, and they have more of these kids, pensioners, and things like that, people that can reach out. And that one of the things that the Ukrainians do if they like stop you, right, to see if you're pro-Russian, is they check which Telegram channels you follow. So that's a really big deal there to see which ones you do actually follow. And then other than that, I'd say the biggest issue I had with Wayne's point is sort of what's already being said, is that number one, okay, even if you have excellent sensors and a lot of intelligence data about how to use them, and then you have a lot of people sitting somewhere in Langley or something like that are combing through all the sensor data that there is, and you have a lot of that work farmed out to the people in the West, you still need an artillery shell to hit the damn thing at the end of the day. And you need to make a lot of artillery shells. The United States is now making an unprecedented number of artillery shells. We're making more than we have since World War II. It's about 33,000 a month. That's not even close to what the Russians are doing. The Russians are doing like over 100,000 shells a month. That's the estimate. Obviously, nobody knows. So I think that at the end of the day, you're just going to have really fancy binoculars to see your doom, to some extent. That's my point.
I saw some reportage on Sky News the other week about some kids. They look under 18. You know, they are operating the drones. The killer drones, you know, these people are killing people. They are too young to be involved in this kind of thing. And the thing is, no one in the West cares about that. These people's gonna be fucked up by the time they turn 25. That's wrong.
They're just drunk on fuck Russia. That's what it is. They're drunk on fuck Russia.
Yeah.
Like, They
I mean,
might maybe they like Ukraine, but they hate Russia more.
Their hands on to fucking try to kill Russians. They don't care. I mean, you're exactly right. I didn't even think about that, but you know, those kids will be dropping grenades on dudes. They'll be flying a switchblade into something.
That's for something.
I mean,
for someone. That's for someone who is over 20. You don't wanna use kids to kill people. Come on, doesn't matter.
Hey, but it might make a
Russia or
great
not.
militarized society for a long-term insurgency against the Russians, which
These
I think
people
that
one
we
day
still
gonna turn to their own people. You know, when they don't get what we're promised. At the
It's
moment,
obvious that we don't care that we're screwing up Europe. I mean, we're flooding them with weapons that are showing up in all kinds of places.
Like
with
Mexico.
very little accountability. We don't care.
It's kind of hyperbolic, but it's kind of funny they want to bitch about Coney and his child soldiers, but you know, Ukraine wants to use kids on the front lines or kids to fly drones that are going to bomb people or correct artillery, and that's fine. Because I guess it's not as personal as like using an AK point blank or chopping someone's hand off with a machete. But I mean, that's another thing that's kind of bullshit. You know, this guy uses kids. Oh, it's the end of the world. This guy uses kids. It's fine.
Yeah, it's just hush hush. That's it.
when I was
Nobody talks about
17, all I want to do is go to rave parties, not killing people. Come on.
Yeah. But I think that you run the risk of having like this super militarized, super effed up society of people that have a chip on their shoulder and an axe to grind against Russia even more so than before, and that maybe that'll permanently sway Ukraine or what's left of it after this conflict out of the Russian sphere of influence in some way. And you can see a lot of this too, where there's a lot of English run Russian language Telegram channels and YouTube channels that really try hard to shit on the Ukrainians, to kind of incite that kind of hatred, you know, that divide the people more greatly, to be like, look at these holes, you know, getting shot, like hilarious, you know, when really most of the reactions are like, it's tragic, you know, this is your neighbors dying, these are the same people as you. So I think that we're hoping to do that. We're hoping to create effed up generation of effed up people that want to not do nothing but fight and kill Russians. Yeah, hell yeah, that sounds.
Remember what when the media here in the West were saying that the Taliban are using kids for suicide attacks on Western troops, and everyone will say that was wrong. That's the same thing they're doing at the moment. And the thing is, now the media is in the side of these kids. This is fucked up. This is something we need to talk about.
It is tremendous to see how quickly the media has just completely lost whatever morals and ethics they had remaining. Like 20 years ago, something like this never would have, passed the sniff test. And nowadays, we're completely complete. And history is going to judge us. And it's going to judge us unfavorably. And our media is not here for us. And I just think it's absolutely tremendous what I've seen in my lifetime. Tremendous in a bad way.
I have a question for you guys, actually. So before this conflict began, there was a lot of like people on Reddit and all these places, people who love military stuff, right? And these guys do all these comparisons of weapons, what is better, which one is better than the other. Most of it is nonsense, obviously. But the other part of it I figured out is, the other thing I noticed is there was, and also this love of special forces, right? So people believing that you can take 6 people and they can destroy the whole of Russia and whatnot. Now, after the war started, obviously, we have come to learn a lot. Like, war is not like it ever was. The way we thought things worked is not how it actually works. It's very different. Now, what I wanted to ask is, do you think most of these guys have learned? Like, I'm talking about all these online people who are fetishizing for war, and a country pisses off your country, like, oh, let's go bomb them. Do you think this war has taught them to look at things differently?
No.
I think so.
Most of them are game players. So
sorry, I think it depends. Like, you got to separate out the, for example, the American government or the Canadian government versus, the American people or the Canadian people. Like, overwhelming majority of Canadians or Americans or Brits, they don't want war with anybody. But will it change our government's mentality? Probably not.
They will never get involved in this war, but they will pay for it.
Boss, maybe wait when somebody has a finger up, just let them go.
Okay. Okay, sorry, go on, man.
I can't compete with your shirt, so all this little man has is a finger now. So anyway, I thought that was a great question, because I think Americans as a whole got used to, like, coin, counterinsurgency operations, and that is how war would be. So what happened was, back in the 90s, the American military started to change, and it went to lighter systems that were more deployable. Well, it's hard to deploy a heavy armored unit that is going to has to go fight in Europe. It's just the whole concept of war, which we used to know about. I mean, I trained for war in Europe, but it seems the leadership now and people like that, they totally forgot about that whole theater. They've never really trained for it in the same way we used to back then. So they don't really have the concept of what you would actually be seeing in front of you and having to deal with. Because let me point something out to you. We often laugh at the Russians and say the only reason they beat the Germans was because they were able to bring more tanks forward and kill the tanks. Right? Generally agreed. Guess what? How do you think we did it on the Western Front with Shermans that were outmatched by the same freaking systems? We did the same things, just sometimes not doctrinally exactly the same, but it was the same freaking concept. Is that
nine Shermans for one tiger?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that.
See, and that was the whole thing, is that we've always said, well, oh, look, they have all these men and stuff, and they just went and ran over the Germans eventually. No, it didn't. They planned to be outmatch their enemy in certain areas. That took a time between 1941, when Barbarossa started, to about 1942. That army was basically rebuilding itself and relearning how to fight in modern warfare. They turned it around once Uranus dropped, and people don't understand that. Usually, the first couple offensives that the Russians were given operationally to do, they were given less than a week to plan for. It wasn't until they actually had time, because they got space from the Germans, because they got some momentum and initiative back, that they actually had time to sit down and plan Bagration, which basically blew through Ukraine and out. And that's a whole different concept of warfare. You can't win with special forces alone. There's a reason why huge armored units exist. Is that eventually, if you're going to win on today's modern battlefield, you got to cross open country. And and we see what happens when you're crossing against open country, against a country that took artillery seriously far more than the United States did. Because I was watching this think tank show. It was less than 2 months ago. They were going, I don't understand their fascination with artillery. Literally said this. We're in the middle of the war. And this guy doesn't really get the concept of why Russia is a little bit artillery heavy compared to Western standards. And that's the point, is that we look at everything through Western eyes. They have a totally different doctrine that operates in a different way. And we need to remember that, because the goals, the strategies, the operational planning, the tactics, and how they're selected are totally different. That's my spiel.
I think, lower level officers and guys will learn lessons, but the guys calling the shots are political. And even if the guys learn the lessons and say, hey, look, I'm going to need 100,000 shells for this operation and this amount of, whatever, these generals are going to think they know better. Or, I went to the Army War College, in 76, and I know everything. And I mean, that's the problem. The lower guys, they can probably see what's going on, the ones that are smart enough to figure it out and, plan accordingly. But then they have to rely on these assholes like Milley and Austin to actually supply them with the shit they would need to fight properly. And that's where the rub's going to be. You can have good equipment and decent troops, but if you got horrible fucks like that in charge, I mean, would you want to be in an army with those guys calling the shots? Hey, go fight Russia and Ukraine. You might as well just go over there and surrender and not die for fucking Biden. Because, I mean, you can't trust these guys. Their whole political careers are dotted with times they've abandoned the military, left the military high and dry, made horrible military decisions. And now these guys are going to be the big shot callers on the big European war. You might as well just run off to Canada and take the AWOL charge. At least you'll be alive.
Just to follow up on Mehdi's point there, I think in a lot of ways, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, in a lot of ways it was just, I'll call it NATO hubris, that they felt that, the wars of the future, they would be able to define the battlefield. So they didn't think that there'd be a ground war, not an artillery war. They thought any future conflicts that they'd have, they'd just be able to fly in with air superiority and blow up everything. That was the MO in Iraq and so on and so forth. So I think that in a lot of ways, have they learned anything? I think they've learned that, a ground war with a big power, you're going to need artillery or some way to defeat it. But I think in a lot of ways, they still might be kind of confused right now. I think that, when you're looking at, what has it been, 70 years worth of military doctrine is kind of being thrown out the window now. In a lot of ways, I think people are doing a lot of scrambling.
I saw this guy. It was a video from back in the day. I think the guy had come from like the French Foreign Legion or something, and he had come straight from Reddit. I mean, this dude had come straight from Reddit and gone into Ukraine, and he made a very interesting comment. He said, "Oh my God, they're throwing at us an ungodly amount of artillery," and he kept on saying, "It can't continue like this. They can't afford to do this every single time." So, in his belief, he thought that somehow the artillery has to end because they can't fire this much. And so that whole idea of industrial warfare is just fascinating, that they can keep just pumping out shells like this. It's crazy.
Well, the thing is, it's stupid. The West basically started an industrial and commodity war, but they have no intention of building their industry or developing their commodities. It's like Russia and China are already built towards that. You're talking about doing it. They're already in the process. You're still talking about it. And I guess they think we're going to have a commodity war with like Saudi Arabia and Russia, but we're going to use someone else's oil and someone else's fucking grain. You know what I mean? If you want to have a fucking commodity war, then have it. We got plenty of shit. We could do damn good in that. But, these dumb fuckers, let's start a fucking war 6 months before we're ready.
It's too late for that.
I mean, like I said, it's always with these guys, always horrible decisions, horrible tactics, no long-term strategic vision. It's all score me some points for this election. Who gives a fuck if the Middle East is ruined for the next fucking 50 years? I think it's killed Soleimani, so I get reelected.
I think it's more than that. I think that wait, Bond. I think it's more than that. It's not just that the short-term political game. I think that the short-term political game is a part of the picture, but there's also a long-term political geopolitical strategy, and we can see that by how it doesn't matter who's in power. You know, the geopolitics don't really change that much. I think that after the Cold War, what we did is we really wrote the Russians off. And I remember how like universities stopped offering courses in Russian and all this kind of stuff. I think we reoriented and we doubled down on what we thought worked for us. We chose stealth, and even in World War II, kind of that was the way that we did it with airplanes, right? How we won the Battle of the Bulge. So I think that that really stuck in people's minds. And then so we went with the stealth and censor route and things that worked really well against Iraq. Iraq 1 actually ended up doing us a lot of harm. We came away with a lot of the wrong conclusions, as demonstrated by Iraq 2. And then we wrote off the Russians. And the plan was for China to probably just co-opt it or to choke it off economically eventually if they couldn't. But now they find themselves in a war in Europe that we didn't I don't think we expected it to go like this at all. You know, I think that the fact that the fact that we were not expecting this voracious tempo of equipment being eaten up by the war, by modern conflict, is demonstrated by the way that the war is going. Maddie had his finger up.
The old man and his finger. I'm sorry, I can't feel the tips of my fingers, so sometimes I'm sitting there like this, and you see that, and I'm not pressing hard enough, apparently. You know, the commodity warfare, you know, that started drifting off in the 90s about the same time, too, because I think one thing that people, let's think about this: to be able to run a production type economy, you need power. You know, you need lots of power. And that's the thing, is that in the United States, we're on this kick for this green EU, do all this stuff. You know, let me ask you this. Why do you think they're trying to get rid of farm animals? Because they want to put fucking solar panels everywhere. They want to turn them into solar farms because they know they cannot generate the amount of power they need to just deal industrially with what China and Russia can do with oil. And as long as the oil is out there and it's fueling their industries, the West is going to try to kill it because it proves that how inefficient it is at this moment in time. So it makes me wonder, does it go all the way back? But the problem is that, you know, we can think we can go toe to toe with the Russians in industrial warfare, but most of the shit that we get starts off in China as our castings. All they need to do is shut down their foundries, and then we have to outsource or rebuild our own, because once you shut down some of these foundries, they have to be completely rebuilt because they can't melt inside. The other thing about that is that they can only be run at night because they require so much power. They generate blackouts in major cities. So, you know, we should get away from that. I'm done. I'm preaching. Thank you.
Europe needs energy, cheap energy, to be industrial. But where these energies come from?
Let's see Argo, then I'll go, I guess. For sure, though. Stefan.
Yeah, thanks. The whole point of moving towards high precision weapons was directly in inverse proportion to the industrialization of the United States. It began in 1960s. So, like there's an inverse diagram you could make from that. And there's this long-standing idealization of silver bullet solutions in West. Like that doesn't really exist. You know, you cannot make like a silver bullet solution, especially in continental warfare, which is huge in its scale. You know, maybe you can do it in like a small scale conflict. You know, we can the way the Iraqis in 1991 were like blinded by stealth aircraft or something like that. You cannot do it continually on a large scale. It doesn't work that way. And for example, there's the Russians have this. It's not so much of technological regression. It's sort of a legacy chronic legacy going back to the 19th, 18th century, even inertia, and so they work on a different level, while the Western powers developed by developing industrial military complex. In Russia, it didn't work that way, and sometimes it cost them dearly. Other times, it sort of prevailed. For example, there's this famous quote from Suvorov, which was famous general, Russian general from the Napoleonic Wars. He said that bullet is it's translated like a bullet is a fool, but the bayonet is a real thing. And of course, in the Napoleonic Wars, it was musket fire was hugely imprecise, and you'd have to train intensely to hit anything above 100 meters, which was not really convenient for large-scale standing armies. But bayonets were like you don't really need that much training. You need psychological training to use it, not technical ones. And in the context of Napoleonic wars, it actually worked. Napoleon got beaten by the sheer mass of the forces, not by the technical superiority of Allied forces. So this is continental warfare at its finest. And also, this is something which Western powers do not understand, because they're sort of always fighting this cycle of imperial policing warfare, which is completely different thing than continental warfare. It's completely the logic behind it is completely different. So this French guy you mentioned, this sort of they don't get it, how it works. Also, I want to say that it's not just for the Russians; it also works for Ukrainians too, because huge amount of hardware that Ukrainians used and are still using today are leftovers from the Soviet production. When you see T-64s, they are not brand new T-64s. You don't see too much oplots, like the brand new productions. All this hardware is all legacy from the Soviet era. D-20, D-30 howitzers, like all of 80% of all their hardware is left over from this huge output that Soviet Union produced. There's very little of the new stuff involved, and this is
the AK-47.
Sorry,
I say even down to even the AK-47. I want to go after Vaughn. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yes. Okay, Vaughn, go after it.
Oh, I was just gonna say.
Vaughn.
I mean, like if the U.S. wanted to cut the cost of their production, especially some of their high-end stuff like the weapons and stuff. I mean, why aren't we building the nuclear power plants to support the industrialization? There's all kinds of stuff we could do that would help, but it's all talk right now. It's like, oh, we're going to start building more shells. We're going to start building more factories. We're going to start increasing production. They don't even have the stuff expanded to do it. They don't have the workforce to do it. They haven't even secured the power to do it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, go build 50 fucking power plants across the United States and then tell everybody in the fucking world, come here and build your shit for dirt cheap. Sell oil for $20 a fucking barrel. Sell wood for cheap. Sell steel for cheap. I mean, we're rich as fuck. We can take the hit. If you want to cut, you think Russia's a rival, or China or Iran will cut their fucking balls off. Sell fucking oil for $20 a barrel. Russia can't buy more T-90s. Iran can't do nothing. You can get China over the barrel with, here's your choice. You can buy $50 Russian oil, or you can buy $10 American oil. What do you think the Chinese are going to do? They're going to buy $10 barrel oil for cheap from their new American friends. But, is there anybody in America thinking like that? No, let's just go have these stupid little wars that don't get nothing. One guy gets rich like Dick Cheney. Nothing gets improved or anything. I'm just saying, I mean, they start these fucking wars and these contested like commodities, and they have no infrastructure behind them to support it. They're, like I've said before, the United States military has been living off the fucking Cold War stockpile since 1991. I mean, yeah, we've added new shit to the inventory and we've built new stuff, but flat out, we've been living off them stockpiles, period. And it's coming home to bite us in the ass, big time.
Yeah, so jumping on the points that Serkan and Vaughn were talking about the deindustrialization, it actually was a super chat question as well. Industry not prepared because of trust and sanctions, which is a good point. They probably overestimated their actual financial leverage with what they could actually do. Because remember, at the beginning of this whole thing, when they froze Russia's euros and dollars, their foreign currency reserves, they literally froze half of Russia's foreign currency reserves. And then the sanctions from hell, right? Russia is the most sanctioned country.
Can I just throw in something real quick? I mean, that's one thing people in the West need to see. I mean, it's completely anecdotal, but Dan literally pays pennies on the dollar for the exact same fucking amenities you're paying hundreds of dollars for a month in the United States or in the West. It's fucking bullshit. He's paying pennies for clean water, pennies for food, pennies for housing, pennies for energy, pennies for travel. It's you know, if that doesn't slap you in the face like a big giant penis, the sanctions don't work, didn't work, and never going to work. I don't know what else will. Because I mean, that's completely anecdotal, but you can't deny it. I mean, the dude's paying pennies on the dollar for the same shit I get raped for.
Which actually, Vaughn, which is actually the reason why your point about the T90s in China buying cheap oil. That, you know, let's say we pull late 1980s on the Soviet Union and we undermine the price of the barrel of oil to the point where it's not sustainable for them. It's not going to actually it's not going to impact their ability to build a T90 or a Su-35. You know, it's going to impact their ability to do other stuff, you know, but you're still going to be able to extract the steel out of the ground and mold it and make the tank and make the shells. Like, you can, even if the sanctions were working,
you can reduce the amount they can do it. You can also make it harder just by causing other problems. Like you said, if their money flow is getting cut, then it's going to cause problems somewhere, and that's the whole point of it. I mean, if you're trying to cause problems without starting a war.
But the problem that it will cause won't be a decrease in artillery capability, you know, like they're going to have that and they're going to have gas. But anyway, to kind of get to my point, I think that Western powers went with precision, which is kind of what Sircon was talking about. We went with precision in search of like the silver bullet solution. And that I think that during the later stages of the Cold War, the latter stages, we had this huge silicon advantage, right? We had tremendous processor advantage where we could have more precise weapon systems. And so it gave us a certain type of advantage where you didn't have to have so many bombs because your bombs could be more accurate. That's the theory anyway. But at the same time, now when we need more artillery shells, right? We can't mobilize like World War II again. You can't make Tomahawks at a bicycle factory. And on top of that, you shipped all your bicycle factories out to China anyway. So screwed. Yeah. So I think that's a big point. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Mehdi.
I wanted to first I want to acknowledge in chat LG Focus and War Eagle. They say that we're like their guilty pleasures. So, you know, if they think us stooges are guilty pleasures, I want to apologize for the lives they must lead because I'm an idiot. Anyway, you know what was just said. Vaughn hit it. It's price product parity. How much do you get of one thing compared to the price it actually costs? So how much tank does the US get compared to a Russian for a ruble? You know, like Dan said, it's pennies on the dollar there. We think throwing money just because we can throw tons of money at something that it solves the problem, but it doesn't. Vaughn's right. We pay out the ass for things that they can buy in Russia for cents on the dollar, like power, you know, things like that.
I mean, you could extrapolate it like Mehdi just said. If he's paying pennies on the dollar for a can of soup, he's paying pennies on the dollar for a T90. I mean, they literally are getting 1,000 times more bang for their fucking buck than we are, literally. And people are going to say here, oh, the sanctions are working. Oh, the sanctions are working. People in the West really need to figure out how fucked they're getting. You know, like I said, it's pretty insulting that the country we're supposed to be fighting, the evil empire, you know, Russia, you know, and we've done all this shit, and they're literally living the high life, and I'm getting fucked. Not that I want them to get fucked either, but I'm just saying it's like everything they say and promise, not even 1 ounce close to reality.
Shadowy than
I'll
Macchiati.
go for you.
Shadowy than Macchiati.
I think, excuse me, those.
Okay,
think the main thing here is about what type of company is building the product. Okay, and to answer the chat, yes, you can sell frac oil for $20 if you decided to lose money, and only a state company could do that. If Gazprom decide to sell their oil to the people for only $1 by the $1, they can do it because they are a state company and they don't care about winning or losing money. That's why they are so strong. Their strategic asset is in the state company. And in the United States, since you have to pay a lot of money for the grid of the shareholder, you are basically fucked with if you try to compete on the economical side of the product. So yes, your Abrams tank are always going to be very expensive. And yes, the TAT is going to be very cheap. Because for one part you have the shareholders, and the other part you just have the government. Macedi, if you want?
Yes. So I wanted to say that I think the issue of sanctions is literally at the center of this conflict. There's actually a possibility that this conflict was started to actually apply those sanctions. But, all these things I believe are done for very many reasons. But I think sanctions were primary. And I also think sanctions were one of the reasons why the Russians didn't go into Ukraine in 2015. And what do you call it? And the Russians were quite terrified of sanctions. So sanctions, I think, are more important before they're applied as opposed to after they've been applied. Because Russians did everything they could to basically avoid this conflict. And I think partly it was because of the sanctions. But when they were applied, everybody was like, oh, wait a minute. We are kind of surviving this. Mainly because I think economics is, it's not a science. People believe that they know how things work, or they know how a society or country is supposed to be run. But we are all making guesses from things that happened in the past.
The thing is,
someone was talking about industrialization, and I think we have to realize that industrialization in Europe was just possible by the fact that they secured markets and they secured supply lines, obliging many parts, splitting the world in several parts for each of the big parties in the which was France mostly, England, France mostly, a bit of Portugal, a bit of Spain, which were already being put it out and in order not to be able to industrialize. And then we had Germany, which was very, very keen on getting some part of it. They wake up a bit later. And then we had the First World War, which actually was that, to take Germany out of the equation. So what we realize is that the industrialization, in a way, is a way of putting their competition away. We think always about capitalism as a free competition, but that's not the case. It's not. It looks like in internal markets sometimes they speak about free competition, but it's not what's happening globally. What's happening globally are blocks being closed down in order for others not to come in. And the problem about the commodities wars that Van started talking about, it's actually the fact that suddenly you don't have your supply lines secured anymore. You don't have the monopoly on them. That means that each country started to choose the partner they are using to. And the biggest problem, if we read the political discourse around the 2019, 2020, during the pandemic especially, was their real fear that China, it's not that China would take them over, but worse than that is that Africa, especially the Africans, prefer to work with China or Russia or even small other partners instead of the West, even if the West had better deals to offer. And that's when they got really crazy about.
The West never had a better deal.
Yeah. And then Makati said something amazing, which is very good. They got scared and they started planning a system of sanctions. or economical taxes to split the world, to be sure that because they consider themselves the best, that the ones that want to play with the Westerns won't be playing with the other ones. So it's like you have a choice. You have to play with us or we'll cut you out and you will suffer and you have all these types of problems. And this is what we're seeing. And McCarthy is very good. I had this feeling from the Green Deal. They are going to prepare to split the world into blocks and make China into such a small block that they will not be a competitor anymore. Yeah.
I think Voz wanted to speak. Mehdi.
Well, what I wanted to say is that, Vaughn brought up a good point, is that we have the resources here to be competitive with any country everywhere, anywhere. There are going to be countries that have more one resource than we have, but we have enough where we can be in every market. The thing is that we don't want to compete in the free market. We want to control the free market because we want the best, whatever is best advantage for us. That's why we got 800 military bases out there, for frickin's sake. Why we're shipping oil from Syria back to the United States. We could compete, but we choose not to. And that pisses me off as an American because supposedly this is the land of the free and capitalist free market.
Why go in competition when you can control them?
And see, that's my whole point. I mean, imagine if the United States government decided to nationalize just the energy industry.
Communism,
the whole fucking world would shit their pants because then we could play the same game as Gazprom could. That's what I'm saying. If the United States was serious, you nationalize this stuff, and then you just sell it at whatever price you have to sell it to get in the market. And like Betty said, we want to control everything. Well, we control everything by flooding the market, taking over the markets, and making sure that we're the only ones you buy shit from because we're so cheap.
I think we can't do that anymore. Is what I'm saying. Though I think that we no longer have the ability to pull that off like we did before.
Oh yeah, I mean you'd have to have massive political change and.
Well, not just that. Okay, so think about this. After World War II, everything is bombed, right? The industry everywhere is destroyed, and that gave us a tremendous advantage, right? And the Soviet Union was never even close to economically as powerful as the United States was throughout the Cold War. And that's part of the reason, because so much of the Soviet Union was destroyed during World War II, and so much of the Cold War was spent building all that stuff back up. While I think this was Stalin's quote, he's like, we have to try to build our house back up with one arm while also reloading our gun with the other arm, because these capitalists, these are communists. Capitalists are after our goods, after our stuff.
It paid off. Look at Russia now.
I mean, you could say that sort of, but okay. So, during the Cold War, there was that huge advantage that the West got with the chips and everything like that, right? And the Soviet Union really fell off and was really technologically backward in a lot of ways. But now we can see that you can have just some of those systems have that incredible precision, and you just need a little bit of that technology, and you don't need the best of the chips, and you don't need the best of the optics. They're still running around using infrared sights. Imagine if the West was putting infrared on new equipment, that somebody would lose their shit. They'd be like, what? Infrared, that's so backwards, and it has so many problems. But you know what is good enough, and it works for that. And all that super tech stuff, you don't really need that much. You need some. It helps to have GPS, right? You need some, but it helps to see at night, but you don't need, there's just a level of fall off where you don't need so much anymore. And they have enough, but what you still do need is you still need the quantity. You still need the artillery shells. You still need the gun that keeps firing the artillery shells, and you don't have to replace the barrel after 5,000 shots, because you need that thing to keep firing again and again and again in all kinds of different weather. So the Russians still have that backbone, that base, that technology, and just the
well, I mean like one
industry.
thing too, like if you think about, like, I think Mehdi started out on the M60A3 tank. The tank he started out on isn't even in service, and it can't be refurbished or nothing. The exact same tank the Russians built that he was going to fight against in the M16, they still have operational. They can pull them out and refurb them real quick, and though they may not be as strong as a T90 or a T80, but I would say if you upgraded a 64 or 2 or a 73, it's probably as good as a late end M60 as far as the thermals and the sight and the fire control.
It's probably good enough.
I mean, Mehdi's the tank Mehdi was fighting on is gone. They still have all new ones plus the ones he was going to fight. I mean, that's another thing people don't. They don't run out. How are they going to run out of shit? I mean, they've obviously been preparing for a long time. I mean, they've been under sanctions for at least 10 years. You know, people talk about the Belt and Road Initiative as being inefficient, but it's still a way to get stuff. You know, people, it's inefficient. It's, we've had discussions about how it's inefficient to run certain things by rail, but it's like that may not matter if that's the only way you can get something. Mm-hmm. The point is they want to get it. They're going to get it however they can get it. And the Russians and the Chinese and a lot of other countries that have been, at the mercy of the West and their sanction regimens are finding ways to get around it. And Belt and Road will be one. These little blocks they're going to form. I mean, I'm sure some idiot at the State Department thinks they're going to be real cute about, we're going to divide South America and Africa and Asia and all these little blocks that we can manipulate. Probably that sounds like a good idea on paper, but I bet you once it actually happens, all the little blocks will probably turn around and be like, no, we're going to manipulate you now. I mean,
I think we have a lot of confidence in our ability to cause a coup in countries that we don't like. Go ahead, Mehdi.
When we were talking about that is something that people. It was a great point you brought up, and I'm glad you brought it up because in the West we don't understand what the Soviet Union was dealing with after World War II. They lost 29 million people. I guess I believe that's the number. I don't know, but it was a lot anyway. So they had it, and it was completely destroyed all the way up to the Volga. A lot of it. It all had to be rebuilt. Lives had to be replaced. Men weren't coming back. Somebody had to help build this. They had to do it quickly. And he was right. They were trying to keep themselves armed, trying to keep themselves fed, trying to keep themselves in shelter. And if we would have just turned it over to private companies, do you really think it would have happened as quick? I don't think so. And that's the problem with our military industrial base is that the military industrial complex just owns too many politicians who happen to own the 44 four-star generals that somebody mentioned that we have that we once in World War II only had 4. But now we have 44 because every one of those generals is a political pawn. And they know they're going to go into the military industrial complex and work for and just push out and do whatever they want so that they get the most expensive weapon system they can to put money in their pockets. Whether it works or not, fuck it, don't matter. It's high tech, it's fancy. It must be better than what the Russians could do. So,
well, if you look at that too, you could even go to the next level, which would make it even worse. Is every state has probably a 1 or 2 star adjutant general for their National Guard. So there's another guy who's going to be hooked into all the congressmen and the senators besides the guys on the military bases.
Well, okay. Well, you have to. If you're going to build a military-industrial complex that costs as much as the United States is, right? You can't just. You have to build it in. You almost kind of have to like hide it in plain sight. That's the reason why you have. Weapon systems that are complex and they're built in, chunks of them are built in different states because, some of these things are sensitive and this is a job that you're not going to outsource to Mexico, right? So every state has a piece of it, and senators and Congress people depend on, that it's so hooked up to the local economy of certain states, right? Because you have these people that are working at something that has to do with, like my so there's jobs that have to do with the military industrial complex, in the state where I live. And there's a lot of stuff that follows from that. There's restaurants that follow from that and living quarters that follow from that. So there's a lot of the state economy that's intertwined with that. So when there's discussions about weapon systems, you best believe that our senator is going to be like, what do I have to do to get most of that, as much as I can, built in my state, right? Or what do I have to do to get a piece of that? You have to remember that the Cold War cost the Soviet Union so much in terms of their military industrial complex. Meanwhile, it cost us a lot too, but what we were doing is we were partly doing a lot better job at using the developments of government, like a lot of these government kind of developments, and pawning them off to private companies that then successfully innovated on them in certain ways, like the internet and stuff like that. But anyway, I forgot where I was going with that.
Okay, I'll be
So-
short.
I want to go in on this because I actually
I think it's a second
steel
turn to
complex.
speak, maybe, no?
Okay, well,
I just want to respond. I put my finger up so that people can say, but this is something I wanted to respond directly to. I worked in the military industrial complex, and the one thing is that it's right. I was working on shit, okay, that was sent to us that every chip that it made had to be accounted for and bagged. We weren't allowed to know what the shit was. It was right there for anybody to look at that may have wanted to do harm with our country. And they're spread out all over the place. That's part of the problem, is that I don't even know how we secure it now. But we need to get it more centralized if we wanted to be able to actually build it up. And that's the problem. It's spread out because, just as the gentleman just said, every politician wants its cut. So it gets built in their district so they can give their constituents some jobs. But really what it is, it's the kickback they get from the money that's being spent in their district.
Okay.
So
during the
Mehdi
Cold War,
Mehdi mentioned. Oh, go ahead.
during the Cold, just sorry, I'll be short. During the Cold War, Soviet Union was usually not in all technological fields, but in most fields, they were usually falling behind about half a generation behind US. Especially in a high tech, arena, and aerospace. So you can see like 5 years or so, 5-6 years about lagging behind, and they're always catching up. But yeah. The thing is, these days the world system is much more interconnected, and the fields of knowledge are much more open. So back in the old days, 50 years ago, it was only 2 players in a field, and everything was high-tech development was very closed. Nowadays, everybody knows everything, more or less. It's a different question. If everybody can produce everything, that's a different question. But essentially, everybody knows how things work. It's if you put your mind to it, you can actually produce almost anything. There's no much secrets. And I think that if we will have this next phase of arms race, I think the development cycles are going to be much shorter and much more evenly distributed between different players. It won't be just Soviet Union and United States. It's going to be 5, 10 different players, within very short development cycles. Like maybe 2, 3, 4 years at max. It's going to be
sometimes
much more
working
condensed.
together. Sometimes working together.
So, Mehdi was talking about the Soviet Union, and I remember something I was like, I've studied a lot of their declassified documents, the presidential, what do you call it, the presidential archives. And one thing I noticed about them, as opposed to the Russians of today, is that we describe them as being paranoid. These guys were paranoid. And I actually saw a video with one of those history guys, some millennial who looks like a lumberjack. But this guy talks about how the Soviets were always paranoid, the Soviet leadership. But their paranoia was actually correct. It wasn't actually paranoia because they did get attacked, right? But the thing about them is they understood they were in danger. They were aware they were in danger. And one of the issues that I have with the modern day average person is they seem to have no capability of seeing danger and noticing that they're in danger. I've looked at these anti-war groups in the Russian channels. I like reading their comments, translating them to see what they're saying. These people have no idea how much danger they are in. That if things went a whole different way, half of that population would be slaughtered. It's the same thing people was talking about. Oh, what's wrong with North Korea and their weapons? I'm like, man, if those guys didn't have those nukes, they would all be slaughtered. They'll be crying on the news saying, oh my God, look at it, they're killing us. And somebody on the other hand will try and justify it and say, oh, no. We are doing this for freedom and democracy. But that thing about, and it's everywhere, even like in any country, people don't seem to recognize who the danger is, like who can cause the most harm to you. But yeah.
Well,
So
I
which
just
one?
want to jump.
Which
I
one?
want to jump on. I want to jump on what Macchiati said, and then I'll give it to Nunya. I just want to say that basically, yeah, those people, those Russian, let's say dissidents or maybe political. I mean, the Russians like to call them liberals, right? Those people have been gaslit, and that's kind of really what we did with the Soviet Union. We gaslit the population into trusting, us over their leadership. And their leadership was right, and that's what the Russians do now that the Soviet Union didn't do so well before, is that they actually are doing a lot better job of providing the butter and the milk, right, for the population. In Moscow, people hardly feel that there's a war going on. People like Putin, not because they think that he's making the right geopolitical moves on the stage necessarily, right? They like him because their lives are better, So they could see the market improvement in what it was like to raise a family before and after Putin's policies. And while he's doing that, and while he has that population on his side, right? He has their trust to do things like launched the special military operation in Ukraine, right? And a lot of the Russian population was not on board with that. There are a lot more on board now that the propaganda wars have really kicked into overdrive, and the Russians are taking the West and the Russians are both taking their information space more seriously and stuff like that. But still, there's a little bit of that left over. But go ahead, Nanya. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Just to follow up on Mehdi's point, because I think it was a good example where he was talking about individually bagging the chips. That's a perfect example of why 44 generals are needed. Like, the Pentagon is no different than any other corporation. And as corporations grow, so too does the bureaucracy and the bloat. And you'll see it in corporations quite a bit. Every 10 years, IBM will bloat up and then they'll lay off, bloat up, lay off. The Pentagon has never done that. And I specifically, I'm old enough to remember back in the early 90s, there was a lot of concern in the Pentagon and weapons manufacturers, if some of you older guys will remember, because the Cold War was over. We had just defeated Iraq. There was no enemy on the horizon. And Clinton at the time,
there we go.
Clinton was talking about, we're going to be able to reduce our budget.
I'm sorry, Wyatt. I was having a hard time with my computer. I don't know what the hell was going on. I really don't, bro. My fault.
So there was quite.
I guess I suck at this sometimes.
Yeah, let Nunya continue first.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of chat at that time about reducing military spending, reducing the size of the Pentagon. So I think at that time too, that's where you started seeing a lot of bloat, like top-heavy generals, colonels on top of generals and whatever, because they needed in some way to justify their existence. And with that justified existence or justified title comes the pet projects. And that's where you see a lot of these projects, and relationships with the politicians form.
Peace dividend. Go ahead, Mehdi.
Yes,
and then Prado.
Exactly.
I'm going to break from the subject just for a moment. Wyatt, I don't know if you know this, but cameramen on the Duran. They are trying to get a hold of you. All right,
repeat again.
Wyatt, do you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Yes.
The
Repeat
Duran
again.
is trying to get a hold of you.
The Duran mentioned you.
Oh yes,
and
yes,
they are
I
trying to
heard.
get a hold of you.
It seems
Okay,
like your
all right,
camera's
you
kind
know.
of fuzzing out though a little bit.
All right,
Yeah,
Prada.
so-
You're
Go
still
ahead, Prada.
breaking.
I'll read.
I hear him. So actually, I'm already in contact with the Duran for some time already. Remember the other time we have a speaker who is from the Duran on the open mic. So he had been trying to link me up with Alex, Cristoforo, and gang, and we were arranging for me to be on the show. Then but they were very busy. So they are trying to arrange again now. So let's see how this goes. And
Yeah.
maybe I'll be on.
Yesterday, Alex said he's gonna have you soon.
Yeah. Because I spoke to Alex before also, because the super panel that I arranged the other time for the 1 year anniversary of the Ukraine war, I did invite him as well. He's supposed to come on, and then he forgot about it, and then I also didn't do my job to remind him. So yeah, so end up he didn't appear.
Right, Prada, go ahead.
Okay, so thanks, Bartley, for giving you the voice. Thank you so much. So, Chris, you are quite right. The idea of a multipolar world is a world where it's not the poles that are so important, the centers, but everything
Did you say
around.
multiple
Where
world or
everybody-
multipolar world is probably
where
what you're looking for,
everybody,
right?
where each country has the possibility to choose the partners they want to work with. Of course, we know that in the past, what we had were some poles of the world were imposing which parties you can work with, and not the other way around. And this is the interesting thing. So, the situation we are now is a very dangerous one for every country in the world. They can be attacked. They can have been a kind of a proxy war around them. This is extremely dangerous. So, this is also a kind of a thought we should have to. In this multipolar world we are going to, which sounds like it will definitely form, is how the balance of powers, how working with many actors at the same time, each country choosing by its national interest, how will they be able to protect themselves at the same time? So my answer would be, I hope that it will be such a system of interconnection that everybody understands that in intervening in a country, it will not pay. It's like you will lose too much. So that's what I'm hoping. But the situation at the moment is very dangerous. It is a world that everybody should be very careful about. And I think Africa and South America and Southeast Asia has been aware of. So they don't want to play to nobody. They want to stay independent.
Well,
and hopefully be able to choose the partners they want to work with.
I think the other thing too is in the multipolar world, each pole would deal with its individual issues internally as much as they could.
So what I'm thinking of as an American, the way we're going to be able to defend ourselves is because we have more guns per capita than like anyone. You know
I
what
don't
I mean?
care about Americans. This is about the world.
Like you're not going to be able to like come into my house and
have
do some
too
damage,
much
you know what I'm saying?
bad stuff for a long time. This is not about America anymore. This is about the whole world.
Yeah. Africa has woke up.
So can you finish your point?
I'm just saying. Like you're just not gonna be able to come over here and invade us. It's just not gonna happen.
No one
what it is you're gonna have no one's gonna invade America. What you're gonna have is like an American sphere of influence. You'll have an African sphere of influence, an Asian sphere, a European sphere, and ideally all those spheres would somehow work together. I guess at some level on trade and whatever. But when there's a problem, because obviously there'll be problems, people still want to have wars and shit. That sphere will deal with the problem in its sphere. It won't be like other spheres are getting involved in their, in like America, like, hey, we hear you got a problem over there in, Antarctica. Let us come help. No, maybe Argentina should help, and maybe Australia should help because they're the ones closest to it. You know what I mean? It's basically what it is. Is the Poles taking care of their own backyards without a lot of outside people? You can be friends with everybody else in the world and sell them whatever you want, but when it comes down to your own backyard, mow your own shit, worry about your own side of the fence.
And actually, despite what's happening right now,
fair enough,
everybody looks at it in a gloomy way. Despite what's happening right now, if you think about it, it's actually very difficult nowadays to actually start a war as opposed to, 30 years ago. Like you have to have like a good pretext to start a war. And I think one of the reasons is everybody now is connected online. So the chances of the whole world looking at you as the bad guy are very high. So I think that also does help just a little bit.
Okay.
I've got a question. Who started this war?
But I would like to say something that is very important that people sometimes mislead. Most of the world like the United States and wants to work with the United States further. This is a kind of a misunderstanding some Americans have. Like everybody's coming for us, and there are people saying that in television. They will come for what we have. No, people want to build a new life and technology nowadays. Someone was saying that as well. We have very little technology that will enable to make the work to where everybody can live very well. But why? And so there is no need to play the game of I have the better technology, the best distraction missiles. So if you don't, no, and everybody wants to work with the US as well. The thing is that they don't want the unipolar world anymore, the stupid wars without no reason. They don't want to be sanctioned without just for the fact that you try to work with another partner. They want independence.
I don't care about technology anymore. Fuck that shit. You can't eat that.
I think we're trying to actually prevent the multipolar world order. I think we're trying to force a bipolar world order. I think that we want
that's the fantasy. That's the fantasy of the West. They are trying to create a new bipolar world because in doing that we have what we had before, but it will be different because now we have many centers left.
But I think you are wrong. What you say was right 20 years ago.
Well, here's the problem that we have here, and this.
Please, Sweaty, I was speaking.
Is that?
Please.
We are over $30 trillion in the hole. We're never going to come back from.
He has a problem with his mic. Something.
And we keep spending more and more and more. Like there is no way we can ever.
Okay, Mr. Sweaty, let Shadovi speak.
And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart.
I hope your heart is not broken. But let Shadovi speak. Okay?
No. If he's speaking, then let him finish. If you just keep saying that you shouldn't speak, it should be him, then he will just have to repeat the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I just don't appreciate you talking shit about America, though, man.
No one is talking shit about America.
All right, Shadowy, what were you going to say, bro?
Yes, I was saying that 20 years ago, everybody wanted to work with USA. Now, if you want to work with USA, you know that you are going to deal with a lot of other problems. You have to deal with maybe sanction, with maybe political interference, with not only trade, but a lot of things are going to come with trade when you deal with USA. So a lot of people don't want to deal with USA. They want to deal with China because with China, it's only about trade and nothing more, nothing less. You could speak now, Swati, if you want.
Well, Boz is trying to speak.
Well,
yes. I just want to say something quick.
I would actually have all your backs to the fullest. Like you want me on your side, you know what I'm saying? And I just don't like it when people are like trashing America all the time. It's kind of
no one is trashing America. We're talking about be equal to each other.
Sorry, you don't like freedom of speech?
Of course I do.
He's American, bro.
We hate you for your freedom.
So you want America to be the big daddy? That's your thing.
Sometimes
America
hold
to
up.
be the big dad.
When they say that in the news, like, oh, our way of life is being.
I just want to say something quick. Zarael is in the chat. Please join us. Please, Zarael. I know you're in the chat. Please join us. Okay, go on, Bradley.
I just thought that it's very refreshing, right? That we have an American that actually protected, to protect the Americans, because the Americans is always trashing their own country.
I know.
Like,
It's like, what
country
the hell
shit,
did
man.
what the hell did I do wrong to deserve this?
You know even America, bro. You know even America.
Oh, I'm totally
American. Are you?
Yeah.
I thought you were Australian.
Uh-huh.
He's
No, I'm
definitely not
American.
Australian. 100% not Australian. I can guarantee.
He actually came on before. This is his second time here. He's an 8-year veteran of the.
Hey, you want me to show you right now?
Ain't no Australian speaks like that. Let me
Watch
tell you
this.
what. I'll tell you what.
Oh God!
Please don't show me your.
Please,
he's gonna pick up something. I think he's gonna pick up some machine gun.
Please don't.
No. I'm not gonna do anything bad. I'm not gonna get your channel struck or nothing like that.
Is that a guitar? Oh, it's an American flag.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was about to take his pants off.
No. I would never do anything like that.
If we had a world where the United
Well,
States...
you know, Voz is here for a blowjob, so you might get lucky.
if the United States played by the rules and the values that they say often proclaim, if they really were sincere about it, if the foreign policy of the United States was not controlled by corporations, then it would be amazing to work with Americans. But at this moment, they are being to be forced to play by a different rules, and that's okay. And Shadovi, I think you see now that was my point before. That made the Europeans and the Americans really scared was when the Africans and the South Americans and in Asia, they were like, okay, let's make a deal with the Chinese because at least we are sure that nothing else will happen. Because as you said very well, Shadovi, it's horrible what's happening now in this multiple world. If you make a deal with the Americans, it's the ONGs that are coming in, is the free language courses, is pensions to not pensions. Sorry, go to American universities. Young leaders is the control of the opposition and so on and so on. That country will be put into chaos. That will be the future. If a country decides to work too near to one European country or a US, and that's something that's not okay, and they have to learn to stop.
How come it seems to me like you have nothing nice to say about America though?
No, you don't. You didn't understand.
He's not saying anything bad about America.
That if the Americans play by the book that they themselves proclaim, everything would be amazing.
So you're trying to tell us what to do then now?
No. If the American foreign policy was not controlled by corporations and little Machiavellic games, then we would have a great world. It's something different.
Okay, that's it. I can't take no more of this shit. Hold on. I served this fucking country, and if you think I'm bad-mouthing it, look again, because I'm trying to fix the shit so that we're not murdering around the world.
So did I.
What?
Yeah, guess what? So did I.
Okay, that's fine. So what? Guess what? I want to fix it, and you think it's just steaming along nicely. So,
no, it's not.
You know, who is more trying to fix what's going on?
$1,000 a year. We got so many problems. We're $30 trillion in the hole.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And it's all the same leadership, right? So how is any country going to be able to deal with it and trust us when we fuck around with even our own country? So let's fix the shit that's broken. I love my country. I love it enough to be the hard father when it needs it, or at least pretend to be, as much as I can.
Thank you, Maddie.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So
Fair
hold
enough.
up. I want to hop on what Maddie said. Give me a second.
Fair
I want to hop
enough.
on with that.
Fair enough.
So me,
Fair
I'm in Maddie's camp too. I didn't serve in the army or anything like this, but because I love my country, I can't stand Blinken. That's why I can't stop bad mouthing him and his awful policies. Those policies are
He's
bad
the
for
God.
America. Those are bad
He's
for
the,
us.
he's the God.
We are the
He's
number
the
one
God.
Well, okay,
victims
my MOS
of that
was
BS.
11, my MOS was 11 Bravo Infantry. I did 2 tours in Iraq.
It shows.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
And
I'm
the
not.
reason
I'm
that
not.
I wear sunglasses is because I actually caught shrapnel in my left eye.
Thank you for your service. I'm not
It
denying
is it is gold to see America fight each other. It's fucking gold.
But yeah, I
That's
was
why
gonna
nobody
say-
needs to
fighting.
fight in USA.
And thank you for
USA
your
can do
service,
it,
first of
themselves.
all. And thank you for your service, bud. It's a total. Just hold on a second. There's something that I need to clarify. He's a brother. He served. So I want to clarify something. Thank you for going out there and doing that fucking job. It was a tough one. I know it was. And if you got wounded for it, brother, I owe you from the heart. I just don't agree with you. And if you think we're gonna go and get
Fair enough. And you're allowed to not agree with me. And that's cool.
Nanya, I'll go after you.
Okay, well, I've got a question that I want to ask to the whole group. So if you want to get in on this Royal Rumble, go for it.
Oh no, I just wanted to add to what Prada.
But
had
I also
said
have a sense of humor too.
that so most of these countries that are taking that multipolar route, one of the main reasons they're doing so is not because of most of the things we believe. See, we look at these things very emotionally. They are looking at it practically, right? So what happens is most of these countries are mainly commodity producers. And for some reason, they remain the poorest countries. It doesn't make any sense. I think the UK has a higher GDP than Russia, which doesn't make any sense because that nation is a net exporter of everything. Like, sorry, net importer is a net
I
importer
heard the
of
UK
everything,
was
right?
going broke.
No, I'm saying it's a net importer of everything.
They have money. They have money.
But that's the question: how can a country that doesn't produce almost anything have so much money? So most of these nations, in the third world countries, have never liked that. Now the U.S. at one time tried to correct that. That's why they made all these trade deals that average Americans are really mad about, NAFTA and them. But it was to please the rest of the world, because the rest of the world was getting pissed at it. They were like, "Hey, look, I'm from Congo. We have so much, and apparently."
Oh, you're from the Congo?
No, I'm not.
He's not from Congo.
Well, I just want to hop on what Prada said
That's
before
the point I wanted to make. Yeah.
Before we let Nanya change the subject, I want to hop on what Prada said, and I think that the kind of liberal human rights foreign policy thing that the U.S. has and has been happening, since the fall of the Soviet Union and even a little bit before then, I think that we're probably going to gradually see some kind of shift away to more of a realist foreign policy.
Well, it's called BRICS. You know the BRICS, right?
Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with them in a realistic manner. You're not just gonna be able to use that sledgehammer against people that don't care. Once half the world is no longer, you can't pull that off anymore. But anyway, I don't know if Shadow wanted to hop in on this before Nanya took it away.
Yes, just one thing about what you speak, Wadley. The problem with the USA is not their politics, it's the fact that their politics is selective. Okay, they try to impose their own value to everybody, but for instance, for Saudi Arabia, nothing. If you are allied with USA, they are going to tell nothing to you. That's why there is a big problem in USA for the foreign policy.
I agree that there's a lot of selective application of these liberal principles. But okay, go ahead, Nanya, take it away.
Well, I want
Uganda.
No, I want to get your everyone's opinion on the shifting narrative, okay? And just hear me out. As long as I've been alive anyway, it was always good against evil, right? Their values against our values. then somewhere after the second Iraq War, that started to change a little bit. Because, people had access to information that we had before because of the internet. Like, that's when we started seeing through government's bullshit. Okay? Then the narrative shifted to more recently. They started out this thing they're going against the rules-based order. Well, then everybody started to question, well, what in the hell does that mean? And now what you're seeing in the media, they're basically telling the truth. They're basically saying, oh, yes, well, the U.S. is the heart of Western hegemony, and this is an affront to the way that we do business. Like, I've actually heard people they're saying this on CNN and in the Washington Post and stuff now. My question to you guys is, when I hear this shifting narrative, and particularly when they're getting to the truth, I don't think people in the West are going to like that narrative. Like, most people in the West, whether U.S., Canada, Britain, wherever, I think if we hear that narrative, we'll say, God, that doesn't sound like the values that guys have been telling us for the last 50 years that we should be upholding. That sounds like pretty lame and pretty brutal and scummy values, really. So where do you guys see the narrative going, and do you see it failing? Because I'm about to see it fail, I think.
Okay. So as an American, I totally see it's about to collapse. We're already folding in against ourselves. The crime is up. The stolen vehicles are up. Like, we can't keep this up forever. Like, printing out money and pretending like we're just the big powerhouse in the world. Like, I don't see it going anywhere good. And I think that's why, I don't know if you know who Klaus Schwab is. That's why they're trying to do, like, the reset to pretend like none of this ever happened. Okay?
Okay, well, I want to jump on that.
Fair enough?
So,
hey, is that fair enough?
That's a fair enough answer, yeah. So basically you're talking about, like, the narrative shift, the overall narrative shift from, what it was before of, like, democracies versus autocracies, I guess, and good guys versus bad guys.
Well, and in some ways, Bradley, in some ways, as technology has changed over time, and our visibility into government narratives around the war has changed. I think I think it probably started maybe with the Vietnam War. And that's when people really started seeing, that's when journalists were out with the soldiers and they started seeing battles up close. They started seeing the body bags and things like that. It started affecting people's perception of war. And
yeah,
I think as
the
technology
Vietnam War
has changed,
was contained, though. I think the Vietnam War was, okay, sure, it probably worked, right? But then after that, think about the groups that were the most influential ones for ending the Vietnam War. It was like church groups that were starting it. It was like university groups. To a large extent, a lot of those groups I feel like have been maybe, I don't know if I...
Well, how about the hippies? How about the hippies?
Hippies as well, right? I'll get to the hippies too. A lot of these groups in a lot of ways have been what kind of like almost infiltrated, right? In a lot of ways, where it's like the religious opposition to Vietnam, that's been co-opted into like identity politics in a lot of ways, where it's like, George Bush was campaigning at churches and stuff like that, trying to raise popularity for his war in Iraq, right? What happened to all of these peaceful Christians that before, at one point in time, would have stood in opposition to that? What about all those universities, right? There was a lot of, a lot of these data that gets thrown around comes from think tanks, right? And these think tanks, you can hire whoever you want to say whatever you want in a lot of cases. So I don't think that there's ever going to be a full narrative shift from good guys versus bad guys. I think that's the way we do things. That is deeply ingrained from very, very young age in Americans. Good guys versus bad guys. If you look at any kind of story, every child knows, well, who's the bad guy, right? And
but
everybody knows. So I think that
But
that
what
was
the-
really deeply ingrained. I don't think that one's ever going to go away. Like the Soviet Union didn't have that kind of propaganda, good guys versus bad guys. They had this propaganda of
you know what
Yeah,
I don't
but-
understand
Yes,
is
they have.
for the most part, Democrats were always anti-war, and now
Yes,
it
okay.
seems like they are propping
They've been
up
co-opted as well. They've been co-opted as well,
war.
right? So when I
They
should
know-
always said that they did have a good guys versus bad guys narrative
They
in a
will
way,
never-
right?
they will
They had
never-
a we, the working class, as well as the working class in the U.S., right, have a mutual enemy, and that is the capitalist, guys at the top. That's different than saying, than teaching people to hate Americans, right? That's like teaching people to hate Russians and teaching people to distrust Russians, saying things like Russians are dishonest by default, right? Or Russians don't value human life so much, right? That is not the kind of propaganda that the Russians ever had and for their population towards the Americans, right? They never had that. So that's part of the reason why were so gullible during the 90s and just believed that we were going to help them out and did all these policies. So I don't think that part of the narrative is ever fully going to go away. We might shift somewhat here and there, but there will always be the good guys versus the bad guys.
So, do you think that the Russians are going to actually fully mobilize and they'll send in like 3 to 5 million?
Hold on, well, Maddie's gonna hop in on Nanya's question now. We're actually gonna go by and ask Nanya's question.
So this is
so
a
you
round
answered
question.
Go ahead, Maddie.
All right. So what I wanted to say to this is that, one of the things the gentleman was right. After Vietnam, pride in the military dropped off. It slacked big time. And then when Reagan came in, he started to rebuild it again. Pride started coming back in the military. When Clinton came in, it went down again. Then we came up, from there. I got out in '94 as all this transitioning was happening. You were right. The pride in the military cycled, and this is my problem with what's going on and why I speak out, is because I have a sense of pride and honor to me. And my country expected me to use that pride and honor to do good. And what they did is they've used several of our soldiers who have served with pride and honor because they believed they were doing the right thing, wound up being used by this country and politicians to represent something that I am not partial to when I know the full truth of it all. And that's the thing. Once the Smith-Mundt Act was done, propaganda was allowed to be done to the United States citizen. Right now, nobody in the United States is getting any type of level of truth from the mainstream media. It's just pumping out propaganda. And
Can you elaborate on that?
And lying.
And
lying to me. Hold on.
I get my truth from YouTube. I find out more.
And lying to me to get what you want. Lying to me to get what you want is one of the most biggest evils I can think of. And tricking the tricking people to go fight in your proxy war where they die knowingly back in 2018. And I'll go back to this. ISW even said that NATO and Ukraine together had very little chance to be able to engage and win against Russian forces anywhere in Ukraine. They knew it back then. So we decided to try fight a proxy war where we got Lindsey Graham saying to the last Ukrainian.
Lindsey Graham?
But hold on.
That doesn't even mean.
But hold on. But that means, so we're pussies that can't fight our own wars. We expect somebody else to go die for what we want. That to me is disgusting. And those people that are doing this need to go.
Can you explain the act that you mentioned? Because that's interesting. I'd like to hear a bit more about that.
What act?
This act, the act about allowing censorship, or however you phrase it.
It's called Smith-Mundt Act. I don't know when they removed it. I believe in 2018. It was done during the Obama administration. So okay. I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I guess Louise next then.
Yeah, what about the question is you were talking bodies, you were talking about the politicians, you were talking about I don't remember what,
Well, the
but
question was not,
you were not mentioning the oligarchs because after all the narrative is made by the mainstream media. The mainstream media belongs nowadays in the United States and also in Europe because the oligarchy of Europe is basically that of the United States. It's not separated. It's all BlackRock and the Vanguard Group and all that. Few corporations that control that pull all the strings, and those are the ones who are making the narrative, who are actually buying the politicians because in the United States, in Europe, they are buying them and coercing them, maybe in some cases, and that's it. I mean, in the 20th century, the mainstream media was much more scattered. There were different oligarchs owning this or that. It was not press of the people, but it was very diverse press. Diverse press. There was a plurality of media and allowed some difference of opinion, better debate. But since 2000s or so, there has been such a massive concentration in four hands, basically, I think, for what I read. And that's it. I mean, there are 4 or 5 people who are making all the narrative, all the politics, and not just of the USA, but also of its empire, which basically is Europe, Canada, Japan, Australia. That.
How about Germany?
Okay.
Germany. Don't forget Germany in there.
Germany is in Europe.
Okay. So who are the good guys? Whoever killed Gaddafi,
there are no good guys right now.
Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein, they are no fucking good guys. These people know fucking good guys. So who are the fucking good guys?
Maybe you and me, and that's it.
No, there are people. I mean, I watch media.
I don't know
YouTube, for example, there is still not censored, like the Grey Zone or things like that, which are good people. I mean, for example, one journalist of the Grey Zone was recently arrested in London just because of being a journalist of the Grey Zone. So yeah, that kind of people exist. I'm mentioning one example. There are many others, or whatever. But there is no good people in power. Big deal. I mean, you cannot go to look at Putin is a good guy. No, Putin is also a chief of oligarchs, just with a nationalist vision from Russia. She's a good guy. No, he's the boss of the oligarchs of China, and so on. So we don't find the good guys at big power levels. I mean, I think the most powerful are the.
But you know,
if you are the good,
if you are the good guys, when they go Saddam Hussein, they should take him to court. You know what you did to him? They fucking hung him outside. Everyone could see the shit. What kind of thing is that? What kind of good guy are you if you wanna kill people on a fucking live TV?
Vaz, the good guy narrative is
Gaddafi
for domestic
was a good
consumption.
guy.
It's for good. It's for Sircon's right. But anyway, the good guy narrative is for domestic consumption. It's because once you have a bad guy, all you have to do is put enough doubt in the air, and people are gonna think they're the good guys.
Hey, don't
because I'm a good person. I don't do anything.
When they kill Gaddafi,
we are
Clinton.
The good guys. We're the only good guys that are left. Don't you get that by now?
Well,
I disagree.
Look at Libya before the good guys came in. Libya was a fucking good country. Look at after the good guys. Look at Libya. Libya is not even a fucking country. And you are saying there is a fucking good guys and bad guys.
Well, I guess
I'm not saying Gaddafi was a god. But come on. It was good for the people.
Vaz, I just explained it's for domestic consumption. The people don't know about what the reality of what's happening in other countries. Americans don't even know what's happening in Canada. Anyway, Shadowy, you want to take the question? I guess you want to take Nanya's question.
Yes. Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi were horrible people. We have to remember that, but that they try to rule the country with their own interest, with the interest of the country at least. Okay, so and don't forget that Saddam Hussein is a U.S. ally against Iran during the Iran-Iraq war. So basically, what the USA do that backstab their own ally.
Yeah, Saddam was our boy, but I think the question
Assad is a good guy.
I think the question was something like
I agree with that.
About the
100%. I love that guy, man.
Jesus Foz. Okay. I think Nanya's question was about the narrative shift in the West. The narrative shift for about from what it was before to like this rules-based order, and do you think that's going to succeed? Do you think that the population is going to buy that?
No, it's not going to succeed, and the AI is going to take over anyway, so we're all fucked. So how's that?
AI took over Shadowy, looks like. Okay, I guess Prada, you want to take the question?
Yes. We have a problem about this wording, the world order, because in a way, in countries where international law in some it's in the language of each countries. International law is something different from what they call the world rule. Give me how this the world order, and especially in the Romance language, there is a very different name for it. So we tend to see it more like something we want to impose to the other countries, which is the world order. But on the same time, we understand that what we want to happen is that there is international law, which is something like the international treaties, the rules that each international treaty has and that each country signed and ratified are followed. And this is something different. What the West is saying now is that there is a couple of rules that everybody has to follow independently if those countries sign those international treaties or not. And that's a real big problem. So when Nunya was talking about it, I have the feeling this discourse is just possible in the English language, because there isn't really a difference between Rechtsstaat and law, Recht, which is something different. And I think there is a confusion here, and many countries have a problem with that. And I saw, for instance, the Portuguese Prime Minister, which actually is quite aligned with what the European Union says, saying like, and he was confusing the words all the time, and somehow he understood, and started saying the problem is that we, the West, have been not complying with those rules, like we signed it, like there is in the United Nations Charter and all the other treaties that makes part of the compendium of the United Nations. One of those rules, amazing rules, is, for instance, non-interference in other countries.
Can I ask you a question? Prada, where are you from?
Guy, you talk when you are allowed to. And
no, where are you from?
There is in the United Nations, there is
where are you from, Prada?
That other countries are not allowed to do in other countries, and the West does that all the time, and this is impressive. And so when we talk about it just works in English, because in other language this becomes very clear. So sorry, Voz do Povo.
I'm just curious.
One short thing. The Charter of the United Nations.
This is
recognize the right of self-determination of all peoples. And that's also that nobody pays attention to. Be it in Kosovo, be it in Donbass, be it in the Basque Country.
Okay.
Wow.
I just think the United States needs more congressmen like Matt Gaetz and Rand Paul. If you add a lot of people like them, in that Congress, this shit would never happen. Because these two guys, they love the country. And
Oh,
whatever
did you say Matt Gaetz and
whatever
Ron
they
Paul?
they're doing for America, not to fly far away from America and starting shit up.
Okay, now can I ask you an honest question? Do you think Trump is part of the cabal? Because he is a multi-billionaire, and I don't think that.
We will ask the question. We will do it.
He's an oligarch. He's part of the system. He's part of the wealthy.
It's not part of the system. It's not part of the system.
Cabal of the capital.
I think
if he was a part of the system, if he was a part of the system, he wouldn't be charged for all this bullshit.
Swearty, bro, you have a lot of really interesting things to say, but a lot of times
I know,
just interrupt. Sorry, I'm sorry. So like, we're trying to get this question asked to everybody, give everybody a chance to answer it, and we're almost done. We're literally on Vaz's turn now. So Vaz, you want to take a crack at Nunya's question? Do you need it repeated?
He's just here for the blowjobs. Let's move on to another question.
Wait, does anybody see my hand? I'm sorry.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry.
A little bit of politeness here. Somebody's raising their finger. Acknowledge it. That's all I ask. It helps us keep order. They're saying this in the fucking chat, people. Okay? So, they're the ones that are dropping a dime on the site. Let's honor them by doing it. So all I want to say is this. I have said from the beginning, this has to end at some point. And where does it end? To me, it's BRICS versus the UN. We will decide then which part, the world, who are they going to trust to judge and bring justice for all that's happened? The UN is bought. It's proven it. That's why when Russia went in what it did, there was a reason why BRICS existed before it went. Because it needed a place to be able to how do I want to list this? Provide the information and evidence they gathered during the SMO in a fair place where trials could be held by a majority of the world for them to trust. The majority of the world does not trust the UN. That's it.
I think you are doing
I don't
the
know.
same
I don't know why the UN still exists, because they do fuck all. And when there is a problem, G7 get unite and start talking about war. So what's the point of the UN?
It's because I actually have an answer for that. I think it's because I actually heard John Mearsheimer talk about this.
It's called the money. Hello, the money.
It boils down to when there's a world order where you have unipole, like the United States was the unipole, institutions that are like bilateral with people that like things like the UN, right? Things like the World Trade Organization. They don't get as much preference as organizations where the U.S. can lead, where the hegemon actually can have more power to sway the vote one way or the other. So that's why you get precedence over something like NATO, and where you definitely don't want to allow Russia into NATO because you don't want to wrestle for control over there. And the more that you can do there, the more you can do almost unilaterally, versus these organizations that include everybody and everybody has to agree on something. Why would you waste your time doing that if nobody agrees with what you're going to do anyway?
Well, I don't know. But the UN building up there in New York, where they actually hold a bunch of those conferences and that kind of stuff, they just recently spent over $300 million revamping that place.
Zelensky should
on your taxpayer dollars, by the way.
So, by the way,
Zelensky should be invited to the United Nations, not to the fucking G7.
I bet you didn't know that, did you?
So, Nanya, I'm going to try and answer your question about the
I'm signing
narrative
off, guys. See you.
real quickly. So, so when it comes to the narrative, so there's one falsehood that keeps us seeing clearly, right? So it's like a fog of war. What it is you have some very vocal people who are very loud, the Twitter blue people, and they make us believe that everybody else thinks the way they do, but they actually don't. So, to give you an example of a very polarized nation like the United States, so you have people who watch CNN, people who watch like Fox News or MSNBC or whatever, right? So those guys are very polarized. Those people are they're very tribal. They are polarized. They are there. So even though we live at a time where the internet provides us all the information we may ever need, those people will not change. But there's a huge chunk of people who are not accounted for, who basically don't technically have a leader per se. They may change one way or another during elections, but those people they're not represented, and we don't know them. So we only see the loud people on Facebook and Twitter. And so the narrative that's being pushed by let's say the governments, it only seems to work because the mainstream media it keeps repeating the same thing, and the Twitter blue guys, and now they're even using influencers, right? Now the influencers as well are saying the same thing. So everybody assumes everybody is thinking the same way, but most people actually doubt what is being said. Like the whole thing with the Russia-Ukraine war, even the Twitter blue guys still doubt whether the West didn't start this conflict. But they won't say that. They won't say that.
It's called astroturfing.
And that's my whole reason for asking the question in the first place, because I see the same thing. And when you frame it in that way, well, we're the global hegemon and we need to maintain order, that doesn't sound like a value that most people I know, including probably all of you guys, hold. So I think they're going to have a real tough time trying to convince the masses of people that a conflict, extended conflict in Russia or a conflict in China is in anybody's best interests. Because if that's all they have left, it's not going to be sold. Right?
Interesting.
Yeah, you got a good point. I appreciate that.
ahead, Luis.
It's not a question of you want it or you don't want it. It's a question that the mafia states of the capitalists are going to fight. That's a reality. That's why we are already in a Cold War or a second Cold War. It's different in some ways. And they're going to fight. The USA are going to fight. Maybe they fight over Taiwan, maybe they fight over the Paracel Islands, maybe they fight over Ukraine by proxy, but they will fight. And they can go with whatever narrative they want, the good guys, the multipolar war, all this blah, blah, blah. The reality is that there cannot be two roosters in a single farm, there can only be one in principle. If there are two, they are going to fight. And that's it. It's Lenin 1916.
I can break it down.
That capitalist countries organize in hierarchical blocks and fight, and they do, and they will do until something changes in the system, because the system has to change at some point. But by the moment, they are going to fight.
So I will break it down and I will tell you exactly what it comes down to. Now, you don't have to believe me or not, and that's fine. That's your own opinion. But here's what happened. The leader of the Department of Defense was actually on the board of Raytheon. And I don't know if you know what Raytheon is. And then you got General Dynamics, and you got Boeing, and you got Lockheed, Lockheed, and all that. And so what it's basically coming down to is there's multi-billions of dollars involved in this. And so a lot of these people are getting rich, besides you or me, by the way. And they are funneling a bunch of it's almost like extortion. It's almost like cash money going into the war machine, if that makes any kind of sense to anyone here. Because trust me, dude, I served in the military myself, so I know how many billions of dollars just get funneled in and spent on dumb shit projects that don't even make any kind of sense whatsoever.
Yeah, well, there's some level of that.
$300 hammer.
Yeah, $400 toilet seat. Right?
Well, I'm sure there's levels of corruption
Okay,
in the
so do
military
you understand
everywhere.
where I'm coming? Do you understand where I'm coming from then?
Yeah, so I think there's
I
a
know what I'm
bigger
talking
issue.
about. I
Hold up,
totally know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, this is definitely an issue, but I think the bigger issue is that there's this. You could say, okay, maybe there's been a corrupt and a sloppy approach or a way to pursue our overall strategic maybe way that we're going to approach this fight and other fights of the future. And in general, some of the gambles that we made in that decision-making process looks like they didn't pay off, or they aren't paying off. You know, what does it matter that you have this fancy stealth aircraft if it doesn't make sense to gamble it in a highly contested environment in the first place, and there's a high chance it gets shot down.
Right.
Let's say there's a smaller chance it gets shot down. It's still the fact that, for example, there was a point in time where we were the world leader in hypersonic technology, and right now it looks like we are definitely not. It shows, I think, that even in a corrupt way, maybe we just had a little bit of a different assumption. Maybe we just assumed we would have a different fight, that the fight would go a different way, that we wouldn't need
let me
so
ask
much
you
stuff.
this: what's the last time America ever actually won a war? We fucked up Korea. We fucked up Vietnam. We fucked up Iraq. We fucked up
Iraq won. Iraq 91.
We haven't won shit since World War II.
We did Iraq 1.
And that honestly breaks my heart, man. It really does.
So, guys, I wanted to pick up the thing about Mehdi, about the BRICS. Well, he's right, but not entirely. I explain. One of the things that become very clear with the invasion of Ukraine was that the West, in a kind of despair, used all international fora, hijacked all international fora for that question and that question alone. Although the world was having huge problems still because of the pandemic, which is still there. And what happened is, and there is what Mehdi has a lot of reason to talk all the time about the BRICS, is that many regional institutions suddenly gain a huge power in trying local countries without the West, which the West is not just the US. Some people in the chat are confusing it. When we talk about the West, the US is not so omnipresent. I don't believe that. The European Union also play quite a big role. But anyways, the thing is that small organizations become suddenly very important, and we saw like the Shanghai Security Organization is amazing. For instance, Waits today put it on one of the topics we should talk about was the security conference in Singapore, which is amazing. We never heard about the security conference before because we just had the Munich Security Conference, which was completely controlled by the West. But suddenly people understood in the Munich Security Conference, you can't talk about security, world security. It's all about Ukraine. It's everything about Ukraine. So this is the point where many countries are looking for new organizations to get away of this narrative control, because their problems are not being solved. Their solution, situations are not being listened to, and this is a really big problem. So we are going to see many institutions gaining power, not just the BRICS, also the Mercosur and other places, ASEAN in Asia, and this is very interesting. What is happening?
Okay, Luis, go.
Okay, two things. One, the question of so-called national capitalism. I think there is one problem in the West because the oligarchs govern too much, and the state in the USA, mainly because it's the boss of the bloc, is not strong enough. For comparison, in Russia and China have national capitalism. They do have a stronger political power that rules more or less over the oligarchs, while in the West, it's the oligarchs who rule over the power. And that's a problem in the sense that they have different interests from the state and the empire, so to say. On the other hand, this is something that maybe Trump or the people in that line wanted to fix, but they didn't really. They had some time and they didn't do much in that direction. On the other hand, I forgot, so I'll get later on this. Go ahead, the next one. Modi, I think it is, right? Modi.
I've been talking about the BRICS thing since this has begun. And it's funny because people totally discounted me saying any of this, just laughing at me like, oh, yeah.
I never discounted you.
No. I'm not talking here. I'm just talking since the beginning of the SMO. I was saying this shit. And people were discounting me, laughing at me, stuff, because you need to pull back a little bit and look at the plan that's been put in place.
Right.
BRICS aligned first so that there was a forum so that when Russia did what it did, it would have a place to bring the evidence to have what they would consider a fair trial. They knew they were never getting it in the UN. We all know they would have never gotten a fair trial or hearing in the UN. They started raising that. And there was a reason why when this started, one of the first things that was mentioned over and over by by Putin, Lavrov, was it's about the sovereignty of nations, about the sovereignty of them to be able to decide their own futures without an outside force trying to corrupt their election system. How do we know which, we call ourselves a democracy that should be spread across the world, but is this the way to do it? No, it's not. You do it by goodwill and help. You don't do it by ignoring the will of the people of a nation just to get what you want, by paying for anything you can because you can print bills. And that's the whole thing about it, is that it has to end. The world sees this happening, even though as many of us of Americans don't see it. They see what's going on and they want to get away from it because it's harming them in the long run as well. And they recognize that. It's so dangerous when propaganda doesn't allow you to look in the mirror and see yourself for what you're doing. And that's a big problem in the United States right now, I think.
Let me ask you guys.
Now, let me ask you this question. I don't know if this is true or not. But I heard that we're going to have a forum coming up in the next month or so, and there's going to be 83 more nations joining the BRICS. Have you heard about that? Or am I wrong?
Go on. Yeah, go on.
Oh, but yeah, I haven't heard about that.
Yeah, like I totally like, and so you know what? As more and more nations pour into that, and we're talking about India, we're talking about China, we're talking about half the world's population. So we can only like, I don't think we can contain this anymore.
I have a question. So this conflict, right? So
does that make sense?
Yeah. So question. So people may look at one country another being a bad guy in this conflict and whatever, but I know for sure that these countries really think before they make the actions they make. People can say this and that about the US, but this conflict, they thought about it, they planned it very well. Let's give them that. They managed to make another nation sacrifice itself for their needs, right? And Europe went along. And so this was done with very many meetings. This was done with a lot of consultation. We all know about what do you call them? The RAND Corporation, their paper about extending Russia. You guys read that, right? How it was written, I think, in 2019, but literally, it literally went just more or less the way they wanted it to. What I'm wondering is, they must have, I know they have multiple reasons, but why do you think the US chose to take this risk? Because this was a risk, right? So why did they?
Because we don't want to lose our power and dominance. That's why.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the one thing I kept wondering, because I know it's multiple reasons, but why now? And because somebody suggested that, oh, they had a window. I think it was the RAND Corporation. Somebody said they had a window that was closing for them to act. So I'm wondering why now, and why take this risk? Because they knew there were risks. If you read the RAND Corporation paper, they knew there were very huge risks, including turning a lot of the world against them. They knew that.
Well, can I take this one?
To what Macchiari says, it's for internal politics of the USA. Basically, there is a wannabe nationalist bloc, Trumpist or whatever, who only want to fight China and want to be friends with Russia, which is impossible right now, but anyhow. And there is another bloc that is more, let's say, traditionalist. There are several people like the late Rockefeller and so on, Soros, etc., who want to fight Russia because they think it's very important for them. I don't know, it's very complicated, resources, and Russia is supposedly less strong than China, whatever. The case is that they want to fight Russia, and they have invested a lot of what they call political capital into that, and they want to extract it. And that's now because they managed to get Biden elected as president, or Blinken, maybe, because I don't think Biden has any power.
I think
you're saying that they're trying to
go back to the recent part, which I forgot something. I forgot something important when I was talking before, and I remember. The question is a big question the West and the United States, but also Europe, etc., has, is a problem of housing bubble. Housing is too expensive, cost of life in general is too expensive, and thus salaries are expensive, and thus the West in general is non-competitive in the world, economically speaking. And that's a problem that we, not me, but the system, the Western bloc has created because they need, the oligarchs need someone.
I want to say something.
The West into. They are putting the West
the question that
Louis, keep it simple.
Raises salaries reduces competitiveness. And that's a big problem that the West has.
Why was this specifically
That's what I wanted
now?
to say.
And
okay,
and you said it, fine. The question was asked, why now? It wasn't done just now. Actually, this has been something that the United States has been doing for many years. Look at their meddling in Ukraine. They overthrew an election in 2014. It wasn't 2019 that this started. It's been going on for a long time. The United States has been trying to destabilize Russia ever since Putin, quote unquote, stabilized it, and starting in 2000. This is a this is a foreign policy that's been going on for years. You have people like Victoria Nuland. Look at her history with the way she's always been trying to mess with
Victoria Nuland is a fucking cunt, dude.
Agreed, 1,000%. That's what I'm talking about. 10,000%.
Nah. She's lovely, man. Come on, man.
Okay. We know she's a cunt.
So this has been a long going policy. Now the United States took this big risk, and it looked like but it wasn't as big of a risk for the United States as you think, because we got oceans on either side of us protecting us from Russia. The European countries do not. Also, we are more resilient.
We have the most guns per capita, and like we can
all that good stuff. Yeah. So it's a bigger risk for the rest of the world, and it looked like it backfired because it literally made Russia and China, who naturally are going to have a relationship with each other because one has a massive amount of productivity, the other has a massive amount of natural resources. Also, India is in a similar boat, although India kind of just walks a tightrope. They never commit to one side or the other. And also, China is looking to expand their sphere of influence in Asia and the waters surrounding it. So now, so now the United States looks like they've totally fucked this one up. But it's not that big of a deal for the United States because we still, ultimately the United States has all the natural resources, all the brain power, everything it needs to be, all the farmland. It needs to be completely self-sufficient. What they're afraid of is Russia being in the exact same boat, except them have even more nukes than we do. Anyway, end of rant.
JS, are you drinking Bud Light?
Did you say someone's drinking Bud Light on this panel?
So, Severity, please scream a bit less, okay, and don't interrupt so much.
No, you know what I mean by drinking tranny fluid?
Whenever you want. Just
no, you ain't drinking Bud Light on this panel, motherfucker.
Okay.
All right.
So are we still answering a different question, or?
Once we get this topic figured out, can we get on to Marinka? Atreyu wants to say something, man. Come on, go on.
Hey, did you see that fiasco?
Sweaty, you have to learn to let other people speak.
Hey, did you see that dumb bitch that cost
Sweaty,
Bud
just
Light
shut up.
$1 billion?
So are we still trying to answer a different question, or? Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
So I already lost my train of thought to begin with, but just a quick shout out to Rambo Gamble. He had 2 super chats. One of them was in Chinese. So in that regard, we should address the super chats. Now coming from acting sane, is Russia starting to go after Ukraine leadership like Zelensky and Budanov? Both of them have ties to the far right, and both have gone straight silent. Any thoughts? And then for Rambo Gamble, I have to look up the chat.
So, if we're not answering any other questions before these ones, there was a question. Go ahead, Prada.
I was going to answer Makati because it was a great question, and me and Shandovi actually were yesterday discussing it a bit. The plan was there, but I think they worried it up because they were not expecting for the effect of the pandemic to accelerate certain shifts in the world that were happening. And when they were confronted with it, it was obviously they needed to go to war. It's not clear that the war needed to be on the 24th of February. And we also talk about why did Russia did it? And I think Russia did it because it needed to make a point to present itself as someone that starts and not someone that reacts, in order to present itself also as powerful. And I think Wade once said something really amazing, which is Russia proved they are a superpower by the fact they have been able to support all the sanctions they had. Very few countries in this world could achieve what they did. It's horrible, of course, talking about because so many people die all the time. But the thing is quite impressive, and the Russians perhaps made a good figure on that. I think they had China at view at first, but they noticed that in 2021, China was untouchable. There was no way that you could bring a narrative so fast in order to bring a conflict. So it was easy to start with Ukraine. But also being prepared, because the Ukrainians were not weak. The Ukrainians were being prepared already. Not as good as they should, but they were.
Okay, so I guess let's address the question about define oligarch. A guy gets rich and connected in office. Are they an oligarch? It's not a business running government. It's government turning into a fiefdom in the U.S. I don't think I understand that last part. But, I mean, in theory, government, oligarch doesn't necessarily mean that a guy gets rich. It just means that there's like a small, tiny group of people that nobody's electing, right, that have a chokehold on what's the actual government policy. So it's like, okay, maybe, I don't know, let's say just
look at what the actual oligarch is. Just start there.
Yeah,
so
oligarch simply just means ruled by a select few. That's all it means.
Yeah. So basically, if you look at it from a historical perspective, you had royal families or nobles. They ruled, and then they selected rulers amongst these nobles that became royal. But then
it's not just rich guys. It's not just that.
Yeah, so from a modern perspective, you could say a particular few families who own a lot of wealth, but then also with that wealth garner a lot of power. Because you have a lot of families in the US and in the EU that still hold these powers. Yeah, and then Vaughn, you should tell
Okay.
us a bedtime story. But
Okay,
first,
Monica,
Bradley.
let's do it. Well, no,
That'll have
Adam.
to be in the voice chat.
Got it. Well, we're gonna. Uh, where were we gonna go after this? I think that we answered the question basically.
I think we can talk about Marinka for a minute because that should be fairly quick.
Let's do it.
Based on what's happening and maybe touch a few other points.
I asked that at the beginning. No one listened to me.
All right. Well, what do you have to say about Marinka? I don't have very much of anything.
Yeah, Vaughn.
There's no Marinka.
The only thing I would say about
because there are no
Marinka
South standing.
is they're still fighting.
Nobody lives in Marinka now, right?
So I haven't followed up, but basically it's the Chechens fighting in Marinka. That's all I've received in the last few weeks because I'm technically on holiday. But the Chechens have arrived, or rather have returned.
Basically, Russia made Marinka priority at the moment. It's a must seat to be taken.
Well, I mean, I was looking at the map earlier after you asked that, and you've got the fighting in the middle, which is basically going to hold the Ukrainians there. It looks like they've pushed up a couple blocks. It looks like there's about 4 city blocks going from just to keep it simple, east to west, that are about the same size, and then there's 2 long blocks, and that's it for Marinka proper, it looks like. And if you go along the north side, they've got that reservoir there. And the Russians or the Chechens, whoever, have moved past that. That they're basically parallel to that 4-block area. And if it's elevated, they could fire down in there, or at least have fire control. But the thing is the Ukrainians would be protected from that side because the Russians aren't going to be able to cross the water to get to them.
I heard they were advancing on all fronts.
Well, the thing is, and then on the south side, it's more open, and the Ukrainians or the Russians have pretty much advanced about the same distance on the other side. So Marinka is operationally encircled pretty well. The only thing probably stopping them is whatever's holding them up in the middle. And then on the north side, it'd be difficult to cross that, little river and water body without taking a lot of casualties unnecessarily.
So can I ask this 10 panel people an honest question? How much do you think what do you think the actual Russian and Ukrainian losses are?
Maybe before we switch the subject, we ask Luis to he's had his finger up for a while, and then we can get on to your question.
I just wanted to ask the panel if they think that the emphasis on Marinka and on Avdiivka with deploying the Chechen Ahmad units in that area means that that Russia is trying right now to at least get a bigger buffer around Donetsk city, which has been bombed since a year ago or 2 years ago or 8 or 9 years ago. Do you think it's Russia has that goal right now, a tactical goal?
Oh yeah, I mean if they can push, that's the whole point of Marinka and Avdiivka, is to push those artillery units back. And I mean, like right now in the middle, that's probably where the most fierce fighting is. But like I said, if you look at how the Russians are going along the sides of Marinka, again, are the Ukrainians going to see that and be like, look, it's time to start falling back a little bit so they don't get cut off? Because on the north side, eventually it's just going to be a small river. Who knows how hard it would be to cross it, or if it's one of those areas where it's, intermittent. But on the south side, if they get a breakthrough there, it's not going to be hard for them to, just move up and hook into that last few blocks and basically cut off whoever's in the middle. So, I mean, if they're really focusing on it, it's another one of these situations where the Ukrainians have to start looking at falling back, even if it's a little at a time. It's like, I mean, yeah, you want to bleed out the Russians, but I mean, with fresh troops and who knows what's being brought to the table, Do you really want to take a chance of having another large group of Ukrainians killed or captured? I mean, we already know they can't. They're running. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, they can't keep afford to losing guys because they're already having them run all over the place like fire brigades trying to plug holes and reinforce shit. And it's like, can they really afford another big loss of guys, whether they're killed or captured in another city that they could have easily fallen back little by little?
Let me ask you this question. I think they've already gone on their 20th campaign of bringing up as much soldiers as they can, and the Russians have only brought up like one. Like, I don't even think the Russians have gotten serious yet. And that's kind of the dangerous part, believe it or not. Because
Vaughn, you're muted.
If they really wanted to, between the men and the women of fighting age, they could bring up like 25 million people.
Well, here, I'm just going to say one thing real quick, and then we'll let everybody else finish up. Yeah, I mean, the Russians have hundreds of thousands of troops in the rear that they can move around to wherever they want right now.
Yeah.
And you're right. No one knows where they're at. And obviously, the only time you figure out where they're at is when all of a sudden you hear they got redeployed to such and such place. But anyway, let's finish out what everybody else was going to say. I don't know who was next.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh, but I wanted to say something real quick. I was seeing this on military summary. I don't know whether I saw it wrong, but in Marinka, the Ukrainians technically only control like 2 streets now. Like they almost pushed out of the whole city. Kashtanova Street and another one I can't pronounce, but yeah.
I think Marinka is different from Bakhmut because in Marinka, like Von on the other side, there is the artillery, the Ukrainian artillery with shelling Donetsk. So they want to push it, to gain territory, and not just to grind the Ukrainian army. In Bakhmut, it was just about killing Ukrainian army. And okay, and then another thing.
Dude, they haven't even started using the Fab 5000s yet, let alone the Fab 150s.
Please. I think it was.
Like, they haven't even gotten started yet.
I think it. What's important now is that it was the Chechen was on the front because Wagner is out of order for a few weeks, maybe more than that. So
few
the
months.
Russian army need to have some kind of elite troop to focus the attention of the main media. And I think the Russian army, most of them, have not the skills or the gears or the supply to attack a town. They are just very good for defense, but if you need an attack, you need special troops in the Russian army now.
Right.
What the fuck is going on here? Who was that guy?
Hey, did you hear about that report that they actually deep dived with one of those the bunker buster missiles, and they actually destroyed part of the NATO forces? I don't know if you all heard that or not, but
Well, there's the one that got Zelensky supposedly. Then there's possibly another one last week, but no one's been able to confirm it. But you know, the way everybody's acting, everybody's kind of down in the mouth about the offensive.
The one from last week, the building's still up. Apparently, Russia doesn't want to kill them all. They just want to destroy the communication.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Scare them.
So you know what I'm talking about, then?
Yeah.
It would be extremely interesting because someone already wrote a bit in the super chat. The thing about Belgorod, it's a bit strange. This insistence in a few groups of going and destroying a few villages, killing a few people. It really looks bad for Ukraine. So I'm a bit surprised what really that means and why are they so insistent in trying to provoke a kind of irrational reaction from Russia. It's my feeling. They're trying to provoke.
That's what Ukraine has been doing for the last 10 years.
I love the hat. Very stylish.
Not in Belgorod, but in Donetsk city, for example, or everywhere where they are. I mean, they have been killing civilians because they are ethnic Russians, because they are socialists, because they just don't care. I mean, they hate Russia, but they hate everyone.
More unit from the main
they do.
front.
The question is that they have got away for a while because the Western press has been hiding them and saying, no, these are the good guys, these are the Democrats, and so on. But the reality is that they kill people a lot. And they want to provoke Russia probably into doing something in the north. And Russia probably should do that, at least to some controlled extent, because they cannot be getting attacked all the time just across the line.
Lewis, I heard they were shelling.
It's an issue of provoking Russia into going into the northeast front. That's very clear to me. And Russia probably has to go into the northeast front, at least to some extent. They have to create a buffer zone. They cannot put up with that all the time. That's at least my opinion.
Hey, Lewis,
I
heard
disagree.
They were civilians.
So for a quick, so 2 points. So for
stop multitasking. Or you wanna talk, or you wanna do whatever you are.
Yeah. Really quick. Yeah. So 2 points. So basically, I disagree on Lewis's what he mentioned, that Russia needs to go in and Ukraine is trying to provoke Russia. I don't think it's no longer provocation. So Ukraine has been shelling the civilian areas for at least 8 years, but it never got attention. Ukraine is taking advantage of this. It's clear cut. They are just shelling for the sake of shelling because they can. The West is not reporting anything.
The West, no, they just don't want to talk about it.
Nobody is covering anything Ukraine is doing. They are saints. But then also another point to Luis, please keep your answers or your points a little bit shorter, because when you ramble longer, it can actually provoke people to try to interrupt and jump in. So just make it a little bit more.
I don't speak that much.
Oh man, dude, you take 2 minutes.
Let's make 1 minute for each other. That's it, or less than 1 minute.
Just a little bit shorter. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying cut it. Just a little bit.
So why do you think they are attacking and bringing those stupid forces inside of Russia? That's the point.
So
What's
I
the
think
game?
it's just
What's the
I
catch?
want Russia to send more troops in the other area than in the front, in the main front. They want a new brigade from Russia to be moved from the Zaporizhzhia line to the Belgorod border line to the north of.
That's one of the things I was thinking too.
Yeah, but how many troops they need?
I have a
Because
point.
So by the way,
they're doing this thing with 200 people.
So
basically,
that guy
Russia
from
need 1,000. That's it.
I think it's what they want. I'm not saying they are succeeded. And I think there is a lot of
1,000 people is nothing for Russia. You know, 1,000 people is nothing for Russia.
So that guy from the military summary channel was actually very specific as to what he thinks the reason is, and I found it quite interesting. He said that they specifically want Russia to move the Lancet squads from other parts of the front line and push them off towards Belgorod. So I found that quite interesting, but that's what he believes, and he said it a couple of times.
Yeah, but there's no way we can know that.
Doesn't mean it's true.
Speculating on that.
So
I was going to say, I don't think that would work, and I don't think Russia would even do that because they have hundreds of thousands of troops that aren't on the line that they could move, that wouldn't affect any disposition on any frontline position. And also, all this bullshit coincided with the fall of Bakhmut and the talk of 70,000 dead Ukrainians. And now all of a sudden the Western media has this new anti-Russian army to talk about because they don't want to talk about Bakhmut.
Exactly.
They can't talk about the offensive that never starts. So now it's all about how these Russians invaded Belgrade and stole helicopters and did all this amazing shit, even though we all know they were all dead like within the first day and a half or captured. But yeah, they're still fighting and they're almost to Moscow. I mean, and they got the Russian media sitting there hyping it up so they don't have to talk about Bakhmut.
I want to go after Atreyu.
Yes.
Go ahead, Atreyu.
So basically, to add on what Vaughn said, if you go through the non-English speaking media, so in Taiwan, there has never been a mention of Bakhmut. In the Netherlands, there has never been a mention of Bakhmut. In Belgium, there has never been a mention of Bakhmut, or rather, the fall of Bakhmut.
Well, I bet you they're talking about the Russian invasion, ain't they? Like motherfuckers.
Exactly.
Here in UK,
So
even on
but
Fox Channel.
I was talking about the non-English speaking, because the UK follows more the actual narrative. But what you see is that the smaller nations, like the Netherlands, Belgium, but also the Baltic states, they seem to have a different narrative. And then I've noticed a trend with these
UK
countries.
doesn't even allow you to have kitchen knives anymore.
Man, the UK is a special country. Voss can tell you all about it. But then for the smaller countries,
Hey, stop talking shit about UK. Good country.
But,
Come on, guys.
it's raining.
You know what
But
they
anyways,
do? They just
no,
jump
but
in and
tomorrow,
fucking
wait,
rental van
Swerty,
and throw you over.
Swerty, please.
So, to keep my point short, so what you see is that in many non-English speaking countries is that the narrative doesn't necessarily correlate to what the United States is reporting or the UK is reporting. So the fall of Bakhmut didn't happen here in some of these countries. That's it.
Yeah, I want to jump in on the Bakhmut thing, on the Belgrade thing too. I think that's what it is. I think it's Ukraine doing more of what they've done all war long, which is it's a media offensive. It's a propaganda offensive first and foremost.
I'm just gonna
and then
wear a
also
fucking hat.
Swerty,
I'm gonna wear
please
a hat
let me
like
finish.
that.
Swerty, for fuck's sake, bro. So anyway. And if they can get the Russians, if they can get the Russians to divert any forces at all from what is inevitable, everybody keeps saying offensive, right? That the Ukrainians want to do. Any diversion of forces from the front line there is probably gonna only be useful, I think. But I think first and foremost, it's a propaganda victory.
By the way, it's Belgrade People's Republic from now on.
Sure. All right. I guess who's next? Is it Prado or Vaughn?
I was just going to say real quick, with the little mini invasion of Russia by Ukraine, I wonder if it's indicative of what, based on the destruction of all these units and the hits on the depots and the delay of the offensive, maybe this is all they can really do right now. So that was the big show. While they sit there and talk about delaying the spring offensive and it's a delay, we're still working on it. Trust us. Trust the plan. It's coming. Maybe they just spent their wad on what they could actually pull off for the media, and that's all they're going to get out of that. I mean, I'm not saying they won't do something in a few months, but maybe that was. I mean, I'm just saying that there was no offensive for them to get all hyped up about. So this was their big hoo-ha, and everyone thinks that they're shooting helicopters and driving tanks around in Russia, and Russia's just scrambling, until it dies out next week. There'll be something else to talk about.
Okay,
So,
Vaughn,
I understood that very interesting Broadway idea.
One at the time, please.
Vaughn, hear me out.
Speaking of Broadway
no,
idea.
hear me out, motherfuckers, please.
Oh, shut up.
Okay.
I
heard that the M1A1 Abrams are in the factories, and I've also heard that the Leopards are also in the factories trying to get repaired, and so there's no way that at this point in time that the Ukraine can actually have an offensive.
So it's very interesting about
just real quick. They do have some tanks, but they don't have probably enough to do what they want, and the M1s aren't going to be available for.
You need probably like 1,000 tanks to go into battle with Russia.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Okay, Prada next, please.
Let Prada finish because I don't want to interrupt him.
All right,
After
so
Prada.
you know what I'm saying, though, right?
Yeah, we know what you're saying. Thanks.
Yeah.
So it's
how's
very
that?
interesting how they are constructing in some countries in the West, for instance. The thing, now the idea is that this is so bad for Russia that they managed to get inside of those few villages in Belgrade, that the whole political system in Russia is falling apart. It's chaotic, that this is the end. And it's interesting, why does the West, or some countries in the West, needs this type of created fantasy? Because this doesn't change anything really on the field. So why do we need to keep feeding people these fantasies, these ridiculous perceptions day after day? So it's quite interesting. I think they are having pools, and the Western population, especially in Europe, are getting very tired of all it. And I wanted just to bring you guys a very interesting thing that happened today or yesterday, depending on the time you are on. And Olaf Scholz was in Berlin, and
I'm at 5:10.
and he was completely
PM,
offended by
Colorado Mountain
everything.
Time.
For the love of God, come on, Sweaty.
A warmonger, and he lost it, and he was screaming things against Putin, offending Putin. It was really surreal. Sorry.
I heard about that. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm gonna have to watch it. It sounds like he went crazy.
Yes, he went crazy. It's impressive, and that guy is very controlled. So I think he's losing the control of the situation. Otherwise, Olaf Scholz would never have lost it in that moment.
He knows the truth. He knows the truth. That's what's killing him.
Yeah,
he knows the truth.
Yeah, Shadovi, go on.
I think what's important is, where are the Challenger 2 and the Leopard 2? That's the main question, basically. Till we don't see them on the front line, we know there is not going to be a big offensive, because they are the main component of the big offensive. So we are just waiting. For a second point, when you say that the Leopard 1 was still in the factory, you have to understand one thing. It's not the first, it's the second batch of Leopard 1. The first batch has already been delivered, 100 of them, okay? They was already working. A new batch of 100 more is actually in the factory. So basically, for Western tanks, Ukrainian had maybe something like 200 of them.
Atreya, you want to go close, right?
Yeah, because I have to leave. So quickly, guys, it was nice. It was brief. It was short, but it was still good. I will follow you on in the background. And then I saw Makiadi. He's new. Nice to have a Swahili speaker. I will practice it soon. Anyways,
Hi, Trey.
nice to be here.
Nice to meet you again. Bye.
And then Mehdi is coming up. He got some points. For the people in the chat, peace out. See you on the next one. And then for the super chats, follow them. They have some good questions.
Hey, God bless you, brother. God bless you, brother.
Good night. May I reply to Prata, or is someone between?
Go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, I think the narrative issue, or Prata, who was he asking at the Sadowi? I don't remember. Sorry. Anyway, the narrative question is that both the USA, for some reasons, and Russia, for other reasons, they want to keep the war going. In the case of the West, the USA and Britain and so on, they have to pretend and extend that they can win the war, even if they know that they cannot. One of their goals is to destroy Russia. Of course, that's gonna be very difficult if possible at all.
They're not
But
going to destroy
that's
Russia.
what they pretend, and that's what they try very hard, even with those Nazi pseudo guerrillas or whatever. That they want that they want to fight the war till the end, whatever the end is, and they have to keep a narrative that supports the war, and that's it.
CJS. Yeah.
Yes, go on.
I still don't know how much the Russians want to keep the war going versus just how much they realize that maybe it's going to be going for a while. But anyway, I don't know who's speaking after me, Maddie or Dan. Probably Maddie.
It's going to be Maddie.
And then let Dan go.
Yep.
No Dan. He's gonna.
Dan, you go first. I've already spoke, so I'll speak after you.
Thank
Dan.
you, Maddie.
No Dan. He's gonna propaganda from Moscow or wherever he lives these days.
So all I have to after, because we're talking about Ukraine coming into Russian territory, and I live in Russian territory, and I'll say one thing: when people talk about, oh, it's because Ukraine wants Russia to pull men from the front, that makes absolutely no sense, because Russia has volunteers who would willingly go to the front to protect these lines. So the whole idea about a military would take men from the front just because a hole is exposed. I mean, you fill the hole with reserves. You never bring out, in a conventional war, you never want to bring out men from the direct front and fill up a hole as far as the border in Volgograd. It makes no sense. And another thing about Ukraine doing these attacks, I mean, I don't see any positive thing for the Ukrainians at all. I honestly think that it's probably just a sign of a country that's on the verge of falling. I guess it's just a desperate thing. I don't think that they want to keep the war any longer than it already is, because it doesn't prolong the war. Oh, thanks for comment on the haircut. But these attacks don't prolong the war, guys. It just, Russia will keep it as long as they want. And it's always been on Russia's hands to go as far and as long as they want. And that's all I have to say.
I would say that this Ukraine is trying very hard to create a civil conflict in Russia. They are not doing it. They are not achieving. Sorry, they are not achieving it yet because they don't have that support. But they are trying, and they are trying it via very far right, very Nazi groups, because these Free Russian Legion are very extremist. It's something I don't. You both, for example, who are from Angola, maybe you remember the far right guerrillas in Mozambique, especially more than in Angola, that were absolutely destructive, and their only purpose was to cause chaos and violence and to destabilize the country. Well, something like that, but a smaller scale, because they cannot do at that big a scale, not yet at least. But that's the idea that Ukraine and the USA and Britain and all those are trying to push into Russia.
It doesn't work in Russia.
These people in Angola, they were a lot. There was a few thousand people, like 50, maybe 80,000 people. But trust me, they were fucking good. And they are the support from South Africa and the United States. So you'll see.
All right, Maddie, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with the gentleman that just spoke. It's just that this is my view of it, and this is my opinion. There is never going to be a Ukrainian offensive. So, and really, they haven't had the capability since they started trying to reinforce failure, which you never do, in Bakhmut. I believe it's less than 20% of the Russian forces that are out right now, ready to deploy, that can go to war, are not even on the front. They don't need to shift people from down in Kherson to go up towards Belgrade. And the stupidest thing about that whole attack is not only did it have no strategic, tactical, or operational value, all it did was call attention to say to Russia, hey, put a huge force right here. And we can then you can threaten to drop down on Kherson anytime you want. It's the stupidest thing. And that's the only thing I can think of is what those maniacs were trying to do. Is they're trying to get the Russians to launch. And they they're praying they can just get in front of it and say, oh, we launched it at the same time. You watch. There's nothing they can do on the same scale as the Russians right now. It's just they don't have the logistics. They are not getting the supply. The West has already told them they're tapped out. I mean, what are people really expecting them to do? How far could they go? They go into territory. They have to drag their flanks out. That means that they're shedding people the whole time they're moving forward, getting killed, starting to dissolve, winds up a ball trap behind enemy lines. That's all it would be for them. Because they can't keep on logistically feeding it and also supplying men to protect the flanks as it moves forward. I just don't get how people think that there would be some huge incursion anywhere by Ukrainians since Bakhmut. They decided to throw it away in Bakhmut. I'm sorry.
Hey, Dan, quick question. I have a comment and then a question for Dan.
Okay.
So, so to be fair to the people who are saying that they want the troops to be moved towards that side, they believe it's because they believe that the Ukrainians are trying to bother the Russians so much that the Russians have to open another offensive against Kharkov. And then the question I had is what about the transfer of equipment as opposed to manpower, like specific equipment, like what Dima was saying about they want units that are using Lancet to be transferred from one side of the front towards Belgorod.
Lancet.
Yeah, so my answer for anything like as far as troop movement, as far as armament movement, just from my personal experience in war, you don't fill a hole where you've already have it used up, because if you open up another hole, it makes no sense. The Russian military is not a military of 1,000 or 2,000 years ago with no brain. This makes absolutely no sense. And it's also to disrespect the Russians by thinking they don't have the armament inside their country, which they can just simply move to the front anyways. So the quantity of weapons that these men have in this country is beyond the understanding of Western countries if they think they're going to move anything from the front line to fill a hole. That goes for armament, men, and even just like anything else. Yeah.
I think what's important is to understand that for Russia, this war could be very long. It could maybe take 10 years, maybe more. So they have to try to minimize the cost. And each of the decision is about that, I think. It's about to try to use the less men as possible, the older stuff or the less expensive weapon as possible, and to never spend too much. They want the less effective way to inflict damage to the Ukrainian army with the less cost as possible. So they are never going to send 1 million men or 2 million men, or I don't know what you may think. It would cost too much in the long term. The cost would be way too expensive. If you do that, that means that you need the war to end very fast. Okay, and that's not how the Russians think about this war. If you want the war to last, you have to spend the minimum amount of resources. Quata, or I don't know whose turn is it?
Yeah, that's
Good
why
luck,
he
Ron.
already
Ron.
declared. That's why he already
And then
declared
Prada.
like 8 months ago that it's going to take at least 18 months at the minimum, and if they really need to, they can call up 5 million soldiers.
Yes, if they need, but did they need it?
Vaughn and
They
then Prada. Good,
Yeah,
Vaughn.
I think
There's
like,
no
there was a-
way. There is no way.
Swearty, please,
There's
bro.
no way Ukraine's gonna win this war. I'm just telling you.
It's Vaughn's turn.
No,
It's Vaughn's
with
turn.
there was a super chat that it kind of ties into something we talked about earlier in the week. You know, about misdirection and maybe making a move on Transnistria. And you know, if you think about it, you know, that's the reports were the Leopards were seen up in that area. You know, supposedly there's a large concentration of troops. The Ukrainians, you know, are always so desperate for some positive information or some kind of positive press. You know, they might make a move on Transnistria because it's an easy win, because they could easily overwhelm the Russian troops there, and the Russians can't really do anything to save them or help them because they'd have to fly any kind of aircraft through all the SAMs and everything, and plus the Americans and everybody would tell them they were coming. So, but that's kind of a long shot, but I could see that being a possibility. But like I said, I think the whole Belgrade thing is, you know, it's stupid to think they're going to get Russians to pull troops from somewhere else when they have literally hundreds of thousands of troops floating around behind the lines that aren't even deployed. Right. They have hundreds of tanks. They have hundreds of everything that you could possibly imagine just driving around on trains. You see it all the time. And I think, like I said, it was just a distraction from the failure at Bakhmut, because everyone in the media in the West is talking about this great invasion, this new republic, these ridiculous stories about how they stole helicopters and attacked Russia with their own equipment. I mean, they don't want to talk about 70,000 guys that got slaughtered in Bakhmut for nothing when they could have left 6 months ago and lost half that probably, or more. Who knows? I mean, I would imagine that most of the deaths were in the last few months because that was just suicidal.
I got a phone call.
So, you know, now everybody talks about the invasion of Russia and forgets all about those guys. So I think that's what it is. I mean, I honestly, I don't believe they think that the Russians would pull something from somewhere else when they have that many troops sitting around waiting to go in anyway. Plus, they said that, I think last week they said they were flooding. Let me finish real quick. They also said that they were flooding those regions with GRU troops, which are designed to do counterinsurgency and perfect for blunting these reconnaissance or sabotage groups. So the Russians aren't going to pull somebody from anywhere. They've got plenty of people, like Dan said, volunteers plus paramilitaries and stuff that can do all that shit.
White, hold on. White, there is your chance. Sweat is on phone, so do your job, man. Go on, Prata.
So it will be an extreme bad decision if they are preparing it. We saw from Mayelu, the president of Transnistria, making comments that the Ukrainians will be happy, will be welcome in their territory in order to keep some deposits and regions, which was a very strange comment. But she will create inside of the country a huge protest wave, which will bring the country completely apart.
It could be a civil war, basically.
Almost. Yes, we are
about that.
Yes, we have been seeing huge demonstrations against her government. We have been seeing also an attempt to disrupt democracy in the country by illegalizing press, by suspending, imprisoning the opposition leader. She had to. The protest was so good, so big that she had to release him. We have seen in Gagauzia, which is a small autonomous region in the south of the country, there was an election and the pro-Russian, but the region is really very pro-Russian. It didn't matter who won, but the party that won, she tried to illegalize it on the court, and she had to accept it, and the candidate that was most voted was recognized as winning. But she's really trying to disrupt the country. And if she does that, she's selling to the Europeans that because they just all met in Chisinau a few days ago, she's trying to convince them that she really has the control of the situation. She has not. And the Europeans are being stupid if they ever will accept the Ukrainians to go and attack Transnistria. It will be very difficult. And last but not least, if someone please look how distant is the border of Transnistria to Chisinau. 30 kilometers is 1 hour with every equipment. If that bitch, that criminal, thinks she'll bring the war to their country, she's waiting for something really bad to happen.
Romania is not going to let that happen.
Romania is not going to let that happen. Transnistria. It's not if Ukraine and Moldova agree, they can overrun Transnistria in a matter of, I don't know exactly how much, but very short time. There's
but
no
Romania is not going to be happy with that.
Controlling Odessa.
Luis,
Go ahead.
If the militaries It's not just 1,000 until 2,000 Russians they are there. There is also the military in Tiraspol. If they invade, imagine that instead of fighting the Ukrainians, they invade Chisinau. They have the power in their hands. The people will support them.
No, I don't think
What?
Transnistria can defeat Moldova. Moldova is bigger. That's that. And there are no.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Russian.
Okay.
He didn't understand Prada. Doesn't matter.
Medigo.
Dan, I got a question for you, and I've been reading about basically about the manpower and how Russia generates it. And what I've read is that that a student is tracked throughout high school within the district they're in, like his academic is tracked, his physical fitness, like what he wants to do. And this is something I did not know, that these high schools or places like that, the Russian kids are more involved in like these parachute groups, and they also have groups that are basically pre-military training groups that they go to because they somewhat enjoy it. It's like a higher level of Boy Scout, I guess, in one way. Dan, is that close to what you've seen or understand of it? This is what I'm reading, and I'm trying to judge it.
For even, I think, look, there's a cultural event that happens even in the kindergartens or the primary schools where kids are taught to disassemble and assemble AKs. This is very normal in Russia because of Soviet times. So when we're celebrating, and I say when we, because this is my second May 9th in Russia, when the patriotic war celebration comes around, every little kid and everybody in school is taught the AKs, the masks, the just basic movement and retrieving of wounded people. And I think that it's not so much like a thing that they're doing to prepare for war. It's more culture. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
See, this is, and just a response to Dan Vaughn, I'm sorry, but this is the reason why I asked that, because like when you go into the military in the United States, you kind of pick your MOS if you can get that. But during a time of war, if there was a draft, right, you kind of were just like, you're just a number to them. You go there, you go there, you go there. But in Russia, they know what you already are skilled in. Like, they track what kind of job you do for the simple fact of the skill set that you'll have. And what they do is they try, when you go in, they try to line you up with the skill set for skills that you already know. That's like when you're in parachute club, almost all their airborne have already parachuted mostly, because they're signaling, I want to go there. You know what I mean? And totally different in our country. And it's just, it kind of blows my mind, because we look at it from our eyes of like, oh yeah, you just do this, that, you put them through boot camp, and we hope to get a job. But in Russia, they actually try to get you into a place where you already know, which gives them your knowledge that goes forward, and it gets you it's much easier for them to save time in training and getting people aligned. I'll just stop there. It's just, it blew my mind. I never really knew it, but if you think about it, if it's down to the last man you need to draft, think about it.
Since primary school, by the way, Mehdi, they start knowing what they want. And the thing about the culture, the military culture in Russia is, I don't know if you guys have seen me wear my shirt here, this striped shirt, and every unit has like a different colored shirt. So you have little kids wearing their father's colors, whatever they were. So they grow up like dreaming of being airborne, dreaming of being infantry, dreaming of being Marines and stuff like this. And the Russian military will actually help them and guide them through whatever avenues they need to do. And I've seen it personally in in the villages. You see the kids who are doing the celebrations, and they get to choose what unit they want to actually represent on the celebration. So it is what it is.
And they allow recruiters in the high schools to talk to these kids about what they want. And just like Dan said, if you wanted to go into a certain thing, you know, they would give you the direction of, you know, these things will help you attain your job. Because when you get in there, if you want to be an officer, there's a million things you need to know that it just blows my mind.
Sounds like communism.
It isn't though. It's a logic. One second. The military is never a democracy, for one. Second of all, it's
Man, you
a
just
logic.
keep interrupting everyone, man.
Dude, I'm so sick of your stupid shit. I'm sorry. All right. I mean,
Fuck
the people
off.
in
How's
chat
that?
are doing.
Hey,
I'm sorry,
why don't you
bud.
fucking pound sand, bitch?
Yeah, okay.
Hey, come on.
That brings a lot, buddy.
Position. Let's make a vote. Who wants to kick axe Murty?
Have you ever jumped off the back of a
Democracy.
I want
Let him stay, but
I was
let
a
him
tank
stay,
commander,
but
shithead.
Come on. If there is, we need Mehdi here.
Knock
you know,
it off.
he's our wise guy. Come on, Cephii.
I just want to make my point. My point goes back to the Belgrade raid. I think of a few other things.
A C-130 airport plane or not?
Come on, Mehdi, come back.
Have you ever jumped off of the
Swarty, what does that have to do with anything? Please do not interrupt people constantly.
Dan Castle,
Please.
you
Just
ever
please.
jumped off of
Mehdi,
the C-130?
I want
Just
Mehdi back.
please.
I want
He was a
Mehdi back.
fucking
Come on.
Marine. He didn't have to jump out of a fucking C-130.
But hey, guys,
Hey, we got the French guys here. Come on.
He's
Viva la
Belgian.
France.
Yeah.
I'm Belgian.
Nah,
Not from France.
It's the same thing.
Oh no. it's
Viva
not.
la France.
Can I just make a quick point about the Belgrade raid? Some other things that popped into my head.
Motherfucker.
You got the distraction from the loss of Bakhmut. It's perfectly timed to distract from MIA Zaluzny, the hits on the depots, the depleted uranium question. I mean, there's a lot of big hits in the last couple of weeks that this invasion of Russia just conveniently distracts from. So that's something else people could think about. Just look at that and see what else has gone on that is kind of not being talked about anymore because the Russia's got invaded.
I've got a question for my African.
Regarding what Dan and Maddie were discussing, what's the difference? What happens with the kid recruitment in Russia and, for example, in France, which is also a very militarized country, which has a lot of that kind of activities and so on. That's it.
Yeah, I've got a question for Makadi. So, how things in Kenya between Russia, Kenya, United States, and Kenya?
Oh, well, so first of all, Kenya will not as a system ever be technically on the side of Russia, mainly because they have very strong ties with their former colonial master, with the British. And this actually extends all the way. So the way they start off is, so back in the 60s, a lot of Kenyan students came to the US. They went to Ivy League schools, they got educated. Most of those kids ended up being the next leaders. And then their kids also went to Ivy League schools, and then they became the next crop of leaders. So the whole system is kind of caught. But on the other hand, they have to play this balancing act as well, because they can feel the sentiment of the people below them. They don't like what's her name? What's her name again? The vice president of the U.S.
Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Her name is Cunt Harris. Cunt Harris, Kamala Harris. Yeah.
So they don't like it when, let's say, she comes there and then she starts lecturing them about democracy and the way to live and all that. So the public is not on the side of the West, that's for sure. But the leadership is playing a game where they still have to keep the West. Mm-hmm.
They don't.
It's quite
So
interesting.
do you think the military base? Do you think the military base UK has something to do with it?
It may. I'm not sure. It may have. Most of those military bases are to keep those countries in check, especially the neighbors, right? Like the US has a base in Botswana.
You have no
Botswana
idea.
basically has zero terrorism going on, but the base is there to fight terrorism. But no, the base is there to threaten South Africa. So that's the purpose these bases play. So in Kenya, I don't think the bases are that huge, like huge planes can land in them or whatever. But I mean, they do play a role. They say that their job is to fight Al-Shabaab in Somalia and Eastern Kenya. But
how do you understand, Mekadi? So the Kenyan government at the beginning of the conflict, they imposed sanctions on Russia, and sounds like they took them out. Also, the Kenyans were living in a very rush economical crisis, a food crisis as well, in the east part of the country. Am I wrong? And you need a grain, but the grain of Ukraine is a mirage, is for the rich countries. And now they are trying to make deals with Russia for grain. So also Lavrov was now in Kenya, which was very well received. How do you see the things moving now?
Actually, I don't think Kenya put any sanctions on Russia. I don't think they did.
It was propaganda, probably.
Yeah,
sure.
they said one of the opposing politicians who was running for president a couple of years ago was talking about that he would do it. But so a lot of people don't know that for you to put sanctions on that country, it has to be done by the parliament, especially within the constitution of Kenya. It has to be done by the parliament of Kenya. Now, to get all these people from all these politicians, senators, and MPs to come into the parliament for a session just for Russia is very difficult, because there will be public outcry, because the public will say, hey, you're wasting our resources pulling all these politicians, holding these sessions that cost a lot of money to talk about Russia. So for Kenyans, the Ukraine Russia thing is a non-issue. Nobody's even talking about it like that.
Then just another question. What about, for instance, I saw some videos about discussions on the gay rights in the parliament. Mm-hmm. And people were very, very locative about talking about it. And I wonder if the opinion of the population, because it was the majority of the parliament, at least in that discussion, if the opinion of the people is a bit homophobic, let's call it like that, or not pro LGBTQ, what do you think? How did they see Russia? Did they see Russia like the role they are playing, like the defenders of the old customers of Do people tend to see Russia as defenders of the old customers?
They do see it. First of all, the history of Russia plays a huge role, right? The Soviets are helping many liberation movements in Africa. So already the Russians already have a little bit of a leg when it comes to that. Secondly, Putin himself is somewhat largely admired because of his, he seems like he's standing up for his people. That's the image they get. So they like that. On the issue of the LGBTQ stuff, so Kenya is socially conservative, but economically progressive, right? So you can't go there and tell them that, oh, poor people need to die because law of the jungle, blah blah blah, right? They won't buy that. But if you try and tell people about gay people, they still won't listen to that either way. You can't. Like literally, my grandfather, there was a time Obama went to Kenya, and he was talking about gay marriage, and my uncle calls me and he's like, so Obama is coming to Kenya to tell us about gay marriage. He's like, then my uncle is like, so they get married and then what? So I'm like, what is he talking about? Guess what? He did not know that gay people actually have sex. He was not aware. And he passed away a few years ago, and I never told him. I was like, you know what? So
yeah, let him die with a pure mind and a pure heart.
Those people are different. That's what people in the West don't understand. Those people culturally are absolutely different. They don't think like the way the West thinks. And it's so hypocritical to think you can go tell people, regardless of whether you agree with them or not, like how to think or how to change. Oh, you change your culture. And the political leadership is not going to waste political capital on that.
I do have a question. Who was the politician that was like yelling at the podium? He's like, "We are not the gays." Was that a Kenyan guy or? How your uncle understood that, okay, they're gay and they got married, then what? Because he didn't know they had sex. And I wonder if it's kind of the same thing, like they understand the gays, but then that guy had just found out that they actually have sex, and then he was like, we are not the gays. Like, he ain't down with that shit now. Before, he didn't really understand it, but then he was like, hell no.
I have a question about Kenya
Uganda
too,
is the
please.
most pro-USA country in Africa, probably, and is the most anti-gay country in the world, probably.
That's Saudi Arabia.
Hey, why don't you cocksuckers
I have a question about Kenya, please.
cocksuckers let RL speak for 1 second?
Vaughn, that guy was Robert Mugabe.
Oh yes, that was Mugabe. Yeah, who said we are not
We
gay?
are not
The
gays.
UN. The UN. Yeah, that was
what he
Mugabe.
said.
And when he said, Tony Blair, keep your England and take your hands off my Zimbabwe.
No, you know what I mean? Though, it's like he was sitting there getting ready to give a speech, and somebody leaned over and whispered in his ears, and he was like, what the fuck? Hell no, I'm going to go off now.
Yeah, and what I keep wondering is, so every single time the media from the West interviews an African leader, they keep bringing these up, and I'm not sure really why. It doesn't almost make any sense, because this man cannot go, even if he thought otherwise, he can't go against the will of the people directly about something like that. But they'll keep.
I think what they try to do is they're trying to like shame them or pigeonhole them or corner them into saying something that they can manipulate into some kind of political statement. Because I mean, like you said, some of these people have to know that the leaders they're talking to don't have the same cultural perspective. I mean, obviously, like your uncle's a perfect example. Yeah, he understands the term gay, but he didn't understand the term. And these people just bring this shit up to him constantly, trying to get him to say something maybe offensive to Western people, or just maybe makes them look backwards or, uneducated or something, because they don't. They would love to probably exploit. Oh, they don't even know what gay means. How can they be against it? That's the kind of thing that's how they would manipulate something like that.
I didn't know where you went for like the last half hour, man.
I'm in the backstage.
Did you have to go take a shit or what?
No, I let people talk because I'm just letting you guys talk.
But let's ask.
I have a question about Kenya, please.
Everything.
Hey, come on. Let's keep going.
I have a question about Kenya, and after that it's going to be RL. Please, Makali, could you tell us if there is a lot of Chinese infrastructure project in Kenya or not?
Oh my God, a lot. Like literally.
Why it's one of the only people that have
11
on this panel besides me.
Between 2011.
All you all are like way too serious.
Please, Sweaty, let people talk.
So between 2011, and 2011 and 2018, the whole landscape transformed. Like they have like all these like high-speed electric railways now. They have these like super highways. Like it's crazy. They literally have. I had never seen this before. They literally have highways going on top of the city, like on top of skyscrapers. Like the Chinese have spent a lot of money there. Yeah.
So basically, USA come to speak about gay, Russia about sanction, and Chinese take everything.
Chinese is doing well in Kenya. I heard that from the airport to the city was like 3 or 4 hours, and they made it like 45 minutes.
Yeah, and the Chinese initially had a lot of problems with Kenyans just because of cultural differences, like really sharp cultural differences, and because the Chinese were, it's hard to explain, but the Chinese come out as rude in Africa, but eventually everybody came to understand each other. They realized, hey, look, we need the Chinese money, and the Chinese need stuff coming from Kenya, natural resources.
Angola has the same problem.
Because we Chinese people is very practical, and then we are very money minded, and then we are very efficiency minded. So that's a problem, because basically we work very hard. It's in our blood. It's just how the Chinese operates. and they goes to every country and they have problem in every country. It's not just in Africa. They went to Indonesia. They saw the construction workers sitting on the ground. He said, "What the hell are you not working?" He said, "Lunchtime." Nobody give them. And then time's up, all go home. No. Then the Chinese are like, "What the hell? No, these people is not working hard enough. No, I'm wasting my money." No, but that's how the Chinese think. But that is also why the Chinese diaspora in every country tends to be the richer people. There's a saying say that the Chinese are the Jews of the East, because in every country that you go in Asia, the Chinese tends to be the richest people. But no, that's not 100% true. That's just a myth, because we just work hard. We just happen to work hard. In America, it's the same. In the United States, the Chinese tends to earn a lot more. But in Singapore, the richest race is actually the Indians. The Indians are way more effective, in earning money. Yeah. So
I have to talk.
Yes,
because I like to address things whenever they're happening, and if nobody's gonna do it, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you, Swirty, like, what do you think? This is a open mic, or is it your own like therapy session, or what do you think is happening? What's going on with you?
I think I'm kind of like an asshole to begin with in like normal life, and I will fuck you up if you really want to go there.
I mean, you think you must be some sort of war hero salt dog that can just go on somewhere and just think that people care about your war. Nobody cares about what you did.
A motherfucker drinking bad quality beers.
Nobody cares about.
Go gay. You will
no one gives a fuck about you and your earbuds.
No, here in France, actually, it's very hot. And when it's very hot, it's very good to drink rosé like this one.
Do you see these fucking knuckles, bro?
Anyways, Swirty, I wanted to clear it up for you that this is not
your screen, please. Make me a favor, you son of a bitch.
Dan, well said.
Yep. Dan,
nobody's gonna
nothing special. And I can
Dan, you're not a bad guy for a Russian, Well said.
You fucking guy.
So I just have one advice. Similarly, it goes to everyone. So when someone is speaking, try to let them finish the point. Because if you interrupt, even if you disagree, you say no. People cannot hear, and then sometimes they might have to repeat themselves again. Then you're just wasting time, dragging it out. Let the person finish his point, even if it's Swirty's point, which sometimes I know many of you guys don't agree. Let him finish his point. Then after that, he will shut up because he finished his point. So
dude, I'm a combat veteran, motherfucker.
I don't care. No, wait, let me finish. Let me finish with this guy, please, guys. Listen, nobody cares what you did. I don't care, and I was there too. You are a fucking loser if you think anybody here thinks what you did meant anything. Our war is over. Our war and our fucking service is over. Nobody gives a fuck. This open mic is about the DPA chat talking about different political things and the conflict in Ukraine. Whatever the fuck you did, you can refer back to it with your combat experience and have input. But if you don't have input and you want to look like a jackass and embarrass yourself, that's up to you, because you're a fucking loser.
I know I suck at life, right?
I mean, you don't suck at life.
Come on, let's go back to Africa. We don't talk about a lot about Africa. Now you got two Africans here, and we're talking about fucking gay.
Let me tell one last thing. I'm not telling you because I think you suck at life, and I have respect for you, and I have sympathy for you and the way you're acting, because you're probably fighting some demons. And I'm not trying to belittle you, but the thing is, you need to be put on check, because if I was like you right now, I would expect you to do the same for me. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask you this, what are you going to do about it?
I mean, you just make yourself look like a jackass, and it's my job to tell you as a fellow veteran, and that's it.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, what are you going to do about it? I'm just going to ignore you from now on because I told you what I had to say.
At least I have a sense of humor. You know what? Hey, DPA, this guy doesn't even laugh, or he doesn't even have a sense of humor.
You are the father of the USA people here. Come on, say something.
This guy's a total hater of me, and he has
He's not hating you. He's on your side. He's on your side.
He's
not hating you.
You're completely drunk.
One question. Wait, Suti.
Go sober up.
Wait.
Drunk.
Suti. Just to do fact checking. A lot of people say you're drunk. Do you drink? Just to corroborate whether if this
See, he's completely drunk. He's more than all
drunk.
Oh
Can you confirm this information? Are you drunk?
No. Not at all.
Okay.
I've only had like,
It's the same thing, you know, when you ask a Ukrainian, are you a Nazi? Me, Nazi? No, there's no Nazi in Ukraine.
No, I've only had like 3 beers. That's it.
Okay. So,
I didn't know Bud Light was this strong. Only 3.
I don't drink Bud Light either. I don't drink that.
So, chat, the information is either corroborated or invalidated. You can decide. It's 3 drinks. So, anyway, we move. Vos wanted to talk about Africa further.
I want to jump in that discussion about Africa. When Macchiadi, you said that the Western media, when they come and make an interview with a leader, they come up with the gay rights and all those stuff. It's not the Western media, it's more specifically the Anglo-Saxon media who come up with that shit. Because when you have a French journalist interviewing an African leader, they don't talk about gay rights. They talk about democracy, freedom, and all that shit. It's very specific to Anglo-Saxons. The BBC, ABC, CNN, NBC. It's very specific to the Anglo-Saxons.
Only the CC.
Yeah, and it is kind of a tantrum in foreign policy from the United States. When Kamala Harris made her tour in Africa, she was talking about gay rights. Everywhere she came, gay rights, LGBT. And if you don't be more open-minded with those questions, you don't give money, you don't receive money. You even got sanctions like Uganda, who just passed laws against LGBTQ.
So the crazy thing I saw, and I feel the same. The crazy thing I saw was the president of Rwanda. His name is Paul Kagame. So he was being interviewed. He was being interviewed by these journalists, and he was asked, "Hey, because Rwanda has, in terms of progress when it comes to women, Rwanda is like topping the planet in terms of representation in the parliament and business sector, blah blah blah, all that, right?" So this lady asked him. He asked him, "Hey, you've done all this for women. When are you going to do the same thing for LGBTQ?" And Kagame at that time did not know what that means. He had to ask, "What does that mean?" And somebody broke it down for him, right? So those are the things this guy. That's a tactic that has been chosen for some reason to either bother these people, pester them, or humiliate them. And by the way, it doesn't matter which administration is in power. Even when Trump was in power, Uganda was hit with sanctions for gay marriage stuff, right? So the state remains neoliberal regardless of who is there. They're still going to pursue those things. Yep.
Once they put sanction on you, that sanction is forever. Look at Cuba, look at Zimbabwe, all of them.
Makadi, I wanted to ask you something, and also you, Vaz do Povo, although you live in London. Do you think in the last, let's say, 5 to 10 years, Africa finally have the feeling it's giving the jump? Because, you talked about all the investments of the Chinese and so on. And this infrastructure was the infrastructure that most African countries had were either built by the ex-colonial powers. Otherwise, almost nothing was being built because there was no financing from international banks and institutions. And then the Chinese come and they start building everything. Do you feel that there is a possibility that Africa can give a jump and get out of that endemic poverty?
Oh yeah, they can, and most of them actually are. And here's the reason why I'm confident about that. So they did So they're coming to realize that something is wrong, something is imbalanced, right? So they did this study where that shows that about $2.6 trillion worth of Africa's resources were traded in London and New York, right? So that had not, so Africans had nothing to do with that. Those are their resources, which are run by companies from outside. And that, I believe, is the beginning of most of these economic issues these countries have. Now they're starting to realize that. That's why you saw Congo is in China right now. The president of Congo was in China a couple of days ago talking to the Chinese to renegotiate a deal where they were getting 30% of the proceeds of what China was mining. Now China agreed. They were like, yeah, you can take 60%. And now Congo is taking 60%. So they're starting to realize. Secondly, one of the things that kept them really quiet about many things is because of the perceived power of the West. But a lot has changed. Russia challenging the West like this has completely made people look at things very differently. They have realized, oh, these guys are not the gods we thought they were. You know, they are having a big, 30 countries are having a big problem with one country. That is making people look very differently at things. So yeah, that continent is going to change. And then remember, the average age of an African is 16 years. The average age of an American is about 38. So a friend of mine I took to Kenya was like, hey, why are there kids all over, right? So the African population is really young. It's a whole bunch of teenagers. So we are yet to see what they do with the resources that they're getting.
That's interesting. Can I ask Macchiati a question? Because I came in late. I've never met him, and he seems like an interesting feller. So you're from Kenya and you live in Belize?
So I'm from Kenya, but I work from I work for an American corporation, and I can move to different places. But I'm usually in the Midwest in the US, and then sometimes in Kenya when it's winter.
Oh, okay, cool, thanks. But why does it say Belize?
You don't like the cold?
No, because currently I'm in Belize.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, I'm currently in Belize.
I have a question or development on this about Africa giving the jump or developing. How much, let's say, industrialization is going on? Because as far as I know, only countries like South Africa or Algeria or Egypt have strong industry, and the rest seem to, yes, the Chinese or such are building infrastructure, transport infrastructure mostly, or things like that. But isn't it like a little bit of new colonialism, neo-colonialism, in the sense of, yeah, we're building mines, we're building railroads or roads, but we want to extract basically the wealth of Africa, the minerals or whatever other products. It's not really developing the industry and the real stuff that really makes countries or regions do that thing of the jump, like for example Indonesia, which is doing the jump to a strong industry, or
but
doing it.
Okay.
Prada, you're muted.
Prata, you mute.
Luis, why would you ask that from China? Even just from a principle, before the answer of Macchiati, why would you ask that from China if the other ones that were there before, playing the big bosses, didn't do that?
It doesn't matter. It's a question of what's going on. It doesn't matter. It's not a question of morality. It's a question of China as an industrial power. It's a capitalist power. It needs resources. It needs markets, just like the USA or any power in that kind of right. So they are competing for them, and while they are not invading Africa because it wouldn't make sense,
Yes,
they are
Spanish,
sort of
they want-
inviting it. Let me finish. Sort of invading or
They
going
are
for it in
inventing.
terms of new colonialism. It's more productive than the French colonialism or whatever. Yeah, probably. I
Luis,
don't know.
I'll answer your question.
Uh,
I'll answer your question. So there is a lot of industrialization going on, but most industrialization is going on in countries that have surplus electricity, mostly in Ghana and Ethiopia, because those two countries now Ethiopia has a huge surplus of electricity because of the dam they built that they've been having issues with Egypt and Sudan about. The issue is electricity generation. No country wants to invest in anybody's industry if they're going to be having power outages or they'll have to run machines through diesel. So the main issue now is electricity generation, and that's kind of where Russia is coming in now when it comes to nuclear, because they figured out that even if they dammed all the rivers of Africa, they still would not have enough electricity. So now that's when you're hearing a lot of countries talking about nuclear energy. But Ethiopia has developed quite a lot in the past few years through the help of the Chinese, where the Chinese have opened up all these huge industrial areas where they make clothes and things like that. So they're doing a lot of manufacturing, but that was only possible because of the fact that they have a lot of electricity, cheap electricity now, and so they can industrialize. Most other nations, they're still going through electrical blackouts and things like that.
Look what Chinese did in Rwanda.
Just to jump in, Luis, you can't use the term neocolonialism. Because why? Because when China come to Africa, they don't hide the fact that they want their natural resources. When they come to Africa, it's the first things they say. Listen, folks, we need your natural resources. What do you want? You want roads? You want factory? You want infrastructure? You want what? A Mercedes-Benz? Okay, no problem. We provide you, but we need your natural resources. It's not hidden. It's not, we will bring you civilizations. So you will become
it
good
doesn't
niggas.
matter.
Yeah?
It doesn't matter if it's hidden or spoken. I mean,
No, it's very important. It's very important because colonialism is you dominating the people who are the locals. China is not doing that.
And Luis, by the way,
let's go to a classical example: the banana fruit company of the United States in Nicaragua or places like that.
Oh, that's a terrible example.
We want your bananas, and we're going to invade you for that, or we are going to make a deal with your dictator for that.
That doesn't sound similar.
China is not
doing that.
China is not in the classical sense of actually occupying the country and turning it into a colony.
And those political
Please, one at a
elites.
time.
China is not doing that. They are
Lu-
not
Lu-
sending
Luis.
private armies or mercenaries to kill people so another guy can be at the helm of that country. They're not doing that.
What is
right
doing
now.
What is doing Wagner in Africa?
Luis,
It's not
let me give you a good example.
Serving the Chinese interests. I'm not trying to criticize China. I'm trying to ask how good is that for Africa in reality?
Let me explain something real quick.
Good. Let
Let
me
me
give
explain
you an
something real quick.
example. How
For example,
many miles or kilometers did the United States or the Europeans build since the end of Second World War? And how many miles or kilometers of road did China build in Africa? You will immediately understand.
Hold on. I don't know if you noticed, but I swear to pass out.
So let's listen to Makadi response, please.
Just let him.
So I'll give you a good example, Luis. And the example is the deal I just spoke about that Congo had with China. Again, Congo believes it was unfair. It's up to whoever's opinion at that point. They were getting 30% of their deals, which mostly involved cobalt, right? And China needs a lot of cobalt for their electrification. They're trying to build all these things into electric, right? Now, that was made by the president before Tshisekedi, who is now the one before him was called Kabila, was Kabila's son. He's the one who made that deal. It was not fair according to the Congolese, and eventually they agreed that it was not fair and they got a different deal. But here's the thing: if you want infrastructure and you can't afford it, because infrastructure is very expensive, like roads and rail, if you cannot afford it, then you have to give them something. The Chinese are not going to do it for free. So you have cobalt and you need infrastructure. So they take cobalt and they build infrastructure. If you make a bad deal, most of the time it's your fault.
I just want to say, don't kick him, please, Wyatt. Let him. This is we're enjoying this. Thanks.
Yeah, but you know, one of the biggest problems in some African countries is clean water. Yeah, a lot of countries got this problem. You know what China did in Rwanda? Something UK has been doing for 20 years, robbing money for the taxpayers here. People donate, and no country in Africa have seen a fucking water. China in fucking 6 months. 6 months. Transform Rwanda. This little village, they go clean water for fucking free. Free. No 1 pence. Free. And the West always say China is bad for you. How bad is that? Because even the Chinese needed the water. That's why they built that for free. Because they're gonna work in this place. So building that thing, helping the Chinese who are working this village.
But not exactly for free. I mean, they are making.
Not for free because they need the water, and they gave the water for the people. Now the people
they are getting
they don't need to drop
materials or
yes,
stuff for
build.
Louis,
That was for free.
Louis, you have to understand the Chinese are not Christian.
Yeah, of course.
They don't have that charity
Hey.
mentality. I mean, if they give water free for fresh water, proper water for consumption free to everybody, it's because they also use it.
Yeah.
If they build a nice road in the middle of the desert, it's because they use it also, the Chinese. But it's not exclusive use for themselves. It's also used for others because the road is there.
You know what the British been doing for 20 years? For 20 years, they've been.
Charity is not rooted in them. You have to understand that. Otherwise, you miss the point. I give you another example. In Congo, we were talking about Congo. There were a fall, and the Congolese wanted to have a road that goes through that fall, up the stream of that fall, of that river. And they asked for Europeans to build something, and the Europeans said, no, it's not possible because it's too heavy, too many things to do, and blah, blah, blah. They asked the Chinese, in less than three years, they built it.
It's better neocolonialism.
So
come on.
It's interesting
Louis,
because
it's business.
Luis, come on. You just hate the Chinese. Yes or no?
You are? Sorry?
You hate the Chinese.
No.
Oh, yes,
you do.
No. I just think that
they are
some
doing,
people,
doing
many
something.
people,
It doesn't matter if the African is paid.
Some Africans do for other reasons. I just think that China is not
if the African.
It's just
It doesn't matter.
Let Wyatt speak. Somebody, let Wyatt speak.
When would it be the point where it's trading between Africa and China? Like the Chinese give them infrastructure, water, technology. Of course, they will need to have something back. So the Africans are selling the resources. It's a trade. It's a fair trade.
Luis, it doesn't matter if we are paying for the Chinese because we've been paying a lot to the West, and we go fuck all back.
Because colonialism
is absolutely in agreement.
In my country, there was nothing new until the Chinese went back.
I want to say colonialism, right?
There was nothing new.
Well, there was, but yeah.
What was there new?
Wait, let me talk.
Everything,
Good luck.
everything in Angola was
Waz, let White finish. Waz, let White finish.
Let me talk.
I've known people working in Angola.
Luis, let White finish. Luis, I don't know if you know this. There's a rule in this chat: when White speaks, everybody shuts the fuck up.
So colonialism is just another word for conquest. It's just that they want to conquer some place but don't want to run it. Like they don't want to really own the place. So that's colonialism. So basically, when you got colonized, you are literally the colonizer's property. They take all the resources for free. That is colonialism. So if you want to say neo-colonialism, then we have to say that the locals get nothing back in return, generally speaking, which is not exactly the case because the Africans
not the case
get a lot of things in there.
Not the case why because in colonialism, for example, France or Portugal or whatever, they had to build railroads or ports or something to extract that wealth, just like the Chinese are doing now.
I think we need Luis to pass out.
I cannot hear.
We need Luis to pass out.
So, I cannot hear, bro.
Yeah.
Let Luis.
Luis's microphone is just a little loud.
I think we understood Luis' position, and now we can deconstruct Luis' position, which is very legitimate.
I want to dig this black hole. I want to go down this stupid black hole.
So let's see. First of all, I made Luis a very interesting question. You already answered. I'm just going to repeat it. Why would you have to consider that the Chinese are taking something back if you don't make the same questions about the others? Now, what we all agree is that the Chinese are making something different. Let's look at what is something different. Are there mistakes in the Chinese investments? Yes, there is. Is there corruption with the Chinese investments? Of course there is, but there was the other one made with the West was even worse. When Voj was saying that was not so many, yes, there was Voj. There was investment in Portuguese in Angola. Yes, there was. And then the Chinese appeared.
I'm just gonna ask you, give me one new thing in Angola.
Some dams made by the Portuguese 10 years ago.
After 1975.
Yes, but when they finished.
Look, listen. That dam took about
20 years or more.
45 years. 45 years. You know, finish that. Finish that shit. Finish that shit.
Yes,
China. China.
No.
Oh my God.
No, it's not so simple. So there are countries like the British, like the French, the Germans, that can't stand the idea that the Chinese are making better than them. And then I was going to give you the question about Voj and the Portuguese in Angola, which is very interesting. The Portuguese didn't went immediately. At the beginning, we were a bit like, oh, we are in competition. Now we have to offer better deals. Now we have to offer better finish times. And you know what they do now? They work together. They are building things together. You see, this is a completely different position, and people understand they have to work together instead of working against each other. And that's the strong position of, yes.
But Portugal started that. They couldn't finish. They asked the Brazilian came. They couldn't finish that.
Yes.
Then another Portuguese company joined them. And after 40 years,
yes,
I just thing stopped. And then the Chinese came in about 2 years. It's done. And now we go electricity. We can do electricity for all South of Africa and some.
Hold up.
Thanks for the Chinese. Thanks for the Chinese.
Yes, can I try to bridge the difference between what Vaz is saying and what Prada is saying? Because there shouldn't really be so much disagreement. What they're both you guys are both saying is that the quote unquote development that the Western world and the colonial powers like France and putting up cell phone towers, things like this, are tiny things that don't really count, and they're not in any way designed. They're not at a policy level to actually increase the wealth of African nations or the independence of African nations in any way. Even if the Chinese have they're not doing this out of the benefit, the goodness of their hearts, a good fair business deal is still better than the obvious ripoff that Voz says basically amounts to nothing. And Prada says, oh, there was a little bit of something. Yeah, but it basically amounts to nothing. Basically amounts to nothing.
Yes. That's overall. You know the only thing the Portuguese did in Angola? They made, supermarkets. Guess
Shopping
for what?
centers.
Supermarket. No, not shopping centers. Supermarkets. You know for what? To sell food for the Western companies that works in oil industry. So
Yes, but
basically, it's not for the Angolan people. It's for the Western company.
Yes.
And what happened? For the Angolan guys who work in this company, they don't give you money. They give you a card. It's like a voucher, so you can shop in this.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm not talking about in 90s. I'm talking about 2010.
Yes, but
you
now
see what I mean?
Colonialism.
No, Vosh.
Prada, you should just give this one to him.
What
You should
did
just
I
give this
say?
one to him.
What did I say was that at the beginning, they saw themselves as competition. And they also tried to use talking bad about the Chinese. Then they realized the competition was too big. We are talking about construction companies in Angola, which when it was a crisis in Portugal in 2011, they all went to Angola. There was also the Brazilian construction company, one of the biggest of the world. They have a strange German name. I forgot. And after a while, seeing that the Chinese were getting all the concourse, yes, they started understanding that first they need to do better, and second, which was very intelligent, they start working together. Those construction companies, what the Portuguese construction companies were not able to do, they start working with the Chinese. And then we have a different.
All right.
Trying to do a separation with what it's this position like Luis was bringing, which is like the Germans go, why the Chinese? The Chinese.
Trust me, the Portuguese job in Angola in the last 20 years is about logistics.
Can I say something?
Okay, go on, Dan.
So what I'm trying to understand is because you guys know I know absolutely nothing about economies and all these things, but Luis is talking about, I think his idea of colonization, no matter if it's neo or old colonization, I think he thinks it's where one power has a better deal than a smaller power. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, in that case, I'm a Mexican American, and would you agree that the cartel is selling drugs to the United States, and they're getting way more out of selling drugs into the United States? So is Mexico colonizing of the United States because it's importing so many drugs and becoming rich and destroying American society? Like that's a neo-colonization.
I think the countries are controlled by the United States.
Actually, Mexico.
But anyhow,
let him answer, please.
Can I clarify my position in the way Prata asked? Prata asked. I am not against China. I don't think that Africa should reject those good deals. I'm just saying that ultimately a developing country or a developing region wants to get even, right? That's to the average, at least to the average of the world in terms of industrialization, of economy in general, right?
Another question.
I'm saying that the what China does, it's at best a very limited starter for that. And
so then,
it's not, the Africans are
I understand what you're saying.
What they ultimately need, which is
I understand what you're saying, Luis. I understand what you're saying.
Development in full.
Good, stop. I understand what you're saying. So let's continue the conversation and don't get caught up in your own mind. My next question is, can you articulate and define, without using neo-colonization, make up your own words and give it a new word to what China is doing. Because if you're saying neo, it obviously means that it's a new thing. So then name it something else.
No.
Tell us what it is.
Neocolonialism is a term that has been used for many decades already to define unequal relations of one power over another. And maybe one of the oldest cases is Portugal, which, in spite of being a colonial power, became subordinated to Britain and renounced to a great deal of its own industrialization in favor of exporting, for example, wine. And importing goods from Britain. That's a classical example.
Prata, I believe you're going to agree with me on this one. The Portuguese didn't handle well the way Angola got independence. Yes or no?
Or again, the Portuguese didn't
handle that really well, the way Angola got independence.
No, because we talked about this several times. Not just Angola, but also Mozambique, especially the other ones there was not a big presence there, because people stupidly really believed that was part of Portugal. They were completely convinced.
Because of that, Portugal still hate Cuba and Russia. They really do hate them. No, they really do. When Cuba and Portugal starting talk to each other.
I think we have a good. It's historical. We never had. Wait, I don't think there is a very strong position to Russia at all. But to Cuba, its problem is that the Portuguese connections are in Africa, in America, are very direct to Brazil, and then a little bit to Venezuela, where they traditionally also have a big community. But when Portuguese think about America, it's Brazil, and that's it. And Portugal is a country with 10 million.
A lot of Portuguese were really happy when they saw Angola became independent, because they really wanted that. But a lot of people ran away to Portugal. But the good ones, you know what they did? They say, fuck it, I'm not going back to that shit country. They just went to South Africa. And
we
then
are talking
come back.
about something.
You know why you're right?
Then they came back
40 years ago.
You know why you're right, boss?
But not. Yeah.
No, it's very different.
You know why you're right? Because China didn't come to Angola with guns and say, we're going to build this bridge. You better let us build this bridge. Like, this idea that China is going to a place and the country doesn't know what China wants is ridiculous. China will come and say, look, listen, this is what we want. We're going to build this. They're not doing it by guns. What are you talking about by saying it's colonization? How it's more like a trade deal. It's an uneven trade deal. Don't call it colonization. You cannot blink it colonization.
By the way, there are a couple of facts.
What do you think of the Baghdad Railroad that Germany built in the Ottoman Empire? Was that fair deal, or was it semi-colonial? Let's say semi-colonial.
What about the uneven treaties or the unfair treaties between the Soviet Union and the Chinese? Was that colonialization? It's not that. It's more like the Chinese are giving the Africans a better deal. It's just obvious. That's clear. You can say, okay, well, in the long term, hold on, let me finish. In the long term, their plan is still insidious. I can't speak to that. I'm sure somebody wants to make that case. I don't know that, but this is a better deal for Africa right now. And if you're trying to develop your country, you're gonna go with,
I think people.
Bradley, you know what Russia is doing in Africa? They don't want it.
It's not just a matter of better deals. That's what you don't understand. Because colonialism, it's something
I'm telling Luis, I'm giving Luis the benefit of the doubt. I'm saying even if he's right, he's still wrong. But yeah, do I know what
Russia don't want anything from Africa? You know what they want? They want the West to suffer. That's it. They are good in agriculture. They are good in agriculture.
They're building goodwill in Africa.
Africa got the land. Africa got the land. You know what they're doing? You don't need to buy rice from Europe. Which country in Europe produce rice?
Portugal,
Italy, and France.
Is he enough to share with the Africans?
No.
Yeah, they are. It's a lie. But when you buy a product, it's the same product of Portugal or Belgium. You know what Russia is doing? You don't need that shit.
By the way, boss,
you can do the shit in your own country.
By the way, boss,
you can
when it comes to a question of food, by the way, when it comes to a question of food,
China, people forget. The Chinese presence in Africa didn't start 20 years ago, 10 years ago. It's a much longer story. After the decolonization process, China has been in Africa in competition with the Soviet Union, by the way. And they were, well, I think in Angola, Chinese were not so present, but in Mozambique they were. And they constructed stuff.
South Africa was the only country.
No, there are many. I know they constructed...
Before the 19th, South Africa was the only country.
No, sorry.
Before the 19th was South Africa.
So, Luis, I think the bottom line is that China, at least it's perceived this way, maybe you perceive it in a different way, is not there to steal their shit, right? Versus France. Always make the example. Let me finish. Before I hand it off to you. I always make the example. Why is France rich and Africa is poor? Well, Africa is poor because France is rich. You know, France, what do they make there? Baguette. But why do they have a nuclear industry? Because Africa makes uranium.
Colonialism.
So there's a difference. There's a difference
in
that kind of
matter of good deals or better deals made by China. If Louis was using the term neocolonialism, it really exists. That's what France is doing right now. How it is? All the former colonies, which now have a Hausnegger at the helm of those countries, are using a currency that is printed in France.
Yes.
That's real neocolonialism.
And keeping the reserves
neocolonialism
in
and
Paris.
colonialism have one point in common, is that the resources from a country benefits mostly to the one that is taking it to its country, like France.
Yes. Okay.
That's real neocolonialism.
And may I change the term?
And it's something. Wait, I'm not finished. And it's something. Wait, I'm not finished. And it's something you can't apply to China. It's something you can't apply to China. Because neocolonialism is a mix of financial institution. It's a mix of political class, which are all tied to the colonizer. You go to Cameroon, you go to Senegal, you go to Ivory Coast. All those leaders have and elites of those countries have all a house or a big apartment in Paris. And the money they are using, the currency they are using, is printed in France.
Yes. I understand.
That's real neocolonialism.
And you are right that the neocolonialism of France, very specifically in West and Central Africa, with exceptions like Guinea and such, is a bad deal, a very bad deal for Africa. But
it's still parasiting.
Let me change the term neocolonialist for semi-colonialist, which is maybe more appropriate.
Oh no!
Why using the word colonialism? Because China is not making the countries communist.
In the 20th century, or China when they made the
China
and so on.
You're very
another thing. It's not neo-colonialism in that specific sense you mentioned.
Bro, this guy's a Spanish man, by the way.
Come on. Matias wants to say something. Come on. Matias wants to say something. Come on, Matias wants to say something.
Louis, it's business. It's literally that. If somebody gets a bad deal from a business, it's still considered business. If somebody's selling me a pair of shoes for $1,000 and they're worth $50 and I buy them, it's not colonialism. I'm stupid, you know. So it's business. It's business. And these countries don't have hard cash or they don't have anything they can basically pay for this other than the minerals they have. So that's the first thing. Second thing is a very interesting statistic that only Africa in general as a continent only owes 14% of its debt to China. Everybody thinks Africa owes like 100% of its debt to China. No. It's only 14%. The rest of it is owed to the World Bank and the IMF mostly. and other institutions, other Western institutions. So the role of China in terms of debt is highly exaggerated. And it's not surprising. It's not surprising. There was literally a whole campaign that went on for like 2 years on this app called WhatsApp, where they were even showing pictures of people's chopped heads, saying those are Chinese buying African heads. Like, this campaign went on for years, relentlessly. I don't know why it stopped, but it did a lot of damage. But for some reason, it stopped. It wasn't as effective as they thought they were. But yeah, the Chinese are really not as bad as people assume them to be. Actually, one Chinese politician.
This shit working in Angola, you know. The Chinese basically left Angola. Because
you're telling this to a Spanish man, by the way, Macchiati. So what a lot of Europeans don't understand that if you try to go to Africa, it's easier for France to do because they've already been there for hundreds of years. These guys speak their language. What the hell do the Chinese have to do? Like, Luis is from Spain.
Not hundreds of years. France was in most of Africa only a few decades. Exceptions, Senegal or Algeria maybe, but those are not that long.
They weren't sailing around in through Africa in like 1700s. They didn't have boats.
Yes.
There weren't people walking around.
They had a couple of factories, but that was it.
Basically don't use it with little things. It doesn't go further. That is right. He's talking.
We have a beef with the Portuguese, but trust me, every colony speak French. They hate the French people, you know. They really hate them. They don't want them back. Trust me. We in Portuguese, we are getting
Gabon wanted to remain a part of France.
Okay.
The French were the ones who told them, no, go away.
You have to waste time with little things. Let them finish his point. That is so important.
Well, I was just trying to... I was trying, because I don't know anything about like the history of the dead and all this. So when Macchiati was talking facts about what he knows, it just occurred to me that because I'm a Mexican who used to be a colony of Spain, it would be much easier for Spain to come and try to make unfair deals and try to do something else in Mexico, rather than the Chinese come with a new government that's new to Mexico. Like, that's why Mexico has very good relationship with China. And maybe you might think it's colonization, but like he's saying, it's business. And when you call something colonization and all this stuff, like, I think you lack vocabulary or perhaps a better way of defining things, because I gave you a chance to actually use your own words, or use other words, use similes and whatever you can to define it.
The hate between Portugal and Angola basically is gone, but the hate between France and their colonies is growing. Trust me, it is growing. Even Congo, which is a Belgian colony, they hate the French.
I wanted to go back to the point of a bigger picture of it, which we actually talked about at the beginning. So the point here is we have a commodity wars, which actually is not really a commodity wars. The West is thinking it as a war. What we have here is that the African countries and other countries in the global South finally have the option of who wants to trade with us, what kind of deals you have for me, and I pick up the better deals they have for me, and that's it. Okay, we also talk, like Shudovi mentioned before, sometimes the problem is that I prefer to deal with China. Let's be very blunt about this. I prefer to deal with China because that's just it. It's just that business. There is no ONGs. There is no stupid gay rights. No, there's no stupid because people exist.
It's quick and cheap.
It's what it is. And people understand what it is. And this is quite interesting. And the West is worried because it has to play the same game. The game they have been proclaiming, that's the game, the competition, open market, and all that shit. And now that the market really has competitors, they don't want it. That's the point. we were talking about industrialization, energy. Machiavelli said everything. They need energy. They need energy. Why do they think these guys are also crazy going to Africa all the time, trying to sell them green energy? Green energy doesn't save the situation that Africans need to create an industry. And they need to create industry for many reasons. Also because they are victims of their known industrialization. That means they have an extremely young population. They have too much children. And this is extremely heavy weight in society.
Green energy is a way for these people to make money.
Yeah.
Green energy is a way of producing energy, and it's often right now
and having
cheaper in many cases than oil. And also, at least 2 African countries are leading the way.
Come on,
Luis,
Luis, there is a French guy here. Come on, shall we say something? You French and you understand
one of the problems is France with Africa is that about sovereignty. Okay, France decided that since we have to leave Africa officially, we are going to stay in control by giving a lot of money to the military, the top military guy, for him to make a coup. Okay, and so he's going to become our guy in the country, and he's going to become a dictator. So that's why what French do every time.
In which country?
So we could still keep control in the country on the mineral right, on everything in the country, like colonialism, but even more because now there is a dictator who is going to oppress the people and so on. And that's why a lot of people hate us so much in Africa.
Yeah. And by the other thing about it is
Thomas Sankara was killed and replaced by a nigger, and that nigger was working for the French.
Patrice Lumumba.
In every French colonies, former French colonies, you got a kind of shift of power that appears quite regularly in time, and those are junta, military junta making a coup.
Yes, there was
with the exception of Mali and Burkina Faso today, but just before in Central African Republic. I mean, all those guys who are fighting each other for the power were all working for France.
There was an interlude of
I don't hear a lot about Cameroon or Ivory Coast, but Mali and Burkina Faso, if they could, they would kill all the French who live in their countries.
If they should do remember that 10 years ago,
the French company
10 years ago, 15 years ago, Frank Africa was under democratic governments, partly because France decided that to go along with that.
No.
And that causes or produced, detected some of the problems. For example, in Mali, when there was this guy, I don't remember his name, who was the president, was very popular and was removed by a coup by a U.S. trained colonel.
Okay.
And then all the problems of Mali spiraled, France intervened, and was again dictatorship.
That's peanuts.
No.
Let's talk about
those countries were never democratic. You're wrong on that case. They are democratic on paper. It's like North Korea.
Were democratic.
No, listen. It's like North Korea.
Mali, for example,
the official title of North Korea is DPRK, so Democratic Popular Republic of Korea. I mean, they have all the titles, but it's not democratic.
Trust me, a freedom in
but
Africa.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
the freedom in Africa started 20 years ago.
Governing Mali and was extremely popular and was removed by a U.S.
Extremely popular? No, he wasn't.
Yes,
Louis.
No, he wasn't.
Luis, you don't have to interrupt everybody. Let the start. Please.
Just look at the last election in Ivory Coast.
I'm not talking about Ivory Coast. I'm talking about Mali.
It's a former French colony.
Ivory Coast has been always a shithole.
No.
be frank about it.
Those so-called democracies, the election are just a joke. It's very easy in those countries to manipulate
You are being blind. Research it because you haven't researched the issue of Mali, for example. I follow it.
Do you know what the French been doing to
in Mali? The election are tricked
in the last 50 years?
Because all the political elite of that country are all living in Paris.
Well, he wasn't.
That's why you got the military coup, and the guy who made the coup
away
was
from,
the leader
from France in a way.
And the guy who made and the guy who made the military coup in Mali, which is now the ruler of Mali, is not
the one now. The one in 2012.
Today,
the one who
the guy who has made the military coup in Mali. The guy who has made
You're not listening. That's enough.
Come on, guys.
Who is now the ruler of Mali, the Colonel Assimi Goïta,
not this colonel, another colonel.
No. I'm talking about today. Let's talk about Mali. Let's talk about Mali today.
Not now.
Wait. Listen to me.
Listen to me.
I think we need. You know what we need? F-16.
The guy who made the military coup, the last one, who is now in power in Mali, Assimi Goïta, is even more popular than any other president before him.
I'm not questioning this junta of today. I'm talking of the past. Of 2005, when the Mali crisis broke up with all the Tuareg tribes trying to separate.
It's time for a new question.
5 hours.
We're going to talk.
It's been 5 hours. It's been 5 hours.
Hey. You guys are not talking. You guys are just speaking.
Screaming.
You're not talking to each other. You're talking to the air.
Or listening to each other.
No, you're not.
How can you do that?
You both are not listening to each other.
You know what's really annoying? Really annoying is when European people try to tell us Africans what we need.
Yes.
I'm not trying to tell you what you are going to do.
Yes, you
I
are.
fully recognize your sovereignty. Don't worry about that. I'm just having an opinion from the outside. Take it or not take it. And I'm not saying what Africans say. Maybe
if you didn't do enough in Africa and you still want us to follow what you want.
This doesn't require
I'm just asking.
Your time in Africa is over.
You guys don't need to talk to each other.
Change the topic.
So you guys need to understand. You don't need to answer each other's questions. You could just stop. One of you guys needs to choose to stop, and we're either Wyatt or somebody can come up with a new question, and we can go around like we always do, like civil people, and just answer the question now. Or we can end the open mic now because we're acting like weirdos.
Yeah. Yeah, but I feel that I've been somehow accidentally or not.
By the way, you know,
my own position, which is not telling Africans what to do, but asking questions about what.
How we moved on. Luis, we moved on. We don't want to talk about Africa no more.
Wait. Stop. Luis is trying to talk. Stop. Luis is trying to talk. Let him finish. Because you guys are not even listening to him yet.
He does.
And then you just say stop. Then I cannot hear what he said. Then it's like
Why?
the whole point.
Why?
The whole 5 minutes, right?
A 5 minute point is too long. Come on.
I don't want to tell Africans what to do. I don't want to tell Africans to bring their deal to China. I don't want to say that this is
wants to leave. You know, Luis. Bradley wants to leave. Bradley wants to leave and wants to make a statement.
Wait. You see,
can I talk?
Luis is trying to finish his point, and then Voss,
I don't want to tell Africans what to do. I don't want Africans to break their deals with China. I mean, they probably are the best ones they can get. That's fair enough. I agree with much of what McCleary is.
No need to shout. No need to shout.
I'm just asking the question of in the midterm or in the general relation, how good is that to Africa? It's a question. It's and that's it. Not
I think that this is so emotionally
Africans
charged
do what you have
because
to do. What you have to do.
Where was your point?
what I was telling you, Luis, is let the Africans worry about that. They can make their own decisions about that.
So at least you see he can finish his point in 20 seconds, but you all keep interrupting.
Yeah,
So
but where was the point?
Doesn't matter, you know, like Swati have no point, you see.
Okay.
But
The
it's the
point
same
is
thing.
that I'm not trying to be
Let's move on.
while
Let's move on.
explaining you.
Let's move on.
I'm not
Let's
trying
move
to
on.
do that. I'm just having an opinion and an insight, I believe.
Let's talk about F-16.
I'm trying to convey it so there is some debate on it. But I'm not trying to say that Africa is that China is the devil or that Africans are doing things wrong. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in the long term, how good is that for Africa? And I think Machiavelli answered pretty well to that. I mean, the Africans are getting things. After all, it's a deal, it's a trade, it's whatever. But okay, fair enough. Good luck.
Okay, change
So,
topic.
how's the
thing? Wait, can I ask you something? You are in Singapore. You just had this conference, the SHANGRI-LA. What is your perception? What happened? And the meeting between the Chinese? Was there a meeting between the Chinese and the Americans or no?
The shake hand. So the Shangri-La dialogue has been this is the 20th edition. So for those that do not know, this is the only defense forum in the world that you can see the East and the West at the same place. Like the Chinese will not go to the Munich Security Conference or something. So this is a place where because Singapore is friendly to everyone, so everyone will give Singapore face and they will come. That's why you can see the Americans and the Chinese coming to the same conference. If not, you're probably not going to see this kind of thing happening. And so this has been ongoing for 20 years and is one of the premier security conference that allows real peace talk and not just talking about what they want to talk. So you can so if you go to Twitter, you can see some of the footages. You can see the Chinese literally directly ask a question to the Americans and everything. But the key thing is that the Chinese do not want to talk to the Americans, and the Americans is kind of very frustrated. But rightfully so, because they sanctioned the defense minister, so the defense minister have no point to talk to them. Another thing is that this is an ongoing thing as well. Just like the Russians don't want to talk to the Americans, is the same thing. So the Americans is actually geopolitically having some problems because they have no ways of manipulating things if your opponents don't want to talk to you. So they are struggling to try to get the word out. They're trying to make the Chinese look bad, like, oh, why are you not talking to us? You are just making things worse. But that's exactly what the Chinese want, because the Chinese is in a advantageous position geopolitically, because now they have the backing of the Russians. The Americans are tied down in Europe. There's nothing much the Americans can do against China. China's military is getting stronger. The SCO is happening. BRICS is happening. So the Chinese have no needs to talk to the Americans. So this is what's happening then. And we also have the Ukrainian defense minister is here as well, the bald guy. And he just come here to eat good food. Nobody gives a damn about him. And so it's one of those forums that I think is worth looking at. I'll just have to say that.
I was very surprised that I never heard about it before. And I was very surprised, like you saying, because the Munich Security Conference, the last one, was, I would say, it was a disappointment, because they were talking about everybody else, but with themselves. So if you just talk about the others and you don't talk with the others, it's nothing. It's speculation. Right. Were the Russians as well in the conference?
Because if you have a security conference, but you do not have your opponent there, then the whole point is you're just a bubble. So there's no point. So you might as well don't have the conference. It makes no difference, because everything that you discuss will be exactly the same as you discuss in NATO or in EU, because that's exactly who is participating. So which is why the Shangri-La dialogue is one of the rare ones where you imagine 20 years ago, China is not the China today. So imagine China then, and all these different countries, because 20 years ago Singapore is already friendly with China. So it is something that should look out for. is largely ignored because China was never a thing cared by the Europeans or the Americans. So this time now is a bit big. The Americans are here, the Chinese are here, Australians are here. Yeah, they talk about AUKUS, talk about the Quad, talk about ASEAN centrality, all this nonsense. And one of the bigger news is the Indonesian defense minister proposed a peace deal, which is basically everybody just stop at this point. Have a DMZ and the UN forces will be there. Yeah, dreaming, not gonna happen. No one wants it. Yeah, so.
But it's impressive because he did it, and the other guy had no. How can I say? He had no shame in denying it immediately. But I was also going to ask you something. I was researching a bit about this Institute of International Strategic Studies. Yes,
it's the premier think tank in Singapore. It's the premier think tank in Singapore.
Ah, okay. But they are very American because most of the writers are Americans.
But I would say because it's a Singaporean think tank, the perspective and the interest is going to be very Singaporean centric. That means it's going to push whatever Singapore actually wants, which is peace. Basically, Singapore just wants peace. We just want to do business, and because we are majority Chinese, that's all we want to care about. We just care about money and business. So that's what Singapore wants, and that's what the think tank is going to push. Because you have to look at it as not American, but it's it's a counter-American think tank. American think tank is always going to be very war hawkish. They always want to go to war. They always want to push American exceptionalism or American influence. You're going to bring democracy to somewhere, something like that. This think tank that is in Singapore is the opposite. It's always trying to bring logic, bring understanding to the different regions, to understand the nuances of the different countries, different culture. It's very, very different. So, which is why Shangri-La dialogue is what it is. Because it's supported by the government. You cannot get defense ministers to come to a think tank organized conference without the government support. So this is definitely a Singaporean sponsored thing.
All right. I'm actually going to be signing off. So I would like to take this moment of silence, to get my intro in, my outro in rather, and bid you all farewell. So basically, I was able to stick around for the entire stream this time. So that was nice, and we had a lot of great conversations. And for my outro, I'd like to circle back to one of the topics that we discussed about the West not having the ability to mobilize like we did during World War II, because our technology is too dependent on the world economy, and also we can't ramp up the ability to produce the necessary quantity of the stuff that is necessary for solving the tasks that this war and likely potential war with China in the future will probably look like. So we'll see how this plays out. It's a big miscalculation, and nobody actually knows. We don't know where to go from here. We're still figuring that out. That's all I have to say, gentlemen. It was great. Pleasure to chat with you guys, and have a great day.
Enjoy, Brad. Have a good one.
Wait, another question. I was wondering, because I was looking at, but I didn't find. Was the Russians? Were the Russians there?
Nope.
Were
the
they
Russians invited?
Are not here.
Do you really think Russia are welcome?
Because the Singapore government is very sanitized. Like, if they invited and the Russians rejected, they were not going to announce it at all. They were not going to say it. Yeah, so it's likely that they might have invited. Maybe they might have invited, because it will be a huge coup for Singapore government to manage to bring all these different parties together. But I think the Russians rejected, because Singapore largely is still under unfriendly country list. So I think they may not want to come. And I think there is this, and also because of the arrest warrant on Putin, I think Singapore might have problem with it. Like we may not know what to do with it. If Putin decided to come, and then Singapore is like, shall we arrest him? No, we don't dare to arrest him. So nah. So maybe they did not invite. I do not know, but I suspect they would have invited, given how Singapore like to act. We tend to invite. Yeah, because if we don't invite, that's actually very rude. It will be worse. We will worsen the relationship between Singapore and Russia if we did not invite them. So it's better that it's likely that we invited and then they rejected. Most likely that's the case. But I didn't know. I'm just projecting what my thoughts are.
If I can
One
guess.
question read this conference. Is this focusing in East Asia Pacific or is global?
Global. Largely is ASEAN centric, but always tend to be this one is particularly become global because the conflict of Ukraine, how the West want to suppress China, and yet China is there. Yeah, it becomes very global.
Let me guess. If the Russians were decided to not come to Singapore, I mean, who in the sphere of defense or representative of the military can come to Singapore? I mean, Shoigu and Gerasimov are actually on duty in the war with Ukraine. So they need to. And Lavrov is actually in South Africa for BRICS. So, I mean, it's not because they don't want to come to Singapore, it's because their agenda is full. They have a job to do, actually.
Maria Zakharova, I know she's a spokeswoman.
Wait. And about China refusing to meet the American, I mean, that guy, the Chinese boss of the military and the defense of China, is under American sanctions. Why should he accept to meet the American? It's hypocrite. So it's a good move by the Chinese guy. Very good move.
Mm-hmm. I also say that there's nothing much for Russia to achieve. Like if they come, they cannot achieve anything. None of their geopolitical political goals. They cannot achieve anything because the West is still on the outright war with Russia. So, and they can speak to China at any time. So there's nothing much for Russia to do.
They know at war. They know at war with Russia. They're just supporting Ukraine because they go invade. That's it.
You are a NAFO, right? You are NAFO.
But the thing is, they are fighting Russia there, so they can fight Russia here. That's the thing you hear in the United States. When they say that, I always ask myself, how the fuck are the Russians gonna go all the way from Russia to the United States to fight them? How?
So I want to at least bring into perspective when you compare it with the, I think, is it G20? Because they own, Lavrov just went to Indonesia not too long ago. So it's not like they cannot come to Singapore. It's just that they have rejected. So the likelihood that Singapore don't invite Russia is near zero. We will invite everyone. We are like suckers for everyone. It's like, we want to be friends with everyone. That's just how Singapore operates. So so I would say that they have invited long time ago, and Russia just simply rejected. Because if they can go to Indonesia, they cannot come to Singapore. That's impossible. So it's just like it's not important. So they don't.
Why? Why? Singapore is very beautiful. Who built that?
Singapore built that.
Yeah, it's very beautiful country.
Don't go back there. Don't go back that hole.
No, I really want to know. I really want to know because whoever did that needs to move to West and do the same. Because the West is really old.
It doesn't work because so Singapore has never really been that terrible for a long time because we are a crown colony of the United Kingdoms. So as a crown colony, we get additional investments and focus by the British government. We have beautiful government buildings and everything. So then the rest of Singapore largely is we build ourselves. But we have the reason why we can do what we do is because we embrace a lot of things within communism. Like we have a lot of socialized things. That we have government housing. We basically we actually enacted a law, and we took all the land from all the rich people. We bought, the government forced buy the land at super low price. So all the super landlords, all the oligarchies instantly become poor. Instantly they lost all their land. So that's how we started, and that's how we can do city planning, town planning, because we take back all the land. So what we do, no one else can do, because you have to go into authoritarianism before you can become Singapore. So which is why it's nearly impossible. It's not even that doable in Indonesia. Indonesia is more of a democracy than Singapore. Which is why Rwanda is a bit funny, because Rwanda copies Singapore, and they are very strict, they are very authoritarian, but they get things done. That's like Singapore. That's why
I've got one more question. Just one more. Is it legal to sell weed there?
No, it's illegal. If you get more than a certain amount, you can get hanged. You can die.
I was thinking of moving there and be the weed dealer.
Yeah, that's not possible.
No, Singapore Singapore is very authoritarian on that. You can get a long jail term for very little.
Yeah, Macchiati?
Yeah, cool question. Why do you think you guys got away with it? Because most countries would have been destroyed if they started nationalizing stuff. Like, you guys would have been regime changed very quickly.
Okay, because we are protected by the British, put it that way. So Singapore's history is a bit funny. So we are a crown colony. As a city-state, we are not supposed to survive because we have no natural resources. Everything have to be imported. So it has to involve Malaysia. Malaya got its independence. Malaya, just not Malaysia, Malaya, just the peninsula. So they got their independence. Then they want Sarawak and Sabah to be part of Malaya to form a bigger federation. The British say no, cannot. If you want Sarawak and Sabah, which is full of natural resources, you must take Singapore. That's the condition. So they say okay. So Malaya become Malaysia. They add the S and I inside, and the S and I refers to Singapore. So when you look at Malaysia as a name, the Malay SI is Singapore, then A, Malaya, so Malaysia. That's how Malaysia got its name. It's because of Singapore. No Singapore, there's no Sarawak and Sabah inside the Malaya Federation. But that's the ploy, you see. They got Singapore in, but Singapore's population is majority Chinese. That actually unbalanced the entire population the percentage that the Malaya one, because Malaya is Malay majority. So they have, with Singapore in, we become the Malaysia become a multi-racial, super like balanced, quite balanced multi-racial. Only like the Malay majority becomes like only 60%. So that's not a super majority, which means you cannot enact a racist type of law. So they try to plot and kick Singapore out, but they also got surprised because Lee Kuan Yew was extremely good. He's super scary because he can speak Malay better than the Malays themselves. And then when he was in Parliament, they got threatened. They actually cut off his speech time because he was pushing for a Malaysian Malaysia, not a Malay Malaysia. And then that becomes a political threat. And eventually it boils over, and then they kick Singapore out. So Lee Kuan Yew cried. Not sure if it's real tears or fake tears. Maybe he plotted that way. Maybe he wants Singapore to get out. Because when Singapore was in Malaysia, they wanted Singapore to pay. So all our profits, they want to take a big portion of it to pay for Sarawak and Sabah's infrastructure building. That means he take our money that we earn and put it into Sarawak, Sabah. It's not wrong per se, but Singapore don't like it because we could have spent it on ourselves. So maybe that's why also Singapore wants out as well, secretly. So we were out. But you see, when we went out, Sarawak and Sabah is still within Malaysia. And you have to understand, during those days, Malaya is one federal state. Singapore is one federal state. Sarawak is one federal state. Sabah is one federal state. That means there's 4 states within this federation of Malaysia. So one Malaya equals to one Sarawak, one Sabah, one Singapore. Is all equal status. But when Singapore kicked out, they changed their constitution. they upgraded all the different states within Malaya to the same level as Sarawak and Sabah. All Sarawak and Sabah downgraded to the Malaya state level. So by right, Sarawak and Sabah is much bigger in terms of their status. They have all downgraded to the same level as Johor, Perak, Pahang, and as a result, now they can now openly exploit all the resources within Sarawak and Sabah, and then they just take all the money and resources and invest it in the peninsular Malaysia. That means in the Malaya itself. So Sarawak and Sabah today still looks very backwards because all the money is in Malaya. Is in a way, they got annexed. Put it that way. Sarawak and Sabah got annexed, and they don't have the strong men. Yeah, they don't have because they don't have the strong men like in Singapore we have Lee Kuan Yew. They do not have that, so no one actually defended their rights, and no one is smart enough to realize that they are getting exploited.
Aren't they a kind of a monarchy in a sense that is change?
So
that the king
there's monarchy.
There's a monarchy.
So there are
change. The king change.
Correct. So that's why I say it's very bizarre. Malaya itself has a lot of states, right? So some states have sultan, they are sultanate. Some states do not have sultans. And then so Malaysia do not have a president. So they'll let all the sultans to take turn to be the king of Malaysia. But then you have to understand some states do not have sultan. So these states actually lost power. They lost power. That means you can never have someone from your state to become the king. And I didn't research into when this started, because it shouldn't have been the case, because Sarawak, Sabah, and Singapore will never recognize such a king, because we are not represented in that sense. But I'm not sure. Maybe it was been that way all the while. I haven't really read about it. But so it is a kind of bizarre, and the king can be quite powerful when the political system is becoming a very messy. Like what happened in the past 5-10 years, where the politics becomes so messy that no one knows who is actually the rightful leader, who is actually the rightful prime minister, and then the king will decide. The king will actually do hidden balloting, and then he will then tell you, okay, I have gotten the votes, you are the prime minister. Then nobody knows what is exactly the voting is, because nobody dares to reveal their voting as well, because it's sometimes it's secret, because they always change sides. With all the MPs always change sides. So yeah, I think maybe the Malaysians can explain much better, but it's kind of messy. But Singapore, generally speaking, we are very happy that we are out now, because we did much better, because Malaysia thought that Singapore would die, because we will have no natural resources, and in fact we might not, because we are so small, we don't have a military, right? So the Malaysians, even when we are independent, they have, I think, 2 regiments in Singapore, rifle and infantry regiments in Singapore, to protect us. And then after that we actually built up our own military, and then we secretly bought tanks. We bought all the AMX 13s from Israel and then everywhere, and then we form out our own our tank battalions, and we keep it quiet. And then we invited I think 1 or 2 years later, after independence, we invited the Prime Minister of Malaysia to our National Day. Then he got shocked when we saw the tanks roll by. He's like, Malaysia don't even have tanks. You have to understand how shocking it is. They don't have tanks and we have tanks. And then they have infantry regiment in our country to protect us. And then within a year, the infantry regiments got withdrawn out of Singapore. And then from then on, we become rivals, because they just got pissed off because they cannot control us. And then we are just so independent. And then over the decade, we become richer and richer. And then it's like, yeah, so it's super red eye now. Malaysia to Singapore is like super red eye, because they just cannot believe that we succeeded.
But Malaysia is still a very rich country as well. Well, it has a very good living standard. It's like not that poor.
It was much better. I will put it that way. Because you have to imagine Singapore and Malaysia is not that different for a long time. But then now Singapore has risen up by so much that our currency is now 3 to 4 times their currency. So we have super spending power when we go to Malaysia. and their economy suffers when during the COVID, when the borders were closed. They were directly affected by their economy were directly affected because the lack of tourism from Singapore actually kills off a lot of businesses. And this was very surprising because they are always very irritated by Singapore tourism, Singapore tourists, because like we always go there and say, wow, it's so cheap. Then they find it very rude. But then when then it's like, oh, fuck man, you all shouldn't come. No, we don't need you. Then when we don't come, then all their businesses start to die. And yeah, so we are very tied together. So it's just that it's just a brotherly or sisterly rivalry that we just like to poke each other, but we cannot live without each other.
So if a country made, let's say if Malaysia made a move against Singapore, which country do you think would be first to be in the defense of Singapore?
Singapore.
United Kingdom.
Singapore's, how powerful is Singapore's military?
Wait, I thought you said you guys don't have a military.
We used to not at the beginning, because when we just independent, we just got out. We have no military, right?
Okay.
Then we bought the tanks. We formed our military. Today's Singapore military is one of the most powerful in the world. So you can think of it like it's like a slightly weaker Israel. Israel is still very, very powerful, but we are slightly weaker than Israel. But it's still very powerful. Israel is like, so many Arab countries attack it at one time, they can still win. So Singapore is a bit is very overpowered. Like if we fight Ukraine right now, Ukraine will lose to us.
Why?
What?
You have a Malaysian in the queue.
The only shot you have, right, is CNN is on your side.
But of course, Singapore cannot go to war because ours is a conscription army. So if we go to war, means our economy is gone. But we're talking about just on paper. Our military right now is stronger than Ukraine's. We have Leopard 2 tanks. We have hundreds of them. Ukraine don't even have them. Ukraine have to make do with Leopard 1s, and the Leopard 1s are still in the factory. So that's what I mean by on paper we are more powerful than Ukraine. So, but in actual warfare, no. If we go to war, we are doomed. Our economy is gone. Yeah, so that's the reality. Hey, there's someone.
Oh, it's Wagner number 1.
Hi. Sorry, I just saw you. I didn't see.
Hey. Good day, everybody, and good morning to here, Malaysian time, same as Singapore. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Wyatt. Hi, everybody. Okay. First time over here, and quite listen joining for your DPA quite some time. When it comes to the Malaysia topics, and I feel quite interesting, I'll just jump in and see how you guys are about. Yeah, it's quite a true fact that Wyatt talking about that Singapore has a more military technological wise is much more advanced than us in terms of navies and air force. But Malaysia is only very good in terms of my very minimum of military knowledge of it, but I'm quite amateurish on this matter. Malaysia has a good experience on special forces, small tiny special forces in fact, which is happens incidents into the this is East Malaysia. There's a one-time incursions of the piracies over there. They are good at it on this matter.
Yeah. So our theory is always that if we actually go to war with Malaysia, we are kind of afraid of the infantry, the Malaysian infantry. Yeah, so we have to compensate with technology. We have more tanks. We have Apache. We have heavy artillery, which is all outnumbers the Malaysians. But if we go man to man, I think we are afraid because the Malaysian military is professional. So that's the difference. Same as Indonesia. Indonesian infantry is no joke. They are all very fierce. So if you see our videos, you can go to YouTube and find Singapore soldiers how they look like. We are all skinny and look very terrible.
I'm not too worried about it because Malaysian military is controlled by the king. It's not by defense minister. It's just not give a defense minister says, hey, go fight with them. No, the last command still lies on the king. But be reminded that our king has lots of business interests in Singapore. So as other states of the southern like Johor and very a lot of very good relation with Singapore. No point in war, but bickering, small matters like food war, like who's have a better chicken rice, like this sort of shit.
Yeah, like I said, no, it's not possible that we fight war because if we fight, we are both going to fight on.
Economically, very, very integrated with each other.
This is why
we
I
are not going to
love
be
the
like
open-
Ukraine.
This is why I love the open mic, right away trying to be the big man between Malaysia and Singapore. And this guy, he go triggered. There's no fucking way I'm going to come here and defend Malaysia. Well done.
Economy-wise, our
Well
biggest
done,
trading
the
partners is Singapore.
Hey, Wyatt, if I can bring some
Then is China.
some doom to your future. I mean, Malaysia don't need to go to war with Singapore. If Malaysia want to take Singapore, they don't need.
We're more worried about our domestic politics because the domestic politics drag us down because that's why our economy not doing that well because of instability of our politics. So, I mean, compared to other Southeast Asia, we're still relatively stable, but not as stable as Singapore.
Yeah, but the future of Singapore is not bright. I mean, Singapore is a country that is actually living on debt. It's one of the countries with the highest debt to GDP on the world.
About debt, okay.
It's a myth.
Depends
That's a myth.
And Malaysia is a country
where you going with that?
Wait. And Malaysia is a country that has natural resources.
We have, but our law of oligarchs, politicians.
That's another topic, the actual political system and social structure of Malaysia. That's another topic. But the country Malaysia has resources. It has potential.
Yes, but they also have religion, and religion is a problem in Malaysia. I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask you guys because this is the last topic that Wade wrote, which I found really interesting. Iran is going to the Shanghai Security Organization. So Iran is getting inside of the Shanghai Security Organization. And what does that really mean? First of all, what is the Shanghai Security Organization? And second, why is Iran playing with so many actors? They should be sanctioned. They should be isolated. And everybody is working with them now. What's the catch?
What do you mean by they should be sanctioned? Only the United States, Israel, and such, and the Britain and so on wants them sanctioned. The rest of the world is neutral. For example, India has very good
fucking alive.
For example, Russia has very good relations with Iran. Even Saudi Arabia, which used to be one of their fiercest enemies, now has relatively they are patching relations. Let's leave at that. Entering the is probably just sanctioning the real status of de facto ally of Russia and China. I don't see much.
I think most of these countries have gotten immune to these sanctions. They have been used so much that literally now there's a whole network of avoiding sanctions. It's not going to be effective anymore. And the moment you use them, their power, like as I was saying before, their power is before their use. The threat of sanctions is more powerful than the application of sanctions itself. So trying to keep those sanctions on Iran is impossible. That's a country of over 100 million people. It's impossible.
You just push.
Shanghai Cooperation is much more counter like this, like the opposites of the NATO. So very similar. Shanghai Cooperations. They just the eastern blocks of the NATO, but it's not so much on military basically, but they are more on the cooperation like security, like counter-terrorism on that. But in terms of joint militaries, it's not that aggressive as coordinated as NATO, as I say. But Malaysia out of it. Malaysia is just like Singapore in Asia. They try to stay neutral as possible because we love money more than war, basically.
thing is not that. The thing is that what Luis was also trying to say, and Akiabi actually understood my point, is that before everybody was afraid of dealing with Iran because of the sanctions, and it seems like nobody more. It is.
We have an okay relationship with Iran, but not so close. But we're more close to Saudi Arabia.
Most of the countries,
the country is a Sunni. It's not Shia.
Most of the countries, they saw Iran and they said to themselves, "Fuck, these people being under pressure for a long time. But look at them. Look at their technology. If they can do it, so can we." That was one of the risks Russia took.
I think that's where. Sorry.
We have to think about Iran is not it's quite tech savvy in certain ways compared to Arabs, so they're quite innovative. If you lift out the sanctions from Iran, they can do a lot of tricks on that. So that's why Israel is very afraid of that. And you know that Israel's Mossad killed a lot of their nuclear scientists. That's what the Iranian very pissed about it.
By the way, we got news from Swift. He just moved.
Yeah. What I find interesting.
Sorry. Dan has been trying to talk for a minute now.
The reason why Singapore choose Israel as their military corporation is because they saw what they did in the 6-Day War. So Lee Kuan Yew thinks that is the best way to get the best military advisors to them to build the military as soon as possible.
Actually, it was reversed. We got the Israeli come first, and then as they were helping us to develop, the war happened, and then we were frightened because if they lose the war, we are going to go crazy. But end up they won the war, and then we were happy. Then.
Thank you. I didn't know if you were telling me to be quiet or talk. Thanks, Wyatt. So the things you were talking about, guys, the sanctions is such an interesting topic because I never lived under sanctions. A lot of you guys know that I'm Mexican American. I lived my life in America, and I didn't really understand what the hell a sanction was. And I only learned about it when I moved to Russia, when we try to buy things that maybe went up a little bit in price, or like some companies left. And I think Russia is the most sanctioned country in the world. I'm not sure, but what I am sure about is the fact that
maybe
I'm sure now that the world is changing into this, like, if you try to sanction us, they're just going to go to the other side. Like, right now is the best time to play whatever cards you want. If you want to defy your old enemies, now is the best time because, hey, if the West wants to sanction you, there's a nice little hole that's opening up for the rest of the world, which is this side of the world, which is India, China, Russia. So even sanctioned countries are going to start thriving soon. So I think that the world you're gonna start seeing a lot of countries kind of like trying to cross that little boundary that the other person had them in, and it's gonna be very interesting. That's all I have to say about that.
I wish I live in a country. I wish I live in a country under sanction. Look at Russia. YouTube without commercials. YouTube is free. And Netflix, you can watch Netflix for free.
It's like
it's not illegal. It's not illegal to stream new movies. This is good for Russia. Who's losing money?
Yeah, but I think it depends on the geography reality.
It's not a crime. It's not a crime to do that. RL.
No.
Who's losing money?
In Malaysia. Just like, for example, in Malaysia, we enjoy a lot of Western influence entertainments, all right? So predominantly people, especially in Malay portion of the mainstream Malay, they're still towards more conservatism over here compared to the 1960s over here. In the 1960s, they are quite liberals. There's not much of hijabs.
But are you talking about sanctions, dude?
Just
like what are you talking about? I'm not following now.
About the topic of sanctions, I think the geography and how much your economy and your finance system is embedded with the Western world or the US dollars matters.
Yeah, our prime minister is.
If you are in Central Asia, I mean, US sanctions, you don't give a fuck about them. If
They
you
would follow
if you are in
sanctions.
Southeast Asia, or if you are in the case of Venezuela in Latin America, it's more problematic.
Do you
I
know
think
In
it's
fact,
Illinois?
what is becoming funny with the sanction is that there is now so much country which has a sanction on them that they could create their own network. So if a country is a new sanction, it could join the new network basically of a sanctioned country.
If
So they
geographically it
could.
can
I
reach
think
it,
BRICS is maybe something like that.
Venezuela can't.
Luis.
Well, that's why our prime minister
My issue is that
trying to
right now
doing some measures.
countries actually following U.S. led sanctions are suffering, especially in Europe. Basically, what sanctions in Russia, especially, but also Iran in the past to some extent, and so on, is doing to Europe is to demolish our economy, to make us a de facto colony of the United States, which to whom we have to buy not just gas, but also all kind of products that we used to buy, for example, from Russia. I see Iran in the past because I remember that in the 90s, Germany was the biggest investor in Iran, and the sanctions in Iran destroyed that investment from Germany, for example. And much of the same happened with Libya later on related to Italy and so on. I mean, the aggressive policies of the USA, not just sanctions, but in the case of Libya, direct aggression, actually hurt Europe, at least most of Europe. And we are bound by our lack of leadership, by our lack of, let's say, continentalist leadership or nationalist leadership to become colony in the United States and buy only products from the United States or those who the United States sanction in the other meaning of the word. Yeah, they don't sanction. They agree that they can export to us. So where right now Europe is a colony of the
United States. Yes, well said, Luis.
So
your leader is Joseph. Your leader is Joseph Biden. The Uncle Joseph is the best guy ever happened to European countries.
So what I look at is that the whatever happening with Iran is just a show that the Western-led world is now fractured. That like it's no longer there. Everybody can see the weakness, which is why everybody start to make friends with Iran. They are no longer afraid of the Europeans. They are no longer afraid of the United States, and they feel like they cannot be taken out so easily now. I think that is the reason why everybody's engaging with Iran. Come on, Saudi Arabia engaging with Iran is unimaginable. We have been told for 20 years at least that these two are enemies, sworn enemies that they will fight to the end. Wow, so easy, man. They just shake their hands and like nothing happened. So anyway, this is almost 6 hours. So let's do closing before we go any further.
Come on, let's go back to Uganda.
No. If you want to talk, we must talk neo-colonialism.
Now that's LGBTQ. That was
European,
really nice.
European values. All these black hole topics.
Makiadi, I will never forget your uncle. Trust me.
So let's start off with Makiadi for closing statement.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah.
And average dude, do give me your email in the private chat.
Yeah, guys, thank you for this opportunity. I was really happy. I mean, I've been listening to the open mics forever. Today, I just happened to literally have that window of time, and I was like, oh, awesome. So thank you very much. It was an awesome discussion. Love you guys.
And Makiadi, I emailed you. You can check your email. If not, then you try to email me back to ask for the access to the private chat. And average dude, you need to give me your email so that I can invite you to the private chat. And Prata, you are muted.
Prata do povo, vamos, pá.
Vamos, pá. So, yes, we have very interesting developments happening, especially in the, I think less in the field, but more in the diplomatic arena, where we see many actors interacting with each other and trying to change or getting out of a place where they don't know how to get out. They definitely don't know, and they are getting scared. And this is very interesting. So I think it was extremely interesting to see the meeting of the 5 BRICS foreign ministers, what they said during the press conference. Quite impressive. And perhaps the war could start to change for a more positive environment, hopefully. Or, like Shadovi said, the war will last 10 years.
Shadovi.
Yes, we are still waiting for the Challenger 2 and the Leopard 2 on the front line. And 1 more week and still no sign of them. Okay. And I think about something else about that. It's that Russian army I think they have way better intelligence than at the beginning of the war about what's happening in Ukraine. And the more the Ukrainian army is waiting with the new tanks, the more the chance for the Russian to find them is going to increase. So at a point, they're going to take a Kinjal missile and we are not going to see them. And we are going all to be disappointed. Luis, your turn.
Okay, not much to say. I just following with the last thing I was saying. I wish that Europe will have the cojones of having proper leadership and get our own stand in the world and not being just carried away by the United States and some of the and all of the Iraqis, because we have a problem. We have a problem that our economy is owned by the United States, by BlackRock and things like that. We have a serious problem, and we have to fix that somehow. That will be my last message for this encounter. Thank you for having me, and thank you for listening to me, the ones who listen. The next time, I hope everybody listens to what I say instead of strawmanning me. See you.
Okay.
Wow. You finally talk under 2 minutes. Well done, Luis.
Yeah, you see, because nobody interrupts him. The average dude.
Maybe. And you are mute.
You are muted.
Muted.
Guys, okay? Yeah, thank you for inviting me for first time for these talks on it. And I'm very glad to have more of a deep knowledge you guys can experience on this. I can share mine and very amateur way because I'm just an average Joe. Okay.
We are all average.
All right. Well, I'm more average than average. Okay. So we are living a very interesting time over here, over the continent of Europe, and from Europe to the Southeast Asia, each part of the world, because we are entering the stage of multipolarism. So that it's trying to start taking shapes already. So with the decline of primacy of the US, I think we can experience a lot of interesting time on it. And depends on certain people that whether they have pocket deep enough to survive on, because a lot of financial instability around the globes over here due to people urging for de-dollarizations and increasing the interest in the US Federal Reserve there. I hope everybody can live through this trying time, interesting and challenging time over here ahead on it. I wish you all well. Okay. I think we can, if I have a time, I will meet you all to share my opinions on these Southeast Asia regions. I'm more into Southeast Asia on it. Okay. Good speak.
Swati.
Pretty.
He's not.
No, he's
He's
talking.
taking a poop.
No, he's
Is he
actually
taking a
asleep.
poop?
Okay, thank you, Swati. That's a very good speech. Thank you for participating.
His best one
Vox.
tonight.
Okay.
Oh yeah. By the way, you have anything about Malaysia? Next time we meet up, you can throw in some questions. So I try my answer as best as I can based on my.
We go a private chat. You're gonna be in private chat.
email.
We can talk about that.
If I have time. Yeah.
Yeah, give me the email.
Yeah.
Vox,
So
sure.
it's nice to have two new people. The average dude, welcome to the jungle. And Makiadi, I'm glad you're here, you know. And everyone in the chat is very happy with your presence. They only talk about you, you know. Basically, you're the star. You are the star of tonight's show.
That's
well done. Yes.
Thank you.
And
I'm also an average dude, but I'm glad I.
yeah. And Luis, it was nice to get involved with you, you know. Yeah, but next time we need to give each other time to talk. We need to stop talking over each other. Dan, I'm glad tonight you didn't give us any propaganda from Siberia. How great Russia is. That's my joke
I'm
for
gonna
you.
do it.
And Shadwi, yeah, French, but a good guy. Rata, my compadre. RL, stop smoking ganja on live TV. Yes, that's all I gotta say.
No, it's only tobacco. Absolutely nothing strange in it. Just tobacco, okay?
Trust me,
We're on
I'm
YouTube,
black.
so it's just tobacco.
Trust me, I'm black. I know that's not tobacco.
Yes, it is. For YouTube, it is, okay?
RL.
100% tobacco.
Exactly.
Because
Okay?
I'm
So
a
no
man
problem.
that has to do 50 kilometers, 30 miles every day on my car to go to my job. So I can't afford to lose my driving license.
Really?
First of all. Second.
Really,
That's why
really
you only
nice.
drink
Really,
water.
really nice open mic. Really, really nice open mic, guys. I'm proud to be here tonight.
But still, I came a bit late, but it was still nice to be here, talking with nice people and seeing new faces. It's great. I didn't talk about much topics, but that's why when you came late, you missed many things. That's life. But whatever, other people came, join, and talk about many issues. So maybe, like Shadowy, I'm still waiting for those super duper tanks and super duper weapons and those F-16 and whatever, maybe Gripen in the skies of Ukraine. So yeah, let's see. Voilà.
All right.
You know, I came in late too. Again, I always say it, but these open mics are unfriendly to people who are living on this side of the world. But this time, actually, I woke up and I joined in maybe at the 4-hour mark, and I really like when new people come in. So again, like Vos was saying, Macchiati, like when you come in and you engage with beautiful conversation and you can articulate a thought that drives the conversation forward, it is a beautiful thing. And when it comes to propaganda from Russia, Vos, like anybody who's still watching, I do live inside of Russia, and I am a United States veteran, so I do have my pride, and I would never say anything that's not real. Everything I express on this open mic, everything I express for the DPA is just to inform you guys who are watching what life is really like in Russia. As accurate as I can give it, and as accurate I can give it without going to jail here in Russia. And if you want to see anything else like Russian related, My YouTube channel is Wild Siberia. If you want to see anything regarding to Russia, you can just follow that. The DPA Army is welcome there. And yeah, thank you so much for having us, Wyatt. Thank you so much for supporting the community.
And Coping.
Yes, thank you very much. I was supposed to fall asleep, but then the open mic happened. So, yeah, now it's early morning here, and I have been enjoying watching you guys more or less.
Busy in the chat. You were really, really busy in the chat.
Yes, I got so engaged, all these funny people there and so forth. And you guys, and like you guys have already said, new people here in Macchiati. It was nice to already introduce you to the lounge. And I must say that, Swerty, he does actually deserve some kudos here. I've already said that in the chat as well, because he had a rough entry here, but we got to give him an award for being the chillest panelist on this open mic. Like, he ultimately came out on top on that one, the chillest one there is. So, yeah, well, I really didn't come on for anything else, but to say it was very enjoyable. It was enjoyable to be hanging out with those cretins in the chats. And apart from that, I want to say thank you all of those of you who super chatted, those who support DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, and Locals. We appreciate that you press that like button and subscribe, that you share some videos, be in a good health, have some decent wealth. And thank you all for watching the DPA Open Mic. Press that like. Yeah.
All right.
One more thing. Why? Thank you for creating this little army here. One day we're gonna take over the whole YouTube. Yes, not just YouTube.
Yeah, we will become the new colonialists.
No, don't go there, please. Don't go there. Okay, White. Yota, okay, you never do it. You never do it. Yota.
Bye, Wyatt.
Bye, guys.
See you soon.
Bye. So Suti will now do a one-to-one interview. Actually, Suti is entirely sleeping. He's totally forgotten that he's actually online right now. Like, he's totally asleep. Like, he just now went up, go to the toilet, and then come back and lie down on the sofa, and then he's like, yeah. So it's extremely weird. So I'm gonna pull him off. So that's it for the DPA Open Mic 32. Actually, I should leave it on. I think it's quite cool. So this the DPA Open Mic 32. We closed in very unusual circumstances. The world is really weird, where Swerty is sleeping on the sofa, but no, it works for us. It's okay. And so you all know that he's actually drunk. So forgive him for being rude. He's drunk. And a lot of very good discussion this time around. Although we did end up in a black hole of Chinese neo-colonialism in Africa, kind of I don't even know what they're arguing about. I'm so confused. So hope you guys understand. I'm quite sure you guys are smarter than me. You guys can understand the argument. I can't. So anyway, yeah, I think do press the like button, subscribe. I already started to post the clips already. So I'm currently scheduled the episode 11's clips. It will once a day at 11 p.m. It will last all the way to July. So yeah, there's still a lot of episodes to do. Oh my god. Anyway, thank you for the super chats. I just want to call out the names. Thank you to Tamit, NGS, Acting Sane, Utis, Logizen, Preston Sparks, and Gotso Poa, Rambo Gamble, David Keck, Learning to Micro. Yeah, thank you guys for the super chat and supporting the stream. Your money will be well spent into paying for the editing, the video editing. So hopefully you all will eventually get to see all these clips on the channel. Yeah. So yeah, edit out the snake in butt. There's a snake in butt. I can't tell, man. He have a lousy butt. So anyway, as usual, from time to time we do have troublemakers that try to come in. I already banned like 3 people today. Like 2 of them didn't make it. The guy that wear the called the Lao Wang, like wear the stereotypical Chinese thingy. I already know that something is not right because he wears weird. There's another guy wearing a mask to refuse to remove it. I just kick him out and ban him. Yeah, I mean, these people don't want to learn. Can't help it. They want to stay stupid. Then stay stupid. And yeah, correct. Yeah, Soti is right. No, you can stay stupid. Totally agree with Soti's point. And yeah. I mean, you cannot see the band because all of them is banned within the backstage. Only one got on because he was willing to show his face. So you guys can when you're free, go and clip his face, paste it everywhere, and just call him names. No problem. So okay, yeah, that's all. So 6 hours today, a very long session, and thank you guys for watching. Do subscribe if you are not subscribed, because it's very important. Subscription allows the YouTube to promote the channel to new people. So which is why subscription is very important, especially subscribe to DPA Open Mic channel. So yeah, because half of you guys are watching on the main channel, so do pop over to the DPA Open Mic channel. The link is in the pin message in the live chat. Yeah, so I think that's all. I think yeah, that's all. I will see you guys. Enjoy your Sunday, and I'll see you in the next update. Wait, let me drop the outro.
his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like the wood, stand for his child? I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just
Hey, enough. Leave the stream.
Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child?
Y'all don't leave. I'm gonna spam ads now. I'm gonna spam ads.
I mean, just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 What you gonna do when they come for your mama? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just